It's the Mixed Martial Arts Hour with
The Mixed Martial Arts Hour is back in your life on this Monday, June 12th, 2023. Hello again, everyone. I sure hope you're doing well. Welcome back to the program. It is a lovely day here, and everyone, and I think I speak for everyone in the studio, we have a bit of a pep in our step today because this is a different kind of post-pay-per-view Monday, my friends. Oh my gosh. I feel like we all needed a day like this. This is going to be a fantastic day. I am so excited about today's program. It feels special. It feels big. It feels unique. There is royalty in the studio today. Oh my God, you know yourself. It's one of those days, my friends. Sit back, relax, strap on your seatbelt. You've never been on a ride like this before. I'm very excited about today's program. Of course, we are coming off UFC 289, a very successful return to the Great White North for the Ultimate Fighting Championship. And shout out to GC for the new flags. Look, you got us new flags.
You're welcome.
Yes, thank you, sir. Really appreciate it. This is great stuff. What an event it was on Saturday. I told you all it would be a tremendous event. A lot of people were belly aching, a lot of moaning, a lot of, oh, it's not deep enough. It's not sexy enough. It's not stacked enough. Listen, if you know, you know. And anytime the UFC comes to Canada, everyone elevates their game. And what about the Canadian fighters going a perfect 6-0 on Saturday? Unbelievable. It felt like Ireland in 2014. One after the next, after the next. It just kept building. It just kept building. It was like a snowball effect, as they say. I learned that in 9th grade psychology. Diana Belbita, Kyle Nelson, Aiemann Zahabi, Jasmine Jasudavicius, Marc-André Barriot, Mike Malott capped it off with the big win. Last Canadian on the card, the man who was sitting at the Rogers Center in 2011 watching GSP. Now he's the face of Canadian MMA, at least in the UFC. And Canadian MMA, my friends, at one point, everyone was dancing on our graves. Yes, I said our graves, all right? Now look at us. Olivier Aubert-Mercier in PFL. Look at what just happened on Saturday. There's some other great Canadian talent in Bellator. You've got Arjun Buller, who's about to defend his title in one championship. Slowly but surely, the Canadians are back. And so Saturday was great. And of course, the last two fights were the ones that everyone was talking about. Charles Oliveira comes back in a big way. There was some talk. Does he have too much money? Is he too comfortable? Can he not beat the likes of Beneil Dariush, had won 8 in a row? What does he do? He freaking beats him and then some. It was never in doubt. It was a very impressive first-round finish. He gets on the microphone. He starts speaking English. Someone mentioned to me on Twitter, I forget who the person was, so my apologies, but they said something to the effect of they were in attendance in Saskatchewan, Canada, when he lost his voice against Max Holloway. Some 6 years later, he's back in Canada, and not only does he regain his voice, he speaks English for the first time on the microphone. The crowd in Canada loved Charles Oliveira. That was incredible. Amazing scenes there. Beautiful stuff. And now it seems like he is going to be next. We'll talk about all of that. Plus, what transpired in the main event, Amanda Nunes defeating Irene Aldana in very convincing, very one-sided fashion. You could throw in a 10-8 or 2 in there. It was never in doubt. 50-45, 50-44, 50-43, for goodness sakes. She retains her title, her 135-pound title, and then seconds later says, get me the cut, man. Take off these gloves, and I'm retiring. And she puts both belts on the mat, the 35 and 45-pound belts, her gloves on the mat, and Amanda Nunes walks away. The greatest of all time walks away. Incredible stuff there, incredible scenes. We're going to talk about all of that and more on this post-pay-per-view Monday. As always, we are presented by our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. They are the official sports betting partner of not only the UFC, but this program as well. Please download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and put in the code the MMA Hour. Let them know we sent you. And how do you do that? You put in the code the MMA Hour. That lets them know they like us more. It's all good in the hood. And please support them because they support us. So back into the show. We're going to recap a lot of 289. Usually we like to do the first hour, but we're switching things up today because of our very special guest. So we'll do most of the 289 talk on the back end. Stay tuned for that. Prior to that, we'll be joined by the aforementioned Jasmine Jasudavicius, the pride of Canada, who had that amazing win over Miranda Maverick. I mean, first round, close. Second and thirds, not close at all. She looked incredible. She was like, I said she was like the Canadian zombie out there. She just kept going and going and going, unfazed, was not going to break, was not going to lose. She put a stamp on it. And, you know, she was a pretty big dog. What was she, like a plus 310 or something like that, or a plus 280? Something. Not in Canada. It felt like, you know, another example of why these cards are so much better outside of the Apex. A, I feel like the crowd just, you know, willed her to the top. But B, you get these themes, you get these narratives. Oh, imagine this card at the Apex. You don't get this snowball effect. It doesn't feel the same. I don't know how many times I have to say this, but this is a part of the fight game that we all love so much. Moments like that, crowds like that. Situations, threads throughout the evening when there's and now here's the next Canadian on the card. Let's see if they could go 3-0, 4-0. It's fun. Shout out to all those people out there that showed me that they bet on all the Canadians. That's a very fun thing, and I'm very happy for you. So prior to Jasmine, we're going to be joined by someone who was in attendance but did not fight on Saturday, Julianna Peña, who's turned into one of the big heels in the business. People are not happy with the way in which she handled the Amanda Nunes retirement announcement. The Venezuelan vixen, the former 135-pound champion, now somewhat in limbo. I suspect she fights for the belt next, but let's see who it's going to be against, and we'll obviously get her extended thoughts on Aldana's performance, on Nunes' decision, and where she goes from here. Prior to that, my doppelganger, Aiemann Zahabi, who looked oh so good on Saturday night. What a performance out of him. Maybe the most impressive of the 6 Canadians. He defeated Arichi Long in the first round in just a matter of seconds. What was it? 64 seconds to be exact. Via TKO, the younger brother of one, Faraz Zahabi, improves to 10-2. He looked amazing on Saturday, so we'll talk to him about that. Prior to Aiemann Zahabi, we are going to be joined by the reigning, defending UFC middleweight champion, the one and only, the last style bender himself, Israel Adesanya. He's going to be joining us less than 24 hours removed from the world premiere of his incredible documentary entitled Stylebender, which premiered yesterday at the Tribeca Film Festival, and I had the great honor of attending along with my wife, which was one of the most fun evenings that we've had in quite some time. I was recounting afterwards, to my wife that I believe it was the first work event that we went to together since, believe it or not, UFC on Fox 1 in November of 2011, which is crazy. She was pregnant with our firstborn, Oliver, who has his 5th grade graduation on Wednesday. And then after the kids came along, Frank, there was just no chance. And even yesterday got a little dicey. At the 11th hour, my daughter didn't want to let us go. She was throwing a bit of a fit and even woke up towards the end of the film and was not happy with us not being at home. But in the end, we did make it. Mom and Dad got to go to the movies on Sunday. By the way, first time we went to a movie alone since we went to see 50-50 in theaters Thanksgiving weekend 2011. How about that? I mean, it's a big freaking night. And we went to see Stylebender. I cannot say enough good things about this movie. I'm still thinking about it a lot. I was very inspired by it and touched by it. I love documentaries. It's pretty much the only thing I watch because, I don't know, I've always just been a fan of documentaries. And when I graduated from college, as I've mentioned before, I worked at HBO Sports in their documentary department. So maybe that increased my love of documentaries. I worked on 2 for them, and it was a tremendous experience. And I know the work that goes into them. I don't know if I've ever seen a documentary quite like the one that I saw last night about the life of the great Israel Adesanya Stylebender because of the way in which it was shot. And we can expand on this throughout our upcoming interviews here today. It was shot like a movie. It was shot like a motion picture. It was shot like a scripted film as opposed to a documentary. It was so beautifully shot. Some of the scenes were like Wes Anderson-like, and he's one of my favorite directors. It was fantastic, really. And then the actual content and the access and behind the scenes and all that stuff, just amazing. I can't say enough good things about this film. And I urge you all, if you're living in New York, there's a couple more showings at Tribeca. GC and Frank were there as well. But there's, I think, 2 more, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Go check it out. And at some point, it's going to be available on some platform. And you need to check it out if you're not in New York, because, I mean, I thought it was fantastic. If you're an Izzy fan or not, if you're an MMA fan or not. My wife isn't really an MMA fan. She loved it. There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to like. And I think you will leave inspired. So we will talk to Israel about that, and obviously the win over Alex and all the stuff going on in his life at around 2 o'clock. By the way, Frank, I'm not speaking out of turn here. You enjoyed it as well, yeah?
Absolutely.
It was amazing, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was it's candid, it was real, it was raw, you know, and you're right, whether you're a fan or not, there's something to take away from there. And and I haven't seen anything quite like that.
It was weird because, like, you guys were sitting in front of me, and, like, I was trying to interact with you guys, but there wasn't a lot. I saw Andrew Schultz there, shout out, second best MMA journalist, Max Holloway, Megan Anderson, Randy Brown, but I felt like you didn't want, was there a reason for that, or?
Yeah, you know, we didn't want to blow up the space too much.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, just playing it close to the chest.
Just very pro.
Yeah.
Don't
like,
miss.
I didn't even want to acknowledge that you were there, to be honest.
Yeah, no, of course. No, that's what I was referring to, that you didn't.
Yeah, you, but also Andrew Schultz came up to me, and I was like,
oh,
no,
yeah,
no.
Yeah. Oh, I get it now what you did. I get what you did. All right, so there's a lot to get to. Can you tell there's a bit of a pep in my step this afternoon?
Absolutely.
Do I feel a little...
To be honest, we were all feeling a little bit of the Mondays, and then you came in a little early.
A little earlier than usual,
and
yeah.
then everything just got put into high gear.
Everyone was like, to be honest, I think I showed up like 20 minutes early, but everyone's like, whoa, we weren't ready for this. Which I thought was a little bit strange. I mean, I've been known to come, a little bit earlier.
It's
than
like when
usual.
your supervisor is like, I'm not going to be in, and then they come in. It's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, no, I understand, but I wanted to make sure everything was in place. I wanted to make sure that we were ready to roll. I'm very excited that in a couple of seconds, actually, I think 2 or so minutes. Excuse me, Frank. Should I do the cough button?
Yeah,
thing?
you have a cough button specifically for that.
Does this work?
Yep.
In a matter of seconds, we're going to be joined by someone who was supposed to join us back in November. If you recall, Ash Belcastro, who's a longtime, very, very, dare I say, best friend of one Israel Adesanya, was supposed to join us after the MSG card, but unfortunately he had to cancel at the last minute, but he did end up at the studio just after the show was over. We're going to reminisce about all of that. But this man is one of the how should I explain it? He's to a degree like one of the unsung heroes of the MMA scene in Australia and New Zealand, because a lot of people don't know him. He doesn't seek the attention. He doesn't seek the spotlight. But he's been instrumental in the success, growth, evolution of not only Adesanya, but Volkanovski and Dan Hooker and Kai Kara France. It's both him and Eugene Behrman, who you've seen on the show before, who run Attain Peace Sports Management, their management group, but also he founded Engage, which I've talked about, one of my favorite brands because their T-shirts are the highest of quality. He started that back in 2014, has been working by Izzy's side for the entire UFC run, and prior to that, also manages the likes of, like I said, Alex Volkanovski and Dan Hooker and Kai Kara France and many, many others. And so this time, I do believe there is no 11th hour smoke, fire situation to put out. There are no issues. There are no obstacles. There's no drama. It's great to have Ash Belcastro finally in studio. We've been talking about this for years and years, but is he finally here? Ah, yes, he is finally here. My man. The great Ash Belcastro in the house. Oh, how are you?
Mate, I got you a jacket.
Oh my gosh, look at this.
Limited edition Engage jacket.
Wow.
Kit you out.
This is something for all the nice things I say about you guys every time. Thank you.
Under the table, mate.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
No, all good.
Thank you for coming,
Mate,
This
it's
is
good to be
amazing.
here.
You know,
Yeah.
it was very. Where should I put this? I don't want to mess this up. Joe, can you take this for me here? Thank you so much. This is great. Can we get a shot of this? I mean, look at this. Wow, look at this. Anyone who comes in bearing gifts is already a favorite guest of mine. Thank you so much for coming in. I was worried that something would happen 11th hour.
Oh, mate.
You remember that day?
Yeah, actually do. Yeah, I was on the way here, and obviously, little mishap at the airport with Izzy, and had to head that way.
You still showed up though.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, I actually did, didn't I?
You showed up, except the show was over.
Yeah.
That was a very stressful time in your life, because that was like a couple days after the MSG loss.
Yeah, it was obviously the old knuckle dusters incident. But
Yes.
Yeah, it was it's all good now.
All good and then some. It's amazing what a few months, can do to someone, right? Like, it's like, I saw you guys. He came in on the Monday after the loss, which I really appreciated, which most people don't do, as you know.
Yeah.
And then you were going to come in on the Wednesday, and you were leaving at that point. And I kind of felt, I wanted to talk to him about this later too. Like, I felt as you were leaving, that incident was sort of like the cherry on top to what started off as like a great trip to New York, but ended as a bit of a sour trip to New York. Now you return to New York as champions again. Your documentary that your man and obviously you played a big part in just premiered last night at the Tribeca Film Festival.
Yeah, it was
this is
amazing.
all just like 5 months ago that you were here.
Yeah.
Crazy how much has changed.
Oh, that's the MMA, isn't it? Just always, there's a show on every week. Things change. It always happens. But it's obviously things move fast, and we take everything in our stride. So it's been a crazy journey, and one that we're still on, and we're not finished yet. So
When I saw you in November there, as you were about to go back home, was there any part of you that thought the journey is coming to an end?
Nah, no way. And it's not like win, lose or draw. Like, we're family. Like, it's not, like as Izzy says, like it's just, we're gonna win, we're gonna lose. It's just part of the game. It's just, it is what it is, and so it's just sort of like we're still.
You don't get too high, you don't get too low.
No, and like it's just it's a part of the journey, and I think we're gonna win, we're gonna lose. It's just, it is what it is.
I want to talk to you about your journey, but first tell me, because it was less than 24 hours ago, what was it like for you to be in a theater in New York, Tribeca Film Festival, watching, your dear friend, also Eugene's a huge part of this documentary, which I can't say enough good things about. You see it now in a theater. What was that like for you?
It's amazing. It's really emotional, actually. There's some moments in there that you really kind of, because I'm so connected to the film, or I am connected to the guys that are in the film. Obviously, it's a bit of a tearjerker, but no, it's amazing. It's good to see it finally come to life. It's something that we worked on, back in, like you said, 2015, 14, but we started filming Israel, I think, in 2016. I had the kind of foresight to kind of, myself and Jeff, and to see and kind of want to document things and everything coming through. So yeah, it's been a crazy ride, and yeah.
He mentioned that yesterday in the Q&A, as he did, that this was sort of, it might have been Eugene, that it was sort of your idea to start documenting this, to have the foresight.
Yeah.
But that's adding a lot of pressure, right? Because it could not turn out to be a great movie, right? He could lose to Robert in the first fight, and then this thing sort of fizzles out. Did you ever fear that having the crew around and planning something 4 or 5 years down the road would add too much pressure to his shoulders?
No, I didn't think, not at all. Pressure makes diamonds, right?
Yeah, he said that.
But I think and not at all. We just, everything just, it's all just happened really naturally, as weird as that probably sounds, but it's, it's just, it was something that we did, and glad that we did.
Without giving away too much, is there anything, and I'm sure you've seen the film before yesterday, right?
Yeah, once before, but I was watching it thinking that I'd never seen it before.
Oh, really?
Like, it was like moments in it that would I just have I seen this or not? It was weird.
So I'm just wondering, the first time you saw it, was there anything in there that you learned that you didn't know about? He reveals a lot, and I don't want to give away too much, but it's a very vulnerable side of him that we get to see at times. Is there anything that you didn't know about that you then learned from watching the movie?
No, I think obviously, I like to think, not at all. I think
you're pretty damn close.
Yeah, I'm his boyfriend apparently.
Yes.
But no, not at all. But I think obviously just that, like you said, how raw it is, and how obviously through that COVID period and the ups and downs of life, you know, and everyone, you know, I'm sure was going through different things in their life during that time, and you know, like so, it really kind of taps into, you know, masculinity and you know, like I guess emotions and mental health, and you know, and obviously the highs and lows of being like a superstar.
Yeah.
Know, so yeah,
It's incredible. It's riveting. I was also wondering about this. I think I'm probably one of the few people on the planet that would think of this while watching a movie like that, but there's a lot of UFC footage in there, and notoriously they're not very charitable when it comes to footage. Was it hard to get them to okay all of that?
yeah, no, look, they were really good in the process, and you know, obviously it's everything's a negotiation, but yeah, like they were great, and they're big supporters of the film, and we really appreciate that. So yeah.
It's a good answer. It's a good answer. I appreciate it. Yeah. I've heard some horror stories back in the day.
No, look, like our relationship with the UFC is great across the board with all our athletes, and yeah, like it's, you know, Hunter's, you know, really, really big supporter of what we're doing, and we appreciate it.
I'd like to think that was the old regime, and now with Endeavor involved, they understand that a movie like that premiering at Tribeca and the reach that it will have only helps them.
Yeah.
To get people out there who know nothing. Like I said, my wife is not a MMA fan, and
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Like
it's not your typical MMA film,
Right.
You know, and it's something that just shows the levels that Israel's on, and as a human, you know, like not just an athlete, but just as a person, you know.
Yeah.
And you know, like you'll leave. Well, after watching the film, you'll leave, you know, with, you know, to be able to take something from it. It's yeah, like it's obviously. It shows you like obviously what, you know, everything. Yeah, it's yeah. Enough said.
you have one of the most impressive client rosters in the business right now. Off the top of my head, Izzy, Alex Volkanovski, and I know that, you know, some of this is with Tim and some of it obviously is with Eugene, but I'm just talking to you right now, okay? So take ownership here, all right? Be a little bit egotistical. Izzy and Volk and Kai France and Dan Hooker.
Brad Riddell. Carlos Solberg,
who's doing great. Blood Diamond,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
That's just 8, and I'm sure there are others,
Yep.
correct?
Yep.
Why do I never see any Ash interviews? Why do I never see you, you know, trying to take the spotlight, the limelight?
I was waiting to get on here, mate. Nah.
Yeah. We've talked about this before.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Why is that?
I think obviously all the best work's done, you know, in the dark, I guess, you know, like it's good to let them have the platform and be, you know, what they're meant to be and not put yourself out there. I know there's a lot of managers that might have 400 clients or 200 clients, you know, where we run a tight ship, and, you know, where we only really look after our own. And it's, I guess you've got to treat every athlete as a business. You know, their own independent business, and that takes time. And you know, if you really want to do a good job, you know, you can't have that, you know, unless you've got a bigger team, you know, internally. You can't have that bigger client base. It just doesn't work, I believe. And you know, like we're predominantly only really look after guys out of the gym, and just so happen to, you know, be really fortunate that 2 of them are the best in the world. And they all are, but you know, some are obviously on their journey on the way up. But yeah, just fortunate enough to have obviously that massive outliers like Israel and Alex, and just learning along the way. It's been a phenomenal journey, and one that wasn't, you know, we're not your typical management group. You know, we're all brothers, we're friends, we're family, and that's, I think, what makes a good point of difference. And you mentioned Tim, and Tim's part of that. You know, like that was something that we looked at. Myself and Eugene kind of, you know, with Israel got to a certain point that we didn't know what was out there and whether we were doing the right job and whether we were leaving money on the table. And, you know, we identified Tim and you know, like at the time, you know, where he was, and Tim actually came and saw me when he was like younger and in Perth in Australia, and
wow.
pitched me Israel, and I kept a relationship with him from there. And then obviously we were talking to few different management groups, and then we chose to go with Tim, you know. So it's been, and you know, there's no ego. Like we're all in for the one thing, and that's to make, you know, obviously the athlete's careers better, and that's it. So it's been a good journey, and obviously, you know, Alex has got a massive fight coming up, and you know, I mean, every fight's massive, no matter which athlete, you know. It's like that's how cutthroat the game is, right? But yeah, it's just. It's you know, it's going to be good. It's you know, we're on this I guess, peaks and flows, and we're on this kind of ride at the moment with everything, and you know, it's been awesome.
When did you first meet Israel?
So I was part of the team back in in Thailand. I was, you know, over there training. And
You were training yourself,
yeah,
right?
yeah. So that was
Muay Thai and MMA.
Yeah, bit of Muay Thai.
Okay,
mate.
pro fights?
Beating up. Yeah, I had a couple, mate.
Nice.
Hey?
All right.
A few out the front of Macca's as well, but that's another story.
What's that? Macros?
Oh, mate, it's just a joke.
Okay, I don't
Few street fights.
Oh, okay.
But, no, jokes.
CrossFit as well, right?
Yeah,
I saw
did a
like an
bit.
old CrossFit page of yours online.
Oh, yeah, back in the day. Yeah, so like Engage, when we started, like I was just, I guess, I went to Thailand, I used to train and met like the guys, and then we all just become really good friends. And
When you
that's
say the guys, you mean like Izzy,
like
Boca?
Brad, like Izzy, Kai. Like I was sitting at a cafe with Kai, and we were kind of like just dreaming about like creating Engage, and I was drawing on a napkin and stuff like that. Like, yeah. So
And
like
how old are you at the time?
26.
26.
Yeah.
And are you living in Thailand, or are you just there to
Back
train?
and forth.
Okay.
Back and forth. So like you'd stay there for as long as you could, then you go back, make some cash,
Go back to where? Where was home at the time?
Perth.
Perth, okay.
Yeah. So and
And you just meet these guys at the gym?
yeah.
Okay.
But then it's just like one of those things that's addictive. You just like you train in the morning, go to the beach, jump on your moped, put the earphones in, and just disappear. You know, and then you'd come back and train. And you know, for someone that's, I guess, a lot of people go there probably looking for something like or trying to find something about themselves, and that was probably a time in my life where that was where I was at. And then like, you know, obviously made some really good friends. I went over with a couple of mates that fought and that knew some of the guys. So it was an easy kind of like, we were all kind of mates, but we weren't. And then we were connected through other people. And then we became really good friends. And just obviously I had what was Engaged, that was meant to be a gym. And then that never came to fruition. And so I had the branding, and it was like a fist with Engage. And then we kind of developed over the years, and to obviously where it is today, 8 years later. And so they say it takes 10 years to build a brand, so we're well and truly on our way, and obviously doing really well.
So how do you go from?
But to answer your question, how I met Israel?
Yes.
We were at a fight show. Brad Riddell was fighting, and we met, and obviously just being friends with everyone else. And I'd already had a relationship with Eugene, and Israel there was to support Brad, and we kind of just met there then, and then that was it.
And that was it. So how do you go from like being, I don't know, training partners, friends, to now being in business with these guys?
Yeah, look, so it's just all came naturally. Like we were just there, I guess, and like whether it was like, Kai and Brad, I think I remember one time both fought in Melbourne like one night after each other, and it was me and Eugene, that were there. Obviously budget was low, they weren't in the UFC. We were there, we'd do the weight cut, we'd do just that whole week, like that was there. And then I guess the management company was kind of built around Israel, and like, cause I think, these athletes, they're amateurs or they're coming through, like there's, to a certain degree, like they need guidance, but I don't think they fully need like a serviceable management, like where it's, so, we were there, and I guess the sharks were circling, and that's how we kind of created the company, because we just wanted to obviously be able to help the guys as best we could and protect them in a way as well. So that's, obviously the brand was there, Eugene was there already, I was there, and we just, that's how we kind of started the brand. And from that, obviously the knowledge that we've learned over the years, we've been able to, knowledge is power in this game. I think, like, obviously, it's when you have guys that are at the level that they're at, you have certain conversations that you learn from, and that, like over the years, and then you're able to put that, into the next guys that are coming through. So.
I love the name of your management company, Attain Peace Sports Management. Why did you pick that name?
It was from an athlete that passed away, and he used to wear it on his shorts, and Eugene selected that and spoke to the guys about like what the company kind of represents, and so that's kind of like
And right now, how many fighters on your roster?
We've got about eight or nine, eight in the UFC, and we've got guys that are coming through, some really, really good guys.
Okay.
Nevo, Sterling, Big Balkan Bear, Brando.
Do they have to train at CKB to be a part of the team?
No. Like, but it's
If
just
I'm like a Canadian fighter at TriStar, can I call you up or?
Yeah, for sure. I'll put you on to Tim. No. Look. No, not at all. Like, obviously, we've got open door, but I think like, I think that right now we're focused on our own athletes, and I think like we're not a typical management group that that are out there just trying to make a buck. I guess we just want to look after our team, and definitely doors open for other athletes, and if I can help them in any way, I do have those conversations where I'll help help athletes for nothing, for free, like whether it's just a bit of guidance or they're having a conversation, they'll ask me about what they think, and I'll give them my opinion. But right now I think what we're focused on is like obviously, when you look at Israel and Alex, they're obviously just to deal with Prime, but like commercially they're really busy between fights and when they're on the road, obviously with Israel, we've got Tim and they're helping the US and stuff like that. So, there's all hands on deck. But obviously with Alex, it's just one fight after the next. These the way these guys fight. And, it keeps us pretty busy. It's to answer your question, obviously, happy to chat with anyone.
And congratulations on the Prime deal. We're going to talk about that in a moment. But I'm just wondering, do you recall when you knew, like, Izzy's a generational talent. Like, he's not your run-of-the-mill fighter. He's someone that will be remembered forever and is arguably the most popular, like, as far as active fighters go. I'll put Conor aside for a moment because he's the most popular fighter, I would say, in the UFC, especially with the younger generation. Like, it's amazing to me, like the high school kids that want to talk to me about Izzy. Yeah. Including my nephew who's here, who's never come to a show before. It was his birthday yesterday and made his parents drive him from New Jersey to be here just because Izzy's here. So that's how, it speaks to just how
we met him downstairs.
I can't even imagine. If you met him already, I can't even imagine what's going on in his head right now. He's probably on cloud nine.
Israel said, "What's up?" It was good.
Cool. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. But I'm wondering when you figured out or when you realized, when you noted, like, this isn't just going to be a regular career. This guy is going to be a superstar. He's going to transcend fighting. Do you remember when that moment happened?
Yeah, I do actually. I think obviously we always kind of already knew it, but we're in, I think he had like 2 or 3 fights in the UFC and we got paid 6 figures to go to Saudi Arabia for a boxing event.
Wow.
And at the time, obviously we were having discussions with different management groups and working out, did we want to go down that road or did we, and we're walking through a shopping mall and I think it was like Chuck Liddell was there, like at this event, Chuck Liddell, Lennox Lewis, and a few others, but I can't remember exactly. So going back a few years, and we're walking through a shopping mall, just me and him, and kids were stopping him.
Wow.
In Saudi Arabia.
And this is pre-UFC or post-UFC?
This is like 2 fights in.
Okay.
And that's when I called Eugene. I was like, mate, we need to, it's ridiculous. Yeah, like it was just phenomenal. Not ridiculous, but like phenomenal.
Yeah.
Like, to see that at that stage where we're at, to be stopped in a mall in Saudi Arabia, which is, not your traditional Western country.
Yeah.
So that was kind of the moment I went, we should probably, look at what we're doing here. But yeah.
What do you remember about his debut?
That was special. Perth. At the time, I was living in Perth, and that's where we built the brand. And so it was, I guess, a home away from home for Israel. It's obviously been with me that stayed there a lot, and it was obviously new dog in the yard.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just it was a good start to. Or I guess we were already on the journey, but it was a good, kind of
the new chapter.
Yeah, set the sails, and. Yeah,
but was that always part of, like, because he was a very successful kickboxing fighter, kickboxer. At what point did you start to think that MMA was going to be a part of this journey? Because I would imagine at some point MMA wasn't a part of the journey.
Yeah, no, look, I think that's, I guess, a better question for Israel and Eugene. But I think that it's something that Eugene was an MMA fighter. Obviously, a lot of the guys have kickboxing bases, and then like there's a lot of wrestling that goes on in the gym as well. But obviously as you see in their performances, but like it's I think that was always like I guess part of the journey, and one that when you set goals or targets that I wanted to achieve, obviously MMA was a part of it.
Do you think part of your success as a business partner, as a manager, is because you started off as a fighter and you have bled with them?
Mate, I wouldn't call myself a fighter, but I think
you got into Knackers.
Knackers out the front of Knackers, mate.
Knackers, I think are.
No, I had a fight. A couple of fights? I only had one, mate. Undefeated, but I'll tell you that much.
Look at you.
Hey, look out.
You and Amanda Nunes going out on top. What was it? It was Muay Thai?
Yeah.
Ever MMA?
Yeah. So it was funny actually. We trained and obviously lived in Thailand and stuff, and then finally put the gloves on. I had a fight, and I got matched up. And after the fight, before the fight, my trainers, it was a pretty good relationship with them, and the little Thai fellas, and they were like, look, this guy's from a gym, like he's good, like he's and he works at the gym, he's trainer at the gym. I'm thinking, all right.
Nervous?
Yeah, nervous and that. Anyway, go out there, beat the guy. And
how'd you beat him?
TKO in the second round.
Oh, nice.
But and then after it, we're sitting down having a few beers, a few Leos, and the boys are like, hey, we told you he works at the gym. He's a janitor. He cleans the toilets.
Wow.
I was just like, so yeah.
They wanted you to raise your game.
No, well, mate, yeah, beat up a tuk-tuk driver. But
I think that could have backfired, though. Like, that would have made me crap my pants if I heard that.
Oh, mate, I was shitting. Yeah, it was funny, right? Like, they're like, he works at the gym, but he cleans the toilets.
Yeah. And why'd you stop at one?
I don't know. I think I just kind of satisfied. To be honest with you, now I'm kicking myself that I didn't continue.
Okay.
And yeah, I think it just life takes over, and then obviously I think I had it in my head that something that I wanted to achieve and work towards, and that was the fight.
Okay.
And I guess once I achieved it was kind of like I unlocked that box, and it was moved on to the next, and obviously the passion with Engage and that whole journey and learning about, like, obviously starting from scratch there and not knowing anything about T-shirts or gloves or anything like that.
Yeah.
And working, getting ripped off and doing all that and working, through the journey to build the brand of kind of like, that was where my
So what were you doing in your
went.
life when you went to Thailand at that time? Like, were you just working a regular job?
Yeah. So I was in between. I was early when I was younger. I was working in the mines in Western Australia. So like, I was like, So when I was young, I went there and chased the money there, and then just kind of like ended up in Thailand, and it's been.
Was that like a sought after job? I was listening to Izzy talk to Logan Paul on his podcast, and he was talking about how a friend of his was working in the mines and had to convince him. I mean, that's not really a thing around these parts. Is that a big time job?
Western Australia is like, it's I guess it kind of props up. I believe it props up most of Australia, like with the resources and
oh, wow.
Minerals that come out of that state.
How tough is that job? Are you you're in?
Yeah,
like,
I was
caves
young,
and
man. I
stuff?
was like 19, and I was I just
grueling.
Roll the sleeves up, and it's all about life experience, right? You go there, you learn. Moved away. I grew up on the East Coast. I grew up in Sydney, and just north of Sydney on the Central Coast, and went there, and you go from earning a couple of bucks to earning, a few thousand a week, and but it's like anything. Like it's you put time in, and you become better at it, and more
What's
money.
tougher, working in the mines or negotiating with the UFC? I'm just joking. Come on, Hunter. I love you. Come on, I'm just kidding. I mean, I just know it's grueling work.
No comment.
What takes up more of your time, Engage or the management?
We've got a great team with Engage. We've got
many people you
Xavier,
have?
Jake. We've got about 5 or 6 across the board.
What a product! This shirt. I have this shirt.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, this is
what-
fresh.
why is
I've got
the
a whole
font-
box out there for you, mate. Actually,
great, perfect. Now you can leave. By the
it
way.
actually just
I wanted
arrived.
you to- thank you.
Just arrived this morning. And,
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Why is the quality so good? What is the secret here?
I just think, like, obviously, if you're going to put your name on something, you want it to be quality, right?
These aren't regular
The athletes,
t-shirts.
like, Israel and Alex are owners of the brand now, as well. And, like, as the shareholders in the company, and it's something that we built from the ground up. And, we say Engage isn't a fightwear brand, it's a brand for fighters. It's owned by fighters, and we're all fighters, I think, like in life. And, I think no matter what you're going through, obviously tap into Israel's film. You know, he's fighting for something, whether it be personally, professionally, or everyone's fighting. You wake up every day to do something. You know, that's just that's what Engage is about. And I think I've got a great team. Obviously, my crew back home: Xavier, Jake, Kurt's been there from pretty much the start, from the jump. So it's fantastic to come along on this journey with them and learn every day from them. And obviously, it's been phenomenal. But we're doing really well. Obviously, we're in the US now on Amazon with some selected products, and obviously
You have a store, right?
Yeah, we've got
stores?
we've got a store in Sydney. But
incredible.
it's just I guess our HQ.
Okay.
Predominantly, a lot of our sales come from obviously online. But yeah, I a lot of my time spent across both, but more so on an AP. I've got Xavier that runs Engage. He does a fantastic job, and I'm really appreciative of that. And yeah, we're on a rocket ship, mate.
What is it like? You have this brand. You start off in a cafe in Thailand, drawing on, and then at one point, not that long ago, you have Mark Zuckerberg rocking you.
Old Mark, yeah.
Yeah, old Mark.
Yeah, that's me, mate.
Yeah, that's your guy. Just like shouting you out, choosing to wear your gear.
Yeah, he's actually a legend. He's actually a really good guy.
That's got to be surreal.
Yeah. Look.
And how did that happen?
It's just like obviously a fan of the guys, and they just talk online. Like obviously, they
the photo
connect.
Right there.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
that's it. But yeah, he we went and hung out. Myself and Alex went and hung out and stayed at his house and met his family, had dinner, and he's a good guy. Obviously, he's a fan of MMA and he's quite competitive, and obviously does jiu-jitsu and stuff like that. And
so
has a love for the
out.
sport. So yeah,
he paid for that, right?
He actually shops online. He actually does shop online. He does,
Start shopping online too.
Yeah.
You I didn't know you shipped to the U.S. That was always my excuse.
What, not to?
Well, no, because I was like, I can't get it because you don't ship to the U.S. But now I understand you do ship to the
US.
US.
Yeah, we're in the US. We've always shipped to the US. Nah, man, I'll look after you, mate. You speak highly of me, mate,
Zuckerberg could afford it, right? I mean, he could afford a couple of shirts online. And so what is like the best seller?
I think like our new, obviously like our new tees have done really well.
Okay.
This kind of cut heavyweight like box cut tee.
Must be all the talking about it that we do on the
MMA
show.
gloves and it must be. Yeah. All the kickbacks,
Yeah. The black and white gloves.
Yeah, the black and white gloves. Obviously, we did that. It was quite disruptive. I think like as a brand, we like to have a bit of a point of difference. I think like we're not your typical kind of fightwear brand. I think I think that we try and take a little bit of that street and urban flavour and mix it across our brand as a fightwear brand. But I think as we've developed as a brand over the years, I think we've become more than just a fightwear brand. We're more of an apparel brand as well now, and with the quality that we have, and I think compete with anyone.
Now, in what is it? I think in 3 or so years, the Venom deal comes up. Maybe we get engaged as the UFC.
Yeah, obviously, like we've had discussions with the UFC. And,
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
for sure. Like it's something that we definitely have our eye on, and work with the team at IMG, and we've had numerous discussions with them about. We were in the talks for that with them with this. Like I think it was us and a couple of other brands. Obviously, Venom got it initially.
Oh wow!
But just where we were as a brand to where we are now, obviously, we would have. We're in a lot better position to kind of.
You would have smoked them a couple of years ago.
Oh, well, we'll probably smoke them now, but a couple of years ago we were still growing. So yeah.
Nice.
We smoke
Who
them
needs
all,
that deal? You don't need that deal.
Look, mate. I think one
don't
thing I think we do at Engage that a lot of other brands don't, and you'll see it in the market, other than ourselves and probably one other brand, is actually we actually get behind the fighters and actually pay the fighters. I think it's in that MMA category, there's not that many brands that actually will pay athletes. And I think obviously there's like us and probably one other, and I think a lot of it fell out when Venom came on. Obviously a few other brands one of the other brands actually dropped most of their athletes. But
Wow.
yeah, we continue to obviously support our athletes, and yeah.
What was Perth like for you in February? That was a big deal, right?
Yeah,
But
Alex.
yes, Alex.
Oh man, I was I was hugging Izzy, crying, thinking that we won.
Yeah, I saw the footage.
But
And then you hear that.
yeah,
And you've had a
it's
couple
just-
of those. You just had another one a couple of weeks ago with Kai, right? Where you probably thought you won, and then it's a gut punch. What is that feeling like?
Yeah, it's a sport. It's just like I think one thing Kai brought up was obviously the money thing, right? And I think that's very important to touch on. I think that like you look at like what he did in the cage, and like like I arguably like I was on the first 2 rounds for myself, not being able to remove myself and look at the fight. I think I was first 2 rounds I was like I thought we at least got one, and obviously Kai finished really strongly, and I thought we had the fight, but it's something that I was just like I was 50-50 when they did announce it, because I just wasn't sure how they were gonna. This stuff happens,
Yeah.
But I think like obviously like his ranking and where it puts him. If he won that fight, there's history there with Pantoja as well. Obviously he's got to fight for the belt. Does that set us up there? If he wins, and then obviously his money. He's got a kid on the way. He's got a son, plus he's got one on the way. What that does to him, like you said, is 100K. Like financially, So it's something that's disappointing.
Get rid of that model. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I think like there's some athletes that you probably deserve. Everyone deserves a flat fee. I mean, but it's all
Yes.
about negotiation, right? But there's some athletes that do have a flat fee because that's what's negotiated.
That's more the creme de la creme, right? The top dog.
Yeah, obviously you always want to
Plus pay-per-view.
escalate, right?
Yeah. But like
You don't want to just be sitting on a flat fee at the top.
that system,
Yeah.
that model was put into place in the early days when the UFC was trying to incentivize fighters to go out there and go
Yeah, I
for the
remember.
finish,
I
right?
was listening to you talk about this.
And this was like a Fertitta idea, which was great. It actually was brilliant at the time. But a guy like Kai Kara-France, any headliner, doesn't need incentive to go out and get it. Like they know what's at stake. They're so close to a title shot. And so I just feel like when you take that step into the cage, you deserve to know how much you're making. If they want to give you something a little extra on the side, the performance bonus, great.
Yeah.
But to be, especially with the crazy judges, to be robbed of 100K
Yeah.
just doesn't sit well with me.
No, it's something. Yeah, it's something that we're as a sport, and even like the UFC, been around for obviously 30 years. It's something that like over time we'll develop and get better at. But I think like, and that's across the board. That's like fighter pay. That's something that like we have to consistently just work towards, and I think we will. As a community and as a like a sport. I think obviously. Competing against a lot of sports that have been around for 100 years, So I think over time, change will happen, and there's obviously something that I think I believe it that we will, So I think like I'm positive about it, But yeah, I think like obviously Alex, his fight in Perth was a tough pill to swallow, mate. Obviously, Israel talks about it in the film. And it's like this dump that you get that's post fight, because everyone's like around is invested, whether it's myself, Jeff, our partners, like like everyone like that has a connection to the athlete like that. Like you feel every up and down. And after that fight, I found myself like for a good week, like really like just flat, like
Really?
And it's the highs and because you're just so high that
It's hard to go back to normal life, right? Because you're like,
I mean, what is normal? Like it's I mean, your reality is whatever you make it, But like it's a tough pill to swallow, that fight and having that. I feel like that was his moment. And I feel like that fight. I feel like he won that fight, and when that rematch needs to happen, like that's something that we're gunning for, mate. Not looking past what we've got in front of us, but that's the fight we want, mate.
how
That's the
long
fight we
until
want.
that fight happens, in your opinion?
Let's do it at the end of the year. Obviously, touch wood. Like we've got a tough task in front of us, and that's not something we're looking past. But like you know, and it's just something that I'll let Alex do the talking for. Like you said at the start of the show, it's not something that I'm not online. I'm not jumping out saying we want this fight, we're going to do that. I'm not speaking for my athletes. I'm not tweeting for my athletes. You know,
people do that?
I don't know. Yeah. But yeah, I feel like it's something that that it's the fight that we want, mate. And you know, I know Alex will put himself in a good position to make it happen.
By the way, you mentioned like tweeting and stuff like that. On the Monday after that fight, there was a whole hullabaloo with tweets, right? Has that just died? Is there anything left to all of that? You know, the IV stuff. Is that all dead or?
Oh, look, mate, that's you know.
Is that Dan's story to tell?
Oh, yeah, look, I mean, I'll touch on it. Like we were given information from the company that did it. So, you know, and whether, but I will go out and say this, that I don't know who did it. I'm not going to sit here and say that, but like what we were given is information that happened, but I don't know who did it.
Meaning who took the IV?
What athlete, or if any at all. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So like, and that's it. So obviously, that's it. Like, and so whether it did or it didn't, like where there's smoke, there's fire, and it's just fucking burning. Sorry for swearing.
No, all good. So, and do you feel like that should be part of the sell to do it again? Like,
oh, look, like we're a lot of respect for their team and everything they've done and what they do, and you know, like I said, that there's no, in saying what I said, like there's no, you know, like that's what happened. I'm just telling you how it is. Like we were given information that happened, and from the actual company that did it. And that's it. But like, you know, going out of what they do in the cage and how they, you know, hold themselves, you know, in the media and what they do is stand-up guys and a great team and squad, and we have nothing but respect for them, and, you know, we want to make it happen at the end of the year. That's, you know, Islam said himself, let's do it again. He knows, I believe that he knows in himself that, you know, that Alex is his biggest challenge, and, you know, the character and what they have and how they hold themselves, they know that they'll take that challenge because they want to be better. You know, I believe, you know, that and that's what he said straight after the fight. So I think that's the fight that we can make. I know the UFC like it. Whether it happens, we want it to happen at the end of the year. Obviously, we've got a fight in front of us. So, but yeah, that's the fight we want.
I want to ask Israel about this as well, but just from your perspective, what was your reaction when you found out that the UFC was booking Dricus du Plessis versus Robert Whittaker as opposed to the fight that seemed like it was right there in front of us, DDP versus Izzy?
Yeah, I'll let Izzy talk about that.
Okay.
But, you know, yeah, that's the fight that we thought we had. And, you know, but promoters are going to promote and do their thing, and that's the decision that they made and the direction that they wanted to go. And, you know, we can... You know, the thing with these guys is they'll fight anyone at any time, and they'll consistently fight. And that's what the UFC love about us, and that's why we have a great relationship with them. So I'm sure, you know, with whatever happens in the cage with Robin and du Plessis, we'll you know, the fight that we want, we'll get. Put it that way.
Interesting. Well, really?
Well, like, you know, like depending on like, oh look, like, you know, Israel being Israel, you know, like obviously we believe, like, you know, he's got a say in, you know, on what he wants, and yeah.
September probably, right?
Yeah, definitely September.
How does he not fight in New Zealand?
That's a question for him.
I mean, come on. I was talking to the EPs. They were sitting right next to me at the film last night, and I was asking them, like, how popular is he in New Zealand, like on the ground? And they said there's no one even close to him. Any All Blacks? I mean, I'm not going to pretend like I'm a connoisseur of New Zealand sports, but I was like, All Blacks, this, that, no one's even close. How do we not get how are they not rolling out the red carpet for him? Like, he is promoting the country on a global stage. Unlike, I can't even, I don't know, maybe I have to think about it. Is Stephen Adams from New Zealand?
Yeah, Stephen Adams from New Zealand. Yeah,
there's maybe 2 or 3 I could think off the top of my head from New Zealand, but no one near his level. I feel like they still don't truly like love you guys. They feel they still...
No, I think they do. They definitely do. Yeah, I feel like they definitely do, and I feel like it's just like depending on where you look, that you can kind of take that like it can be perceived like that. But it's just like, Izzy's is a superstar globally. You know what I mean? It's not just about New Zealand. I think like New Zealand, the way of life in New Zealand, people really respect, I guess, Israel, and I think he can, for what he's done and the person that he is and how he represents the country. And that's the same for Australia. He spends a lot of time there, and I know we support him. But I feel like, it's if you want to look somewhere, you'll find it. You know what I mean? If you stare at something long enough, it'll move. You know what I mean? And I feel like if you want to look at that and focus on like what one bit of media is saying or whatever it is, New Zealand, he's got massive support there. Okay. And I feel like it's, he's obviously represents the country really well, and I know there's a lot of people in New Zealand are proud of him.
Everyone had like this emotional reaction, his fans, to his win over Alex. Like it was emotional, right? In the post fight, how did it hit you seeing that?
Yeah, it's just that's the team. Like that's who we are. It's what we do. We ride or die. Like it is an emotional roller coaster, mate. It's crazy.
Unbelievable. Yeah. By the way, how's fatherhood?
It's the best. The best. Like it's amazing.
Your daughter is so cute. How old is she now?
Banks is she's 16 months. Mel, my partner, she's here, so it's our first trip away. Mel's mum's looking after little Banks, and
there she is, right there.
Yeah.
Her MMA hour debut.
Hey, there you go. Hey. Yeah.
I mean, she is something.
Yeah, she's a legend, mate.
It gets harder to leave, by the way.
It does, especially when she cries when I leave the room.
Oh my gosh.
There she is. Oh, this is the best.
Oh my gosh.
This is the best. I always take her for a little baby chino in the mornings, but I'm not meant to put chocolate in there, but I always do.
Oh yeah, sure. Don't tell her mom.
No, I get.
And you actually got engaged here in New York.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I got engaged. Did the righty.
Was that the Pereira fight week?
Yeah. So it was after Pereira.
It's just a whole tribute to your daughter now going on right now. By the way, we were looking at that picture earlier, and then I was like, oh, that's a nice picture. That's New York. And then it only hit me a couple seconds later. I was like, oh, her hand is in there. Your daughter's hand's in the photo.
Yeah. Banks is there. Yeah.
It's just kind of camouflaged in there.
Yeah.
So when was that? That was Pereira.
Yeah. It was Pereira. I was after Pereira, obviously.
Oof, what an emotional week for you on so many levels.
Yeah. It's just kind of like brought the family out, and thought it was just something that you haven't special moment.
You haven't gotten married yet because I didn't get to save the date or anything.
Yeah, we'll get you out there. Well, I actually got Schultz coming.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Wow,
so
must be nice.
#1 MMA reporter.
Yeah. I guess if you're #1, you get invited.
Yeah.
When is the wedding?
November.
Is he really coming?
So we're not booking any fights in November.
November MSG.
But
That's we're getting Izzy and John fighting.
Oh come on. Yeah. We'll do that at Raiders Stadium.
Oh, that would be the one.
Why not?
That's the one that they keep dangling, but now they're buddies apparently. Which I don't buy, by the way. I don't buy anything. There's a lot of. It's been a weird week for media. I'll just say, like, even the Connor thing that happened at the Heat game. You saw that? I don't know truly what happened, but if you actually read the articles about what happened, it's like mascot guy went to hospital. They gave him an aspirin. He went home. And now every headline I'm seeing is like Conor McGregor KO's Miami Heat mascot. That's
MMA, man. Not MMA. That's media.
And the same thing. Here it is, right over here. And the same thing with the Jones thing. I went and listened to the impulsive interview with Izzy where they talk about the Jones thing.
Yeah, Israel didn't realize. He didn't realize that John had said that.
But even the quote that everyone took out, like real recognize real, it really wasn't as it's being framed in the media. Like everyone's like, oh, they squashed the beef. I'm like, come on.
Yeah, look, I think like obviously we'll always entertain that fight. I think that's a good payday for Israel and something that I think both athletes can really sell well, and I think the UFC can make a lot of money off as well. So, you never know what's around the corner. And this, like I said, this game moves so fast, and it's something that in the future, whether it happens or not, we'll just leave the doors always open. I'll let Israel talk about it more,
sure.
But. Yeah, I think it's definitely...
Just taking a little sip here.
Yeah, got your Prime, eh?
Don't mind me.
Rehydrate with Prime.
I don't even get paid for this shit.
Nah.
All these plugs for nothing. They give me free
they're good guys.
lemonade. They are
good. They are really good guys. It's
first athletes
First
right?
athletes, yeah.
Volk and
got it
Izzy.
done. Volk and Izzy.
How'd you get that done?
It's good management.
Fuck.
Eh? No. Something that obviously real recognise real. But no. It's just something that's, looking at like prime and then looking at the athletes is something that I really think that best in class kind of thing. Both guys are, they fight really, really often. They're good, athletes to commercially to partner with because they're always active and they're always, in front of the camera. And so you're going to get a lot of good, I guess, exposure if you're a brand and so let's chat. But no, I think it's, obviously, Logan's obviously he's ticking a lot of boxes with Prime. I think he said that he's a really big MMA fan and he partnered with the UFC and then he's really, from what I've seen, and he's really involved in the brand. It's really good to see. Myself, obviously, having a brand as well and knowing what goes into it. So guys like Matt that we work with there at Prime has been great, and it's a start of something really cool and special.
That's a huge thing to check off the list. What's something big that you really want to check off next couple of years? What's something that you guys have done it all, headline MSG, freaking Marvel
I'm
Stadium.
excited about our guys coming through.
Okay.
I'm excited about Carlos Holberg, Brad Riddell fighting again soon. I'm excited, for our guys that are coming through. Obviously, we've got...
Riddell's coming back.
Riddell will be back.
What?
Riddell's putting his hat back in
I just spoke to him. He said he's going he's going to check out, he's going camping for the rest of his time. When did he announce that? Is this breaking news?
Breaking news.
Frank, hit the music. Breaking news. There it is. He's back?
Look, he's training. He's living in Thailand. He's training back with the
Sydney card?
With the Hickman Bros. Look, that's something we're targeting.
Wow.
That's something we're in conversation with the UFC about, and he's in good spirits and he wants to get back in there, and that's I'm in touch with Sean, and Sean really likes Brad. Obviously he's another one of those guys that's taken every fight and never said no, and worked his way into the top 15, and he's willing to. Now he wants to get back in there. So it's So obviously, and then we've got guys coming through. We've got Cam Ronston that's on Contenders is coming up in September. He's another guy from City Kickboxing, middleweight. Just won the King of the Ring for the second time, as Israel, as Bloods, as Carlos did. Okay. So he's got great. I guess he's got a great pedigree. I guess. And then there's obviously guys that we're looking to get in next year that are, on their journey with City Kickboxing under Eugene, and he doesn't. We don't bring anyone forward that isn't ready.
Right.
It's something that Eugene believes in. Really making sure these guys are ready once they do hit the top level. Good to go. So I guess to answer your question, I think that's what I'm excited about. There's a new blood coming through, and obviously the current boys and what they're doing. And
some big ones coming up. The next big one is July 8th in Las Vegas, my birthday.
Is it?
Yes. So
I think it's Hunter's birthday too.
We're kindred spirits. Hunter and I. People don't know, it's all a work. We're actually good friends. Who do you think comes up with all these great fights on the DL? It's an honor to have you in studio. Congrats on all your success. When we first met, I think that you were a little bit slow to trust me. I think you weren't quite sure what to make of me.
That's just life, mate.
Yeah, I know. But I'd like to think both you and Eugene, I've won you over, and it's a great friendship and relationship. And it was an honor to be there yesterday to witness that among it felt like friends and family. Even though I know there were just regular ticket buyers there, it was a very intimate setting, which was really super cool. So congrats on everything, and thank you for the jacket.
Look, hey, that's it's one of 100.
Wow.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, signature.
I appreciate it. We're going to bring
I appreciate you. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Ash. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
To you and your family, thank you for coming in.
Yep.
And we've got the big dog coming in
There
right
he is.
now. There he is.
Oh.
The Tribeca Film Festival star himself. The middleweight champion of the UFC, Israel. Come on. How are you, my man? Much love.
Much love.
Yes.
Bless you.
Back. Thank you
Very
so
happy
much.
with this, finally.
Look at that. How about that?
Plastic
Plastic
cell.
cell.
I've never actually seen this in real life.
You want it?
No.
Come on, you take it.
No. He'll send me. He'll send me.
All right,
He'll
fine,
send
fine.
me one. This is dope. I like the beauty of it. The
Isn't it nice?
artistry. It is. Well, you got everything right.
By the
Beautiful.
way, shout out.
Oh no! Wait, twice?
You asked. You asked, right?
I just said I demanded what I liked.
It's one. I was gonna say it's one of the iconic celebrations. Although you topped that one not that long ago. That's a great one.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Thank you for coming in, Izzy. Good to
Thank
have you. Man, there's so
Told
much
you.
to talk to you about.
Man, life.
Life.
Life is lifing right now.
How are you? Are you like on cloud nine? I saw on your Instagram you were like a little bit emotional even.
So me, again, you study documentary. I wear my heart on my sleeve, literally. It's my first tattoo, heart on my sleeve. But yeah, you know when you get like, someone plays a prank on you with a Coke bottle, they shake it?
Yeah, yeah.
And as soon as I went upstairs in the hotel, before everyone left for the premiere, I could feel myself just boom, see my mom in her beautiful gown, my dad in a suit, my family, all my loved ones. I could feel it. I was like, oh, I'm about to cry. So I was like, I'll be fine. And then I'm in the car on the way to the premiere, and I can feel it. And then what did I play? Flights Booked from the CLB album. Oh no, from Honestly, whichever album it was. And then
Shout out to Drizzy.
Drizzy the dog. Yeah. And then a few tears came out. And then that's kind of like just let the pressure off. And once you let that go, I'm like, okay, fine, it's cool. Because again, if you don't express it then, it'll come out somewhere else, whether, in the worst way. But yeah, I didn't want to be on the red carpet like sobbing, so I just let it out in the car, and I was like, all right, cool, we're good.
Yo, it was so good. First of all, congratulations to you, to Zoe, to the whole team.
Thank you.
As I was saying before you came in, I don't know if you heard.
I listened to the whole thing.
Love documentaries. That's my thing. I worked in the documentary department at HBO, my first job out of college. That was my thing, HBO Sports. The way it was shot is not like your typical documentary. It's like a movie.
Yeah.
That opening scene, I don't want to give away too much, but like, I love Wes Anderson. And it kind of reminded me of, Wes Anderson, Royal Tenenbaums?
Yep.
It reminded me of that. I'm like, what is this? Is he acting right now? But it's not acting. It is so well done. And I'm not trying to put down, I'm not trying to put down any MMA doc when I say this. I always thought that The Smashing Machine was the gold standard. That's the Mark Kerr documentary from like 2001.
Yeah.
I think this might be number one now.
I think it is.
It's incredible.
It's not even like, even if I was not the protagonist of this movie, I feel like I would watch this and I would recommend this, and not to be sexist, but to young men and just men in general. And again, you said, shout out to Jackie, beautiful to meet her last night.
Appreciate it, thank you.
She even resonated with it.
Yeah.
Anyone who's not even a fan of MMA or not even a fan of me, you can get something from this, because myself and Eugene as well, I'm so proud of him for being honest and open and raw. My parents, being expressive as they were, my brother, and Zoe, the way she shot it, she didn't want it to just be, like a regular MMA documentary or a regular fight or boxing documentary. You wanted it to, like, your average Joe or soccer mom could watch this and get something from it. And I feel like it did that.
And what's amazing is she kind of started around the first Robert fight, right?
Yeah.
Because you're in the bus.
When they came. That's when they started filming. But shout out to Jeff St. Lair.
Yeah, there's some footage before. What's happening, Jeff?
My Jane Goodall.
What's crazy though is like that takes a lot of foresight. Like I was talking about with Ash, you didn't feel any extra pressure here. Like I need to.
Even before Ash, I knew I was gonna do this.
You knew.
I knew, but then when I met Ash, we became friends, and then he believed in me, so he put the idea out there. I was like, yeah, I've been thinking about it forever, and I know I'm gonna put, bits of my life on screen, and yeah, now it's happened. But foresight in the sense of like, it could go, which sometimes it does. Last time I was out here at MSG,
yes,
I thought I was gonna get revenge, and I didn't, and that's life. But it's all part of the story. Like I said, life is about the stories we tell ourselves, or the stories we tell to the world, and it's a beautiful one so far, and we're still writing.
When do you decide to like put a pin in the doc, right? Because this thing, it's been like 4 or 5 years. So how do you decide like this is when it's going to end?
How did I just? No, this one was, I think the production company that did it had to, have an ending. So we did it at the end of the second Robert fight. Second Robert fight, we'll put the pin in it. But then now this last fight just happened, so you kind of had to, what happened.
Sure.
There's more to, I'm not even done. Still going.
Might do another one.
I mean, I will.
Okay.
I'll do another one. I want to do something like The Last Dance, but I'll probably do it after my career's over. So, yeah, like a docuseries, and yeah, we're still writing the story.
One thing that I was fascinated about, as someone who knows you, but also as a parent, what is it like when you're in there talking about your parents, sitting next to your parents, and it's not just you, like in the doc, you say some stuff about your parents. Yeah. Again, not going to give away too much, but
even Eugene, and he's right there.
Yes, those two things are like, it's a little bit. You're like looking, everyone's like super quiet when this happens, because it's not like you guys are watching this in your living room. There's like a couple hundred people in the room as well, Is that awkward for you or is it awkward for them?
Nah, it's we've talked about this in real life, and also this is old news. You know, this is like stuff that we've already discussed, and we've openly
Old news to
everyone
yourselves.
else. Oh, to us, yes,
Yeah,
us,
but not to us.
You guys are like, whoa, shit.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Are they all right? It's like, nah. I'm literally there with my mom right next to me, my dad right there, and I got my arm around my mom, and we're just talking. You know, we're just enjoying the movie, and we're gonna laugh about it now. Yeah.
Was that their first time seeing it?
No, they already seen a rough cut about 6 months ago.
Okay.
This was the final where everything's polished and the proper footage from the UFC is in there and it's not like pixelated. You know, we had so shout out to them and shout out to Hunter as well for making that happen.
Nice photo over there of you guys.
Beautiful. My creators, my gods.
Look at that. Could we go back to the previous one though, because that
You know they're over 60?
They look fantastic.
They're beautiful.
By the way, I met your sister as well.
Yeah, both of them. They're
Yeah.
awesome. Yeah.
It was only one there, or did I only
Both
meet-
of them were there.
they
You
were
probably met, I think, either Deb or Bolu.
The one that you were running with was the same
Oh,
one.
yeah, Deb. Yeah,
Yeah,
shout out to
yeah.
Deb.
She's got a great energy. She's
yeah,
like
she is.
a ball of fire.
She is. I know, but I know I'm the. I'll put it this way: I raise the family standards.
Okay.
Of my siblings.
I mean, I know David. Shout out to David. No, but the poster is fantastic. We just showed. Look at this.
It's beautiful. It's very beautiful. I like
What does
it.
this signify?
Art's expressive. It's subjective, and this. I remember where we shot this. It was in a hotel in Auckland, and this is Zoe's idea. I'm pretty sure, but it's just look at this guy, a warrior in a garden.
Love it.
I just came up with that. I didn't make that up. It's literally just how I feel. It's a warrior in a garden, just chilling, serenity, zen, beautiful flowers around him. But you never know. Underneath the surface, he can do some things.
Absolutely. Was there ever a point where you were like, "We're not filming this"? Did you ever put your foot down with anything? It seems like they got great act.
Yeah. Certain things I was like, yes, I did actually.
You did.
I won't bring this up, but
Okay, you could if you want. All right, fine, no problem. It's
I
all
was
good.
just twitching again.
Yeah.
But my brother Jeff, being around, look, he's just like a fly on the wall. I didn't even realize he's filming, so he gets the best out of me. He gets the best out of me because he knows. Like he sees a lot, you know, just being a fly on the wall. So he knows a lot about what I need to get going, or when to film me or when not to film me, and he knows when to catch things silently. Like, I don't want to say it in the movie, but you know that scene where in the car?
Yes.
I had no idea they were filming.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's why it was really raw, and I was just like, yeah. I don't want to say too much. No spoilers.
No, I get it. I get it. I just want to ask you though, like, I can't watch anything that I do. Can't watch it. Like, I can never go. Is it hard to you to watch yourself like that?
Used to be, but I've accepted this is my life. This is just how it is. So again, I had to get used to it. I think China helped. When I moved to China for 10 months, I fought 24 times there. But China was like a crash course in being an athlete or being a superstar athlete. Even just walking out on the streets, like in the rural parts of China, I went to so many different cities and towns that I don't even know the names of. I'd literally be sometimes I'll land there, be in the hotel, go to the weigh-ins, back to the hotel, go to the fight, back to the hotel, and then back to the airport. And I'd have to I have the reigning record of playing, staring contests with old people in China. Because literally they'll be like, it look like they found Bigfoot or something. So being in China and then people after the fights mobbing you, saying what's up, cameras in your face, got me used to this life. So it was a crash course in being a superstar.
Okay. So you're comfortable with it. Even if there's raw, like there's nothing that made you a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah, there was. A lot. Like, but again, this is my life. Even there's certain bits like I don't want to give it away, but in the caravan, those bits. Yeah. That's
Love
shout out
that
to Janet as well. Shout out to Janet.
What a legend.
And also even like me dancing in there, it's like little artistic breaks in the film. But like I said, it's just like it's raw, it's expressive, it's something like different scenes, it's beautiful, but like, and people might not get it, but that's me. And that's me bearing my soul to the world. So I'm just like, boom, here I am.
Yeah.
And I've already fortified myself to the point that when this comes out to the world publicly and all the critics, you know, they're gonna love it. But you know, there's always gonna be haters no matter what you do. It's gonna be like ching, 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 because I've been ready for this.
And by the way, speaking of that, because people have asked me, how can they watch this? I know it's going to be here in New York for a couple of days, but like to the wider world, what is the plan there? Do you know what the plan is?
I think from what I know, there was a few people there. Some people from Netflix, Paramount.
So they bid on it? Is that how it works?
I think so. I think so. But I talked to a guy, Andrew, from Netflix yesterday, and I know for me, that's like the standard, if you will. They're the most popular one in the streaming wars right now. And I know different countries has different shows and whatnot, but I don't mind Disney Plus, Hulu, Prime, Neon, Amazon, Netflix, whoever wants to put it out there. It's not even about money for me. It's more about just getting this out there. I feel like people need to see this. Like, especially, I say young men. And I'm not trying to fucking, what do you call it, like, preach like, oh, you need to be like me. I'm just saying like, nah, you need to watch this and understand that you can be a warrior in a garden and, you know, still be able to, like, you know what I mean, be a lamb and a lion.
Yeah. So, you know, I was just talking about this with Ash. It's so interesting looking at you right now and seeing you yesterday, and you're on cloud nine, it seems, from the outside. You've got all this stuff going for you.
Yeah.
I will never forget, we were talking about it a couple weeks on the show. You came in on the Monday after the Alex fight, MSG, which still blows me away, right? After a loss of that magnitude for you, as someone who's been booking this show for a long damn time, people aren't coming in after title losses. But you did, and it says a lot about you. And we walked out here, we left the studio, you said goodbye, your brother was there, Tim was there. And then you walked, and I was looking at you, and you limped, and it was like the first time I saw you limp a little bit.
Really?
You were limping, and I didn't notice the limp in, and I don't know if you
from
let
the leg, Oh yeah, that's from my leg. Yeah, it was hurt.
And I was watching you, and I was like, "Fuck, man, this game is so like." A week ago, you were in studio, you were the champ. And now, I don't want to say like I felt sad for you, but like I felt, it was just like it was a little bit sad.
It is. Yeah, it is.
We walked off limping without the belt.
It's like a lion going like into the sunset, just
yes.
Yeah.
And then 2 days later, we're about to have Ash in studio, and I'm live on the air.
Oh yeah.
And the JFK thing happens, and initially I don't really know, but I hear like arrest, and I'm like, is this when?
What did he do? Finally, they got him.
I was like, is it all coming crashing down for this guy who was on top of the world literally 4 days ago?
It's crazy how life happens. Like, lose the belt, go to the airport, get arrested. First thing I did, shout out to the officers as well at the airport. They were all cool, apart from this one bitch. She was the one that was kind of like, and he's like, they were embarrassed because they were like, this is stupid. And I was just, they knew. They were like, it's the law. And then, but she was like, no, it's protocol. And you could see she was kind of enjoying it, but they're like, we have to put you in cuffs. They even looked at her like, really? And she's like, and they put me in cuffs, but still got a cool photo out of it.
Yeah.
And then first thing I did when I got into the cell was meditate for about 15 minutes. Because again,
they put you in the cell?
Yeah. It's just
how
protocol,
long?
but about 45 minutes. But they were all like, what the fuck? What are you doing here?
They all recognized you?
Yeah, of course. And they were like, people started covering them like, oh shit, hey Israel. And they're like, what happened? Oh, we'll get you out of here as soon as possible. And they were like, to make this happen. But yeah, I mean, that's life. And I like these experiences, whether good or bad, it all happens for my benefit, in my favor.
You didn't have a moment there where you're like, holy fuck. Like,
it's funny, in the cell, yeah. So the first thing I did, because again, I usually sit in the cell, and it's just, you see people graffiti on the wall, all that kind of stuff. And I remember just thinking like, wow, okay, this is crazy. Like, I was just fighting in Madison Square Garden literally a few days ago, and now I'm in the cell in the airport. So I was like, right, sit there, and I just meditated, just to center myself again. And then from there, I was right, cool, what are we gonna do? And
it was brass knuckles, right?
Yeah.
Was it from the guy? Was it the guy who you rented the house from?
No.
It wasn't.
He gave me a samurai sword, which was on my dining table.
Was that in your bag too?
Nah, imagine that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
That can't fit in my check-in.
Okay.
But how did I bring that back? How did I bring that back? I mailed it back.
Okay.
I mailed that one back.
So that was just from a fan.
Yeah.
Fuck.
And this is why now I don't take gifts from fans, because also some people might be weird. They might put some juju or some weird things, you know? But yeah, shout out to fans, they're cool. And I think once they started to see I was taking gifts, guys would bring like, some guy brought like an old sweatshirt. At one point I was just like, bro, this is Nike, I'm Puma. I just gave it back to him as an excuse. But yeah, it is what it is. It was a cool experience regardless. It's just part of life stories now. I can say I got arrested and put in cuffs.
Was that the only time you've ever been arrested?
Actually, no. 2010, I had a fight. It was me versus 4 dudes in Burger King on Queen Street in Auckland. But he was harassing my friend's girlfriend, and I just turned around and I was like, and I handled him. And then me and his friends, I handled them. And they put me in cuffs, right? Never throw a kick in a street fight, because then I slipped and I got up and I fucked the other dude up. But then when the cops came, put me in cuffs. And as it was walking me, I saw this guy with knuckle dusters actually try to hit me. And I stopped and I was telling the officer, I didn't start this. And I stopped and went, whoop, and he swung and missed. And I looked at the officer and I was like, I told you. And that's why I don't have a criminal record, because they looked at the footage and realized I was just defending myself and I was defending my friend and his partner because of some idiots. But yeah, that's the only time I'm being arrested in America. And knock on wood, it's the last time I'll be arrested in America or anywhere in the world.
And so when you get back home, you've talked about the...
Calm down.
Yeah, the UFC debut. There you're on a high and you crash. Now you lose and you lose your belt. What is that crash like?
I didn't crash.
You didn't crash?
Nah, because I'm just surrounded by love. I was just surrounded by love. And I feel like, I felt this way recently as well, watching someone, Kai. So I was pissed off. I was really pissed off. I didn't express it too much on camera. I just walked off because I was, oh man. And you know what's funny? You can go back and look at this. When they, they have the judges at the bottom left corner. Yeah. I remember when I saw, because I was watching the fight, and I just saw, what's his name? Chris at the bottom. No, Chris at the bottom. He was at the bottom. I didn't even see D'Amato, but I saw at the bottom, I was just like a note in my head was like, fuck, it doesn't matter. Kai's gonna fuck this dude up. He's gonna finish him. So we wouldn't need him. But I remember he was at the bottom. And then when the decision was about to be announced, I was just like, please don't do this to my boy. Look, after, maybe not every fight, but after a decision like this, I demand, hold up.
Put him on screen. Put him on screen. We're showing you from your Freestyle Bender account. There he is.
I need, the judges need to be held accountable, because Kai's got a baby on the way. He's a father to a beautiful boy. He's got his beautiful wife. Right now, I think he's in Tahiti with Henry. Luya de Cartier, my people. But they need to be held accountable, these judges, because they're taking the livelihood of great men, or and just, I won't say ruining their legacies, but just like, come on, man, 100K, that's a lot for a guy who's got a baby on the way. And, they need that. That's food on the table, but they need to be held accountable. Put them at the post-fight press conference. They need to be held accountable and explain, why was this the decision you made? You see, one of the scores was like, he gave 4 rounds to Homeboy. How do you come up with that? Even at worst, 3-2. You might give Homeboy the second round. At worst, he took the 3rd round, but he got fucked up. And even the round 4, I think these nuts gave it to fucking Homeboy. I'm like, but you need to put them on the post-fight press conference, sit down and let them explain themselves. They need to explain them. No, but
yo, I called up. I don't know if you saw from last week. I called up Jeff Mullen of Nevada. I called up Mike Mazzulli of the ABC and the Mohegan Tribe Commission. Yeah. And I called Andy Foster of California. Yeah. And I think they're the 3 most influential commissioners in the game. Yeah. Andy, to his credit of California, who I think is the gold standard, said, you can talk to any one of my guys after a fight. But that's California. Yeah. Jeff Mullen was not willing to let me talk to anyone. I specifically said, can I speak to Chris? Can I ask him
being protected.
Why are they being protected? And then Mike says, I'll put it on the agenda for the next ABC commission, but he's like, look, I need to protect these guys. They don't make that much, this and that. I'm like, yo, just because they don't make that much, it doesn't mean, like, you are in the most powerful chair in the game, right? It's the 3 of you, and you're affecting people's lives. Everyone has to answer these questions.
Facts.
To be honest, I don't even care about Dana's thoughts on the scorecards. It's not his problem. Yeah. He's not the one the one dude who actually has a say in the matter gets off scot-free. That doesn't make any sense.
Blows my mind.
In no other sport does this happen. Even in the NBA, when there's a controversial call, they send one reporter. Really? So what they do is they pool reporter. And this is what I offered to him. I said, a pool reporter, right? So you pick one media member every event. You don't want all of us to pepper you, fine. But let's say you say like Oscar Willis, all right? Oscar Willis is going to go to the back after this event at T-Mobile, and he's going to talk to the judges. And then he's going to type it up, and then he disseminates it. And then he says, all right, why did you score round 4 that way? And at least we have an explanation. Yeah, I just as opposed to us sitting. Yes.
Yeah, I want to know, how did you come up with this in round 4 when Kai dominated the guy? How did you decide?
Just let us know.
I'm going to give it to Homeboy. How? I want an explanation. So that way, even if you somehow miraculously explain it and it makes sense, we'll be like, okay, now we know how you came to that realization. But then, again, if this happens, what's gonna do is gonna change the way people judge fights. It's gonna make sure they're actually watching the fight.
Accountability.
Knowing it, being held accountable. And some of them don't even train. They don't even train. It's like, what the fuck? How are you gonna, and they're from boxing, a lot of them as well.
the old
so this
guy.
kind of grandfathered in. Look,
Open scoring.
change is, verdict. I think verdict is the way to go.
You like verdict?
I like verdict because I don't think.
But that's fans.
Yeah, but they haven't gotten it wrong yet.
Yeah, I
don't
know.
think so.
I mean,
I don't-
it's the masses. But what about open scoring?
Open scoring as the round by round, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's not a bad idea because at least even the fighter can see
Yes.
or know what's
Imagine
happening.
Kai found out
Yeah.
after the 4th round,
Bruh.
right? At least then he's doing a little more in the 5th, trying to go for the. He has to.
But even the fact that that has to happen, how can someone score that round for a homeboy? And it's just like, if that was happening, I was in a fight and that happened to me. Look, if I've never had a fight where it's like, 95% of people thought I lost that fight. If it was me, as a man, maybe not as I'm being interviewed, maybe at the post-fight press conference, I'd be like, look, I know I can beat this guy. I know in my heart I can beat this guy. But tonight, I didn't beat this guy. He won the fight, and I feel like the judges got it wrong. I feel like if I did that my stock would go up. People would respect me because I was honest about it. But no one's gonna do that. They're gonna find a way to try and justify their win. But still, it irks me, it's annoying, and it's sad. It's just sad because, again, these is livelihoods of great men. And because I know him as my boy, he's my brother, I love him. So it's like, you're fucking up his legacy. But seeing him be okay, it was kind of like what happened after my fight with, you, Andrew, my family. Everyone's seeing like, oh, he's fine. Okay, cool. Because I sent Kai a video right after, like before he even walked out the cage or as he walked out the cage, I was just like, look, brother, you won that fight, da-da-da-da. I sent him so much love. He sent me one an hour later. And then I saw him with Jordy, Andre, and Eugene at dinner, and then went to some after party. And seeing him okay made me feel okay. I was kind of like, okay, he's fine. But it just pissed me off because, again, great man, great guy, about to be another like a father again, and it's like you're taking food off his table, and you also, again, that's another road to the title he was on. So now he has not start from square one, but like a little step back. I feel like his stock still went up because the world knows he won that fight.
Back to Miami, if we can.
Let's go.
I
love Miami, and Miami loves
It's
me.
a tremendous place.
Yes,
I mean, Messi's coming. I mean, it's on fire.
Yeah.
Eugene was telling me on the Wednesday after the fight that, like, at one point he had to kind of whisper to you to calm down.
Oh yeah, that was at the cage.
Yeah. What was?
Yo, I haven't seen this yet.
This is from Ash. Oh, look at that.
I haven't seen this. I've seen it, but I haven't seen it like in real life yet.
Oh, you know what's funny? I was just about to, that's crazy. You just brought that out because I was just about to ask you about the necklace.
Yeah.
So you're rocking the necklace. You're coming out.
Oh, you mean the collar?
Or the collar, excuse me.
Yeah.
How are you feeling? Can you describe how you are feeling to the point where he has to tell you, your guy has to tell you,
Calm down.
Yeah.
What was this? I think Eugene, he knows me. He just has to like the leash is on, the collar's on, so he has to like, hey. So you see me, I dap everyone up, and he just grabs my shoulder. Calm down, or like he said just to chill, and I was just like, bro, I got it. He just knows I'm fired up. And even normally, I never even like acknowledge my family when I go to the cage. This time, I felt so much energy from this side. I turn and I see Ash, I see my family. I go there, I just tap. I can't stay there too long because then it'll be overwhelming, and I'll probably just
start
cry. But I'm a human being, so I just go there, it's like boom, 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 and I see my dad. I'm just like, yeah, and I get charged up, and even he's just like, oh shit, he's never done that before. But love, man, love is the fucking ultimate force in the universe. So I felt so much energy, so much love from this side. I had to tap in and then tap out. But Eugene just has to like, hey, you good? And I'm like, good. But what I love is when I get into the cage. I remember stepping to the cage, and I was just like, bro. This is the fucking greatest thing in the world, man. Being a fighter, like doing what we do, is the fucking greatest thing. The walkout, remember when I was, it's my fucking house, let's go. Don't know where that came from. Came from here. And I get in the cage, I'm just like, yeah. And then I was like, I think I said, it feels good in here. I just felt good. I was like, it feels familiar. It's almost like deja vu, because we've done this so many times, but it feels good in here. And he goes, hey, you're a mastermind.
Yeah.
And I was just like, yeah, it's so good, because he never say shit like that. So when he says it, it means so much more. And he's being honest. He's being honest about it. So yeah, that was one of those moments. It just felt good in there, and I felt like, yeah, it's time to go.
Can you verbalize what it feels like when you drop him?
It felt like nothing. I know the punch hit, but it wasn't really about the punch. It was more when I bounced off the cage, because I was right there, and I baited him. I was like, cool. If Moses can't go to the mountain will come to Moses. And he hurt my leg. I admitted it at the post-fight press conference, and anyone watched it, and actually I was like, yeah, he hurt my leg. But then I switched, threw a body kick, he threw a right to the body, I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna bait him because he knows he's hurt me, and I know he's hurt me. So I'm just gonna bait him. And already twice before, I used the shell to try and bait him, and he caught me the first one. The second one, I missed with the hook in the right hand. So I was like, right, get close, and I'm rolling. He only got the body shot, but then when I get here, boom, pop, boom. That felt like nothing.
Wow.
Well, what was cool was when I bounced off the cage. I remember the speed. Boom. I felt like a vortex. Like I just went whoop, boom, and then past his legs, and then from the heavens, I put it in his throat, and yeah. Oh, that was really gay, but it's okay.
No. Maybe one of the most gratifying moments of your career, considering the whole backstory.
Definitely. We still got more to go, but definitely. Look, I've already said this. I was like, if we fight another 10 times and he beats me all 10 times, I don't care. It's not about that. I just had to prove to myself that I can beat this guy. Because every time I fought him, first time I won that fight, judges got it wrong. Second time I was beating him, then he got me. Third time, again, MSG, I was beating him, then he got me. And I'm like, same with Eugene, we know we can beat this guy. But he just has that spirit. He's a great fighter. He's honestly, he's a cool guy. I like his story. And even in Brazil, when he knocked me, I was like, that's a cool story for him. It's a really cool story for him. But I just knew I could beat this guy. So I just had to put it on myself. I put so much pressure on myself that last camp. I went to some place. Even David, my brother, seen me when I hurt my leg. He saw me. You were there when we leaving the house when after I hurt my leg.
Oh, in training.
Yeah, and then like I'm on the couch, and then David said goodbye, and he said I had my hoodie up, and I was just like, and then he started to like well up, and then he went home. He was stressed out because he saw what really happened. I really had to go to some dark places, and I did that for myself. I went in my hole, and I just did my thing, and I had to do that because I knew this is my shot, and I put that pressure on myself because I was like, I'm never gonna let my story be written like this. Be like, oh, he's the greatest ever, but he could never beat that guy, you know? So I made sure I put it on myself to beat this guy, and I did.
Were you close to pulling out?
No, it was too close to the fight. I was like, nah. So we did some things. I think, did we do cortisol or something? I can't remember now. But like, yeah, not pulling out, no. But it was that bad. It was really bad though.
And how's it now?
Oh, we're good. Gravy now. Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah, I heal really fast. I got that fucking healing factor like Deadpool.
The celebration, which is obviously much talked about, but like,
It's cold, man.
do you really think of that on the spot, or did you?
I had a few. There was
How do you even think of that in a
the
moment?
shower, bro. I'm not thinking of it in the moment. Like in the shower, when I visualize things to the point where I can feel it. I can really like, if you use the brain, the mind is so powerful. The imagination is so powerful. So when I visualize things, I can feel it. I can smell it. That's why you see that scene in the hotel, in the movie when I was in the hotel, I want a shower that I can do laps in.
Yeah.
So that way I can move around and do things. Because when you it's a matrix. That's like the white space in the matrix in the movie? That's what the shower is to me. I can create whatever I want to. And you have the purest element, water runneth over you. And you can just go anywhere you want to. So I had a few celebrations or like few things, not like I'm planning it, but as I visualize, it becomes actualized, you know? So that's why when it happened, it was like, even he caught a cool photo where I was just like, backstage. Cause I was like, when I drop him, I'm just gonna fucking put it in his chest.
Oh, this is pre-fight.
Yeah, you got that photo. Yeah, when I put the arrows in him. But yeah, so I got up straight away and I just and I didn't even mean to do 3.
That's
it
the
just
crazy
happened.
part.
And also my dance background as a dancer, character in Crump is like, you can play different characters, you know? And for me, I just became, I took his whole shit.
It was incredible.
Like now bow and arrow is synonymous with me.
And then you do the call back to the sun.
Yeah.
When do you notice the sun is in the arena?
When you walk out, that's why I said this is the coolest job in the world, because as you're walking out, you're so hyper aware. You see everything. I can see all the way in the rafters, like in the nosebleeds. I can see everything. It's like just hyper aware, hypersensitive to everything. So as I walk in, I don't make eye contact with anyone or anything. I knew where everyone was. Mike, Trump, his family, my family. I knew where his sons were. I knew where they were straight away. So I think I went to Eugene, talked to Eugene first, but now I was just like, right, where is he? And look, it's no beef. I wasn't like for the last 6 years like, fuck, I'm gonna get this kid. My bad.
No problem.
Sorry, Izzy.
Yeah.
But I wasn't like that, but it was just like, yeah, I just knew I'm gonna get him. Because when it happened, like I said, look, if my son did that to someone I just knocked out, I'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? Apologize to that, man. I'll make sure, because I didn't raise you that way. And then when he's in the car making fun of or light of it with his son and they're talking shit, it's like, whatever. So I was like, okay, cool, bet. that'll keep. I just noted that. So, look, it's not too personal, but at the same time, it's just business.
One of the great post-fight interviews of all time. Holy smokes. That came from the shower too? Fucking hell.
It's not like I knew what I was going to say, like word for word. All I knew when I was in the shower, when I visualized winning, I was so happy. I was so happy. I was so happy that I was just like, man, this is a week before the fight. I'm in the shower at the house we was at, but I remember just feeling so happy. I was like, I just wish everyone could feel this, how happy I am right now. That's all I wanted to say. So the rest as well, player one, just the vessel, just came out. And then when I play it back, I feel like a rapper. I'm like, and that's why even fucking the Munchkin was like, oh, nah, we all have these recited, da-da-da. I was like, you might do that, but you ain't a freestyler like me. It's different.
Wait, which Munchkin?
You know the one.
Which one? Fucking
Cejudo. He was saying that. Yeah.
He was saying that?
Yeah, something like, even when you see his reaction, I like it. He's great. I appreciate his skills, and I think he's a great fighter, but he just has to appreciate greatness as well on this side.
He was hating?
Big time. Everyone's seen it. You go on his fucking Instagram, you go on his YouTube, because I take receipts, and I'm just like, why are you not appreciating the greatness? And I met him in Melbourne. We had fun. It was cool. We was partying, so I thought he was a cool guy. Then he started going to Alex, and it doesn't matter. Shout out to him. He's cool.
Yeah.
I know he's probably sad about his last fight, but it's whatever.
But by the way, speaking of the celebration, like you brought Chuck and Tito together.
That was magic. It just happened on stage.
Do you have moments there where you're like, how the hell?
That's why, look, and Chuck's on Alex's side, you know?
Yeah, that's right, with Glover, yeah.
Yeah, with the pit and whatnot, but it doesn't matter. A legend's a legend to me, and Chuck is one of those dudes that brought the game to where it is today. When he was in his heyday, doing his thing, bruh, and then having Tito there as well, and then having both of them on stage partying with us.
That's crazy.
Waving. It's
Those
just
dudes
movies.
are like
It's movie.
mortal enemies.
No, but it's movie shit, isn't it? It's life.
Yes.
It's fucking crazy, man.
Is it true you didn't take a shower for 4 days?
That's a lie.
That's a lie, because you said...
But I think I took a shower not right after. I went to the after party Sunday morning, like 2 a.m., we got to the club. Then Sunday night, went to Tootsie's, upstairs getting shoulder rubs, you know, the vibes.
Is that a dessert place?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah,
Tootsie Rolls or something crazy. Yeah.
Sundays.
Yeah. But then, so that was 2 nights. So then Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I just stayed in my room. And I went out maybe once a day outside. I'd smoke a joint and I'd leave the door open just because I could still vibe with everyone. They can come to my room or whatever, but I was just in my bed because I just needed to like center myself. But yeah, I did have a shower on Monday, not 3 days after.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that. But
Thank you.
You like, I don't know how you come down from that. Meaning,
So I didn't for a while. David told me, I think 2 weeks after he finally had his like crack. I've heard this is a postpartum blues, weddings, people who get married, holidays, people have it. So yeah, but when you do what we do for a job, it's crazy, man. You're up here and it's just so much stimulus, so much attention, everyone also taking your energy. So for me, I had to replenish myself. So excuse me, I didn't come down for a while until last week.
Last week?
Finally. So it's like, so I'm up here right after the fight, boom, I'm up here, I'm floating, I'm up, I'm just, life is lifing. Then I just slowly, I know I have the tools to adjust to my life. First thing I did when I go back home, go to the gym, I thank my teammates, give them all hugs, say what's up, appreciate them. Right after that, I go straight to Good Dog Training out in West Auckland, and I go grab my dog Toothless. And
that's his name?
Her name's Toothless. Yeah.
Toothless, okay.
Yeah. This is Millie. Millie, he's gone RIP to my boy.
Respect.
And Toothless, she's my only one now, but then COVID made my palace slow down the build, so she has to stay with Ryan, who's at Good Dog Training, and she just gets to socialize with other dogs and, you know, learn how to be a good dog. And yeah, I grab her and I go grab some sushi, go to the park, take my shoes off. And best thing is because she don't give a fuck who Stylebender is. She's like, hey, my boy's back. So she wants to hang out. So I hung out with her for like 2 days. And then if people try to like, oh, can I take, I'm like, because, you know, everyone's excited. Yeah. So I'm okay. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate it. And they respected it. They understood. They're like, oh, he just wants to be with his dog, you know? And we just walked around, went to the beach, chilled, and just centered myself. So I have the tools to bring myself back down. So after that, then I go to Sydney for the fucking fitness expo. I'm up again. And the Melbourne, we'll come back down. And then Puerto Rico.
Oh.
And then, so instead of doing this, but after Puerto Rico, I could feel myself like, right, oh shit, I'm about to crash. And then I slowly just, maybe Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I just, same thing, just stayed in the house. didn't go anywhere. And that's just to like bring myself back to me. Cause no one teaches you how to be famous, man. It's crazy. And again, you saw some of the bits in the documentary, like when I talked about my house and people coming and knock my door. Isn't that crazy how that just
is
like,
insane.
we didn't plan that. Like that's just life.
People ringing your doorbell to
Yes.
ask for a photo, but that doesn't happen anymore, right? Because
I live in a different place where
Sure.
if you're in front of my house, you have to be there. You have permission to be there.
Right.
Because it's a
Can
gated.
you even walk alone now?
I do. I'm still outside. I'm in the streets, you know. Sometimes when I go to events or concerts or if I want to go out, maybe dinner at the club, I might have my big brother Poli or Ike or whoever with me to shadow me. But I'm still in the streets. I still walk around. People say, what's up? But I think me now, I just know how to say no and I don't care. People don't, oh, just one, bro. They don't understand. You know at the beach, if you feed one seagull, they mine, that's what it is. And I've had that happen so many times. And they think, oh, bro, just one, please, just one. And they don't think, it's not just one, because there's already like 5 people looking at you.
Right.
And when they see I take a photo with you, they'll be like, oh, can I get one too? And then I have to say yes to everyone. So now I just say, I'm okay, thank you. Oh, bro, can I get a, and also, it's the entitlement. If it's manners and respect, shout out to this kid Huey at the fights.
I saw him.
Teofimo. He was really
with the
polite.
watch?
Nigga had a fucking
Yeah.
whole Richard Mille on him. I was like, oh shit. Man want to flex on me. But yeah, manners and respect, it will get you a long way. And even with manners and respect, if I still say no, it's my body, my choice. I can say no and that's okay. Back in the day, I'll try and explain why I'm saying no. But now I'm just like, I'm okay, thank you. And it's not like a no, fuck off. It's just like, I'm in a rush or I might just not be in the mood. I might have just woken up. I might look raggedy. Some of my Uber drivers sometimes, Uber Eats. Fuck,
Yeah.
Uber Eats is the devil, man. But like, they'll come over, it's because I spend so much on it. But like, they'll come over and then like, oh, and then, can I get a photo? I'm like, bro, I'm in a fucking, look at me. Do I look ready for a photo right now? But I'll be like, brother, I'm okay, thank you though. I really appreciate it. But if I take a photo with them, I'll take a photo. If I have the time, if I have the patience, if I feel like it, I will. But again, it's my choice. And oh, but we support you, we're fans. Yeah, but you're fickle. I love you, but at the same time, meh.
And so after the fight, I spoke to Eugene, and he was like hinting at 10 weeks, we come back.
Yeah.
And I think I was like, oh, Vancouver needs a main event. And then I was looking at the landscape, and it was right there. You versus DDP, it was right there.
I try to make it happen. I talked to Dana. I was trying to make it happen actually in July.
For July 8th?
Yeah, maybe not then, like late July, I think.
For Utah?
Oh yeah, somewhere. But I was just saying, I want to do it in the Death Star, because it would have been big. I just felt like it's. I don't want to recycle. I want new
So
heads.
could we talk about the DDP thing for a
Of course,
moment?
yeah.
Okay, so, because I got some shit for this.
What?
I think that fight makes a lot of sense. And there's a story there.
Yeah.
I personally, this is me, I didn't love some of the things that were being said by him and his team. And so I had,
What did they say?
you know, who will find out who the real African is and all that stuff.
Okay, I'll say this again. I never questioned his ethnicity. I never said he's not African, even though colonization, we don't want to go over there and all that stuff.
Yeah,
He is an African because he was born
Of
in South
course.
Africa. And I never questioned that. But the fact that he was being a dickhead and, oh, we do be who the real African is, you know, I breathe African air, all that kind of stuff. I'm like, how the fuck are you going to question me, Francis, and Kamaru's blackness, our Africanness? Like, who the fuck are you? So I had to put that out there and just, I want to educate him.
So he said it first.
I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah,
You ever heard of Ancestry in Me?
of course.
If you do Ancestry in Me on me, I know where the fuck I'm from. If you do it on him, he'll find out where the fuck he's from. And I'll tell you, it wouldn't say South Africa. I'll tell you that it wouldn't say South Africa if you do Ancestry in Me or whatever thing, because it'll tell you where the fuck he's from and he'll know his real heritage. I know who the fuck I am, and I stand on that. No matter where in the world I am, you can take the boy out of Africa, but you can never take Africa out of the man. So I know that, and I never questioned him as an African. So who the fuck is he to question me as an African? I'm gonna manifest him winning this fight in the first round, and when he does, I'm gonna be right there in the cage so he can turn around in September. No bullshit, no, I'm hurt, this and that. Nope, we're gonna fight in Sydney in September. If it's Rob, it's Rob, whatever. But I already got a plan for Rob if it's Rob. But I really, 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 wallahi, Allahun, hope it's DDP, because I will show him who the fuck I am.
There's a different type of energy that comes out of you when you talk about him. I saw the
shit.
video.
I just felt it now.
Yeah, well, I saw the video with your brother, and you know, you were calling him some names too, and then people are like,
cracker.
yeah, which,
And what?
listen, I'm not going to get into all of that.
Nah, but it's funny. I don't care.
But
I'll call him a nigga too. He's a bitch.
So my thing was, why didn't they just book that fight? It's right there.
Talk to Dana. You got his number.
Let me just DM him real quick. I don't know. He hasn't responded in like 7 years.
Really? No way. Why?
No, it's just one of those things.
you
Look at
do?
you. Look at you sniffing. Look at you trying to get those
I got the
clickbait.
nostrils, man. Look at me.
But do you understand why? It's like right there. And
man, it
you're
is
putting him
what it
against
is.
a real tough guy who could very well beat him.
Yeah, it is what it is. But, you know, the UFC sometimes, they have their own plans, and it's okay. But it's going to happen. I'm going to make it happen, regardless. And funny enough, we've trained together before.
You sparred.
Yeah.
How'd it go?
Yeah, I whooped his ass. He just wrestle-fucked me in the first round. And
How long ago?
Years ago. I was in China. I went to Thailand for like a little. You have to leave China for I think a week to renew your visa or whatever. So I went to Thailand for a little while, and then I think he's a twin. I'm pretty sure he's a twin. He was nice. He was a cool kid. So yeah, even in the UFC, when he came to the UFC, I was actually supportive. I was like, oh, another African in the UFC. Yes, I swear you can find this online on my YouTube, I'm sure. I was like, oh, another African in the UFC. This is cool. So the fact that he came out on the thing and started to like be braggadocious and question me, I was like, who the fuck is this cunt? So yeah, but wallahi, when that happens, man, I don't torture him.
It's personal.
Yeah, not really like personal, like
It feels
I don't give a fuck
personal
who
when
he
you
is.
talk about him like
Yeah,
this.
no, it's more about history. It's more about my people. It's more about who the fuck do you think you are? Have you done your research on how the fuck you got to Africa? Do you know who the fuck you are? I don't think he knows who the fuck he is, but I'll remind him who the fuck he is.
So are you 100% fighting on that Sydney card?
90%. But again, the UFC is the UFC. Sometimes they got their own plans, but it's okay. We can talk, and I have a good relationship with them, so yeah, we're cool.
Well, what worries me about that is that the fight is in July, and this is
That's
2
why I
months
said it's
later.
going to be first round. Drickers fucks him up somehow by some magic, some juju.
Yeah?
We'll make it happen, and then...
You believe he does that? To Rob?
Nah, it's a hard ask, but again, player one, you can make things happen. I'll pray on this. I'll pray on this and make it happen.
And what is your plan for Rob? You said you have a plan for Rob.
I'll tell you when it happens.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe in July if he wins. Because I have to make it interesting for myself.
Sure.
Yeah, it's just boring.
So you have like a new stipulation that you want to put on this fight? 205? What is it? Something?
Nah.
What could this stipulation be?
You're such a nosy guy.
Well, I mean, it's a natural question that I feel like if someone's watching right now, like, what could you do?
You'll see. Stay tuned.
Triple threat match?
Ooh,
Hell in a Cell.
Ah!
My
You just fucking do it.
Fuck yeah.
That was cool. That was cool.
Elimination
That was cool.
Chamber?
Yeah, fucking bring everyone in.
But how do you even get motivated for that fight?
I have my ways. I know me. I know I'm a dog who, I'm a workhorse, and I'm a dog who likes to have incentives. So I have an incentive for myself that I'll make it really, really interesting, and I'll be able to get him out of there.
Wow. Do you think he would deserve it?
He's a cool dude. I wasn't with him in Perth. We're cool. We're cordial. And I was just like, look, I respect you. And he's like, I respect you. And we had like a nice interaction. But then, obviously, when someone whoops your ass twice, trust me, I know. You wanna get it back. So it's always there. But the respect's there. I do like him. He's cool. But when it's time to fight, we're gonna fight. And last time he got off scot-free because of Eugene. Eugene pulled me back. I was
In Houston?
Yeah, I was southpaw. I was fucking him up. I dropped him in the first round. I was about to go in. The Eugene Knight in the second round just told me to chill because he wanted to stick to the game plan. Again, the first fight we fought, I didn't use the game plan, but I called an audible, and then my team's so great, we were able to just do it on the fly because it's working so cool. I was countering him with hooks, hitting him from different angles that we didn't really plan on, but it was just working. I'm a freestyler, so yeah, I was gonna freestyle in the second fight, but then Eugene was like, yeah, yo, chill, champ. So I was like, oh, fine, and then I carried him to the finish line. It's whatever.
What about Strickland?
What about him?
Like, if he wins this fight, could he...
Who's he fighting?
Fucking dude, Abus or something. Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
mean, that's...
Exactly. That's it. Who's he fighting?
Yeah, but, like, there's... I don't know. I'm trying to find fresh faces for
That's
you.
me. I do like Strickland. I'd like to give him a little 1-2 for my shoe. But
He's training with Alex. You hear that?
I heard, did Alex call him a retard or something?
I don't know about that. Did he
I saw a quote, or maybe it was a fake news, Instagram. Might have been. Whatever, train with Alex. He knocked you out anyway, so that's whatever. But Strickland, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. I think the build-up will be fun. You know, he's talking about anime porn or whatever. Yeah. And?
And why not Alex?
Pereira.
Yeah. He'd be gigantic.
I know. If he wins the belt at 205, I'll do it again. But if not, I think he's done with it. I'm done with it. It's like, everyone else wants to see it, but it's like, we're moved on. You know, it's life.
You think he beat Jan?
We talked, met him at the airport. Bro, fucking video game shit.
Who, Jan?
Alex.
No, I know. Oh, I was saying, do you think you could beat Jan? Of course
Me? Yeah.
No, not you, him. He's fighting Jan.
I think he might knock him out.
You think Alex will knock out Jan?
Might. So we talked about it at the airport. Like,
Oh,
so,
you actually talked to him about it?
Yeah. Like,
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I thought it was just the stuff that we saw. There was more.
Y'all gotta realize, don't just believe the internet. The internet will
it's
show
what you guys
what,
put out.
Yeah, exactly. But you gotta understand that things happen. Jeff was not there, so he wasn't able to capture it.
Ah, for fuck's sake.
But afterwards, when we go through the security thing, then I see him and I was like, Jan, and then limited language barrier, but we talked for about maybe a good 2 minutes or so. And I gave him some advice on how to handle Jan. Wow. And we had the same idea, like, he's gonna knock him out. But I warned him, I was like, look, just be careful because he knows your striking is really good, so he's gonna be patient with you like he was with me. What we expected him to do, he didn't do because great striker. So, excuse me. He had the same idea, but I feel like if Jan doesn't take him out, he's gonna knock him out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you think you'll ever fight him again?
If he wins the 205 belt, maybe.
But like, do you foresee it? Not like
if he wins the 205
only
belt.
But like that means you think he wins the 205 belt and then event. Like at some point before your careers are all said and done, do you think you ever fight this guy again?
If I'm gonna bet money on it, no. Yeah.
Okay.
Because 205, I've been there. It's hard. It's no easy task. But yeah, if he wins the 205 belt though, and they might give him a fast track like they did with me, and then they're gonna have a magic, crazy, fucking epic fight, you know, at 205 with me and him, then that'll be also the 5th time.
Yeah, crazy.
Isn't that wild?
And just a few more minutes here. I know you have to go to. You're going to do Schultz. Do you have
yeah, I do. Yeah, all right, yeah.
Schultz. He's not. I mean, he's
bro,
not a big deal.
come on, man. I saw you guys last night. You guys were all buddy doing nosy nosies.
He's the best. He's the best. I just do that.
You guys say what's
he's
up.
number one. I love Schultz. He's the man. He just sold out Toronto 2 nights. Shout out to him.
I love him. I love him. He's the man. Yeah, I'm gonna go do flagrant after this. So yeah.
No, it's good. You go to the A side first.
That's what he did there.
But I'm just curious. The thing with John Jones kind of annoyed me.
Which one?
Because I heard you on Impulsive.
Yeah. Oh, I thought it was a joke.
You thought it was a joke, which is fine. But then I almost feel like, okay, and then you had to come to terms with the quote, fine. And then it was just a throwaway real, recognized real that you said, right? Then every single Instagram quote thing, article, the beef has been squashed. I was like, yo, if you actually listened to the interview, you really were just kind of like, I correct me if I'm wrong, I felt like you weren't even sure what to make of it all because you're like, my whole life this guy and I have been at odds, and now all of a sudden you're going to tell me I'm his favorite fighter?
No, it's not at odds. Yeah, I've never had a conversation with this guy, ever. So how am I gonna have, what do you call it? Like I don't want to say friendship, like a buddydom with someone I've never talked to. Yeah, we've beefed. I don't like him, he doesn't like me, but we respect each other's skills. And I was a fan before even in the UFC. He was the youngest heavyweight champion or youngest UFC champion, did great things. I followed his career, then he called me out and I was like, what the fuck? What did I do to you? And then same thing, I went back at him and we went back for a little bit on Twitter, which was fun, but you know, the story's not over. Yeah.
You think that happens? I was saying a couple of weeks ago on the show that I think it would be the biggest fight in current UFC history, like the biggest fight that they can make.
I mean, Anderson Silva, GSP.
Never happened.
John Jones, Anderson Silva.
Never happened.
Exactly. Sometimes we don't always get what we want. But those fights, I felt like would have been some of the biggest fights in history. We don't always get what we want, but we get what we get. And right now, where we're at, it's another one of those ones like me and Alex is like, we're over it. I think you guys are more hard about it than we are. We're kind of just like, okay.
You and Jones?
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah, you guys, I can see you're hard right now.
I'm not. What?
Look at your nipples.
I'm just saying, like the Jackson wink.
Yeah.
You know, they used to do that.
Sure, shout out to my boy.
Yeah. I just think it would be, I mean, you're just so popular right now, both of you. He's coming off the win.
Who's he fighting next? He's fighting,
TBD, but Stipe.
Yeah. I thought that was on The Rocks or something.
Well, the thing is, it's like Dana's now trying to do the Tyson fight. But that
yeah, they've been talking about, I saw Tyson in Melbourne.
Yeah. How'd that go?
It was cool. He's a cool guy. Big energy. Motherfucker tried to roast me about my shoes when I was leaving. He's like, what are those? At the hotel lobby. I was like, they're Yeezys. I had the Yeezy slides on.
Okay.
But he's funny. He's a cool guy. Good energy. Very bubbly. Big dude. But even when we're talking shit, give him a little sneaky knee in the gut.
There you are, right over there.
Just let him know. Yeah. So right after this, and he's talking shit, and I just held him, framed, a little something. But I think, if anyone can do it, he can. He can. I even felt like jump in the cage. Look, all this shit about you got to come to boxing, you got to come to boxing. I don't know why everyone does that. Look, we even Bellew was saying, like, don't fuck around these MMA guys. Like, we all know what real fighting is. Even as a kickboxer, I wouldn't have just jumped in the UFC without learning other martial arts to learn how to counteract or beat them at their own game. So let's not be silly here. You know, in a fight, we know what would happen if, example, I fought some big-time boxer, you know? We understand in a fight. And also, like I said, Tyson, he's got good skills. The gloves are different. If he learns how to sprawl, he could do some damage.
What about our boy Big Francis? What has happened to Big Francis? I mean, what he did, all the hate that he was getting.
Yeah,
what do you make of how this all...
I'm proud of him because his story is very unique from before the UFC. Very unique. And he's paving his own way, signed with the PFL. The story's not over yet. I think everyone needs to chill. Everyone needs to chill and just watch. Because, again, I didn't like how ONE FC tried to come out and say, oh, we're withdrawing from the deal to try and, like, save face. Because Francis was honest to them about what was going on. Like, can you guys match this offer? So, yeah, then the clickbait shit, oh, Francis made a big mistake. I'm like, everyone wants to be first. Even after this last fight, I didn't speak to no one for weeks. And then I finally went and did my first episode of Young Man Rumble on Freestyle Bender. And then I explained how I was feeling, but I wanted to sit down with myself first with my own thoughts and process what happened because it was such a monumental moment in my career, in my life, that I was like, let me just see how I feel. So in this day and age, I feel like, especially the journalists, they need to, no one has to be first, but just try and be honest, I feel, yeah.
I hate that it feels like people are rooting for him to fail. It feels like everyone's rooting to say, I told you he fucked up. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why I'm saying just chill, understand and watch. This is a guy, what he's done in his life before the UFC. If you know his story, listen to him on JRE, his story, how he got to where he is. Then you understand this is not a guy that just quits. He never just quits. And again, look, Dana said some stuff in the past. You know, women will never fight in the UFC. It's on video. Look where we are now. Francis will never fight in the UFC again. I think he might do what he does and come back. And then they'll pay him what he deserves, what he's earned. Because they fucked him for a long time.
Him and Nate. I think Nate comes back too.
Yeah, of course. No, Nate will be back. He's still got the McGregor fight and other big fights as well. He's the G. He can do whatever he wants. And even Dana said he's always got a home at the UFC.
Now, what about you and WWE? Now that they're under the same umbrella, even Paul Heyman called you out yesterday.
What?
You see this shit?
No, my dad said he sent something in the family group chat. Wait, what did I do?
Look. We have it right here. I didn't even see it. My guy GC showed it to me.
Well, what did I do?
Can you read that? I can't even read.
Too far away.
Like he said, let me read this right here. He said, Mr. Helwani, while this great champion is in your studio tomorrow, please be sure to have him acknowledge the tribal chief. Respectfully, Paul Heyman, wise man and special counsel.
The tribal chief?
That is Roman Reigns.
Oh, now he came after, like, I left. Like, well, not left, after I stopped watching the UFC.
Now he's a man, 1,000+ days as champ.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he hasn't lost.
I know who he is. He got the long hair, big tattoos, handsome dude.
Yeah.
What did I do?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Did you talk smack?
No. Paul Heyman, I know he was Brock Lesnar's manager for a long time. I seen him get fucking body slammed a few times.
F5'd.
F5'd.
But now that they're
I don't
under
respond to this. What do I do? Like, fuck. If I see him, I'll get a steel chair and take it to his head or some shit.
You in WWE, I think, would be tremendous.
Only thing is, I like to be the author of my own story. I'll do a couple cameos, you know. I'll come from under the ring or whatever, or just appear in a thing, whatever. I don't know. But to be a guy that is in there and then have someone write my story and I'm this, I'm that, I feel like it's not my forte. But I'll do a few cameos. Also, I want to go to a WrestleMania. Me and my family are going to go to a WrestleMania one time. And that's a fact.
WrestleMania 40 next year, Philly.
Do it, yeah. In Philly.
Yeah.
I've been in Philly. Yeah, I'll go
Well,
back.
now I asked this because you're all under the same umbrella now.
Yeah, I'll do it, but like it's not going to be like, oh, after this UFC fighting, I'm going to go.
Have you ever been to a wrestling show?
No, that's the thing.
Never?
David went to some hardcore ones with the, forgive me. The something brothers, Wacka Wacka.
The Dudley Boys?
No, 2 seconds. Racka Racka Boys, the Racka Racka Brothers. I met them.
Racka Brothers.
Yeah, Michael and his brother.
Is this like an indie show?
No, they're big time directors. Oh, I can't even.
Directors?
I think I might have said too much.
Oh, shit, okay.
Fuck, but they went to this fucking crazy thing in New York where they were like hardcore wrestling. There's no ring.
Oh, wow.
I see people breaking light bulbs.
Oh, that's crazy
on
shit,
other people's
yeah.
head, and then even one of them, I think Michael, he showed me when he was flying off a table or ladder onto a guy on a table, and he had this big gash on his back. Crazy shit. I think for me it's just I like where I'm at, but I don't think it's something I'm gonna do and pursue. But I'll do a little bit. Also, even seeing Logan hanging out with him, it was a picture of him and Roman Reigns. Yeah, and it was like he was flying.
Yes.
It's a cool picture. And he said that was the highest he ever did it. Even in training, never got that high. So, yeah, I'll do something like that, but it's not going to be a staple for me.
Okay. I love the fact that your dad saw that.
My dad watches everything.
Yeah, that's crazy. That was just like an Instagram
Everything.
story.
Yeah.
He's
He
everywhere.
sees everything. So he'll send it to me. And then that's how, like, I don't follow no MMA pages really anymore unless the ones I really like. Because a lot of them are just like dorks in their mom's basement. I've met some of them.
You have?
Yeah.
I mean, we're not so bad. I don't know if you include me in that category.
You're not. No.
Okay.
But I still follow you.
Oh, I appreciate that.
For now.
Oh, fuck,
Not
really?
joking.
Damn.
Nah, I'm joking, man.
Okay, shit. I get nervous, you
bro,
know?
relax. I got you.
I get nervous. Can we end
Since
on-
day one.
Since
You know me,
day one.
I ain't switched up. The
You
energy
said
is still
something
the
really
same.
cool to me last night.
What did I say?
You probably don't remember because it was 1,000 people there wanting your attention, but you met my wife, which, by the way, first time we've done anything together in 12 years. Did you hear that
Thank
part?
you. You told
First
me,
movie
yeah.
that we went together alone since 2011. We haven't been in the theater alone together.
Got babysitters, everything.
Babysitters.
You guys went straight home. You went
Straight home because in the middle of the movie, the babysitter was like, "Your daughter's going nuts because she woke up saying where because we never leave.
Yeah.
It's either I go, and so she missed. She's never been to a World MMA Award thing.
Thank you.
She's never
Thank
been
you.
to anything.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
'Cause, you know,
On a Sunday.
family time. Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you so much.
We had such a great night. Like we were driving back and we were like, that was so much fun. We need to do that more type of thing.
I think you guys should. Like, it's important as a married. I'm not married, but as a couple, like, spend that time together.
Yes.
Just because your parents and you work, I'm sure she's a hardworking woman as well. Like, curb that time. Also, your kids, they'll be fine. They'll
be
survive.
fine. I
They'll
know.
survive.
We're
Or even just
soft.
on a Sunday, just go be kids again. Go crazy in New York.
We go wild out at Marquee. But the thing I was saying was like you said to me, I didn't change. Because you remember at the beginning when we first met, I always said, you're going to change at some point because they all change. And they never come on the show and they say they're going to come and they respond within seconds. And you said that to me last night. You said, you see, I didn't change.
Yeah.
And you're right. I mean, obviously you're a million times more famous now, but it's the same dude.
Yeah, same energy. I've evolved. I feel evolution is part of life. You evolve or die. I've evolved, but I keep the same energy no matter what. Even some of the boys I brought over, like I invited to my premiere, were some of the people when I first came to New York. They made the experience awesome. David, Chris, Cormac, even Rude Boy was there. Nels, they made my experience in New York awesome. So I invite them just because it's part of my story as well. So yeah, I keep the same energy no matter what. If you're good to me, I'm good to you.
But you walk out here now with, as opposed to the way you walked out the last time. Like I feel like now there's like a freedom to you. You got the monkey off your back.
Oh,
you can
Alex,
move on. You
yeah.
can just move on with your life.
Yeah.
I feel like that's over now. You could no.
It's over, but never say never. It's over. Like if I see him, it's cool. Like it's respect. It's always respect. People, I don't know why people think like we're just gonna see each other at the airport and just like, whatever. Nah, we're professionals. We're not getting paid millions to fight in the airport. I feel like the respect's there. When you've spent that much time preparing to fight someone and you fought them that many times in 2 different combat sports, it's something that forever we're always gonna be intertwined. In our legends, in our stories individually, it's always going to intertwine at some point. So it's always respect. But again, he can get it whenever.
Usually the fans are going to get mad at me. They're going to be like, why didn't you ask him this? But we've gone way over time and you have to go. Usually when people come in studio, I play them in darts, but I've gone way too over. So we're not going to play darts.
I'm not a darts guy.
Yeah, well, I would see. That's the thing. I don't want to fuck you up in darts because I don't want to embarrass you.
I'll admit that.
You know what I'm
will.
saying?
Yeah.
But this has been tremendous. Congratulations on the doc last night. I can't wait for the world to see it so we can actually talk about certain things. I'm not going to spoil it for anyone. Yeah. And Zoe, I mean, I honestly want to talk to Zoe too because she did a tremendous job.
Even like do a Zoom with her at some point. Like I feel like it's not just your regular MMA documentary. I feel like
she's great.
The world needs to see this, and the way she presented it, even like the Last Dance, Michael sitting there talking to the camera.
She is right.
Yeah, Zoe,
she is.
the awesome Zoe.
Yeah.
It's gonna be, yeah, I feel like this is different. Like me in the caravan, didn't know.
Yeah.
I think it's
a great point what you just made. There wasn't a lot of talking head interviews.
Yeah.
Right? It's just your brother, your
real.
mom and dad, but that's like snippets.
Yeah.
The most like the meat is like we're in the moment with you.
Yeah.
It's not you reflecting.
And I'm practicing what I preach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's tremendous, man. So congrats on that. Congrats on the fight.
Thank you.
Good luck, whatever happens in July.
Yeah.
And then Sydney, all that stuff and more. Much love to you and the team. Much
Bless
love
you,
to the
brother.
family. Thank you for
As
always
always,
coming.
as always.
I appreciate it. And if you want this,
No, you have it. No.
you can have it.
No.
When Connor came in studio, he took a toy from the desk
Really?
too.
No. That needs to be there.
It's right there by my side. Like I
Bless
said.
you. Thank you. Thank you.
There he is, Israel Adesanya. Let them know. Huh?
Adesanya, Israel.
Let them know. Live now on the gram?
No, not yet. No.
Okay, fine. Shit.
No, for you, man. Relax. I'm just taking a picture of this. 2 seconds, and I'll get out of here.
No problem. We're going to
2
go
seconds.
to a quick break here. This is my interview with Chris Weidman from this past week, and we'll be back with my doppelganger, Aiemann Zahabi. You see, this guy looks exactly like me. Aiemann Zahabi?
No. Oh, no, I saw something on Twitter. He's a fighter.
He's a fighter. Zahabi's bro. Faraz
No
is
way.
bro.
Oh, no way.
You say we look alike, the beard. I mean, you were
Yeah, I
talking
can
about
see
his
it.
fight on, I saw you were doing the breakdown with your bro, Freestyle Bender. Shout out.
Oh, yeah.
Fought
I
this
did.
weekend.
Yeah, that's right.
You're a very
yeah.
busy guy. You can't keep up with all
It's
these
too many
fights. There's
things.
a lot going
I
on.
got big affairs.
We'll be back in a second. Right here on the MMA Hour. Thank you so much to the champ, the one and only Israel Adesanya.
Bless you. Thank you.
Finally, he is back. No, I won't back down. Yet I won't back down. You can turn me up at the gates of, is it hell or heaven? Hell. He's back 2.5 years later in Boston. Brad Tavares. We speak to him now about this big news. Oh, there he is. Oh, car interview for Chris. Wow.
What's going on?
Wow,
man?
we don't even we used to get the podcast set up. Now we get the car interview. Jeez Louise, how the mighty have
Listen,
fallen.
man, you're a family man. I got CJ's birthday today. He turned 11, so we're out and about doing things for him. So it's not all about Ariel Hawani today,
No,
okay?
actually,
CJ's birthday. It's most importantly.
I love CJ. Forever my star of the week. I'm actually a little bit upset that you even said yes to this interview on his birthday.
He did. I think he might have been a little upset too, but then he was excited when I told him he could crash it. But right now he's in Dick's with his mom and brother, so I think it depends on how much shopping they do if he's going to make it back in time.
Okay, all right. Well, whenever he comes back, we'll let you go. Thank you for doing this, and thank you for taking some time out. So we are back, Boston. Did you want this date? Did you ask for this date? Were you ready to come back sooner? How did this all go down?
Yeah, I was ready to come back a little bit sooner, but I don't think there was any plausible opponents based on what the UFC was telling me. I originally was looking to fight Brunson or Manson, one of those guys. Both those guys I was told are out, injuries, and just not ready to fight at this point. And the rest of the top 15 guys, I think, were pretty much all booked. So they told me I was going to wait till the 4th of July weekend to see some guys and how they pan out because there's a bunch of middleweights fighting around that time. And so I'd take one of the winners or losers from those fights. And then Big Maynard Colt with this Brad Tavares matchup. And I was like, you know what? I like it. Let's do it. And Boston, obviously we got an Aljo fighting on that card. So that makes it super exciting to be able to be on that card with my little brother, Sarah Longo brother. Yeah, so I think it's an exciting card to be a part of.
What did you like about the Tavares matchup?
I think he brings enough danger for me to take it very serious, and I got a lot of respect for him, and so it excites me that I'm preparing really hard for this. But it's also not like the worst matchup in the world for me. It's not like I'm coming back into a fight where I got some killer in front of me. I think it's important to kind of work my way back up and do it smart. And I think Brad Tavares, with no disrespect to him, he's a good dude, but a good fighter. I just think there could be worse matchups for me in the top 10, top 15. So I think it's a great matchup to come back to.
Any trepidation at all still about the leg? I mean, are we fully past the leg? You never think about it anymore? Like recovery, like how does it impact your life now?
No, I'm good to go. Obviously, long recovery, lots of drama throughout the whole damn thing. Obviously, way longer layoff than I initially expected. But it all planned, it all happened for a reason. So here we are, and yeah, the pain and everything is good now. Like I'm able to, like, kicking is no problem. Being kicked in it is no problem. So I'm ready to go.
And
I feel really healthy.
we spoke to you before you were going out to England to do that grappling competition. How did it feel after that?
That was fine. Yeah, I think it was a great opportunity for me to, get a competition in before I actually fight. And the leg still was, healing at that point, still trying to get, it feeling at 100%. And so that just helped me get in shape and take something serious, and, have a name and a face in front of me to help motivate me to train hard every day. But at the same time, not put myself in a position to get hurt, going to something like that. So it was really good. Really happy about that.
By the way, what was that city that you were in England?
Doncaster, England.
Yeah, what was that
Bro,
like?
I seen some little English kids, like 15-year-old English kids, beating the crap out of some old dude.
What?
Like, it was like two or three old dudes. Like, guys, I mean, when I say old, I'm talking about maybe like our age, like 40, 40, maybe 45. I guess this guy, like, I don't know, he was with a couple people, were in a car, and the kids were in the street, and a bunch of hoodlums out there, man. And I guess the guy got out of the car to yell at them, and then they just started beating the crap out of him.
What?
And I was like, I started walking towards it. I was like, I want to try to, like, break this up and, like, help out. And they got Tom Lane, who was with me, my buddy. He's now 3-0 pro. He's got his 4th fight coming up actually next week in the LFA. So hopefully he becomes 4-0 and get him in the UFC soon. But he was with me, and he was yelling at me to stop, stay away from it. It was right before my grappling match.
Oh man.
But man, yeah, England's a little crazy. Doncaster is definitely, when I told people I was going to Doncaster, everyone in England was like, "Why? Like, what the hell are you going there for?" But I had a good time. I think it was cool. It was a cool experience going out there.
Would you like to do more of those?
People are really nice. Yeah, but I mean, my main focus is fighting.
Yeah.
I want to try to get back into this fight, and I'm not trying to have layoffs. I'm just trying to be as active as possible. I would love to fight this fight and then jump right back into the fight again in November in New York City. Get on MSG. Trying to get some redemption from, the TD Garden Arena and also MSG.
I was just gonna say,
just taking it all on.
are we trying to exercise some demons here? Because both those venues haven't been great.
I face my fears, freaking Ariel. I face my fears. The first thing I'm doing in that fight against Brad Tavares is throwing the hardest leg kick of my life.
Are you serious?
Right on his shin bone.
Please don't do that.
I do want to do that.
Why?
I do want to do that.
It's not worth it.
I don't know, because it's like, no, it's worth it. I think it's important for me to, like, face your fears. Like, anything that you might be uncomfortable with, just go ahead and do it. Yeah.
Will you talk to your old friend Anderson about how he felt before his return? I know you spoke, like, at the beginning of all of this. I'm wondering if we can get a little rematch here and just talk about, like, there's going to be some fear, right? Some doubt, no?
Yeah, that's why I need to kick with it quick.
All right, get it out of the way. Fair enough.
Get it out of the system. I just hope Brad Tavares, I hope we're on the same page. He's not allowed to check my first leg, just let it land, please. And then, all is good after that. May the best man win.
I'm not trying to, I promise I'm not trying to get you in trouble by asking this, okay? I feel like I have to preface the question, but you're a straight shooter and you're a media member now. How do you feel about the Aljo situation? Because it does feel like he was sort of forced to take this date.
Yeah, I mean, the goal for him was always to win the fight with Cejudo and then to fight Sean O'Malley. But I just don't think he likes the way, and this is me. I'm not speaking, for Aljo. This is just my opinion. I've spoken to him, and I have my own opinions on the thing. But, like, yeah, I just think he feels like, without them even asking him about the date and just kind of, like, announcing the fight without a contract being signed or asking him if this date works for you.
All right, that's my conversation with Chris Weidman from last week. I'm sweating. That was a great time. Did we have a good time?
The best time.
Ash was great. Izzy was great. Everyone was great. That was good stuff. Covered a lot of ground. Talked about a lot of things. Really great stuff. Appreciate him stopping by. But I don't want to keep our next guest waiting because we're a little bit late here, so I apologize for that. Make sure you watch the documentary when it comes out. Let's move along. We'll talk more about the documentary on the back end with the boys. My chair's a little bit. There it is. Let's talk to the man who had a massive win on Saturday. One of 6 Canadian fighters who won on Saturday. His win, honestly, might have been the most impressive of the bunch. Just 64 seconds it took him to defeat Richie Long via TKO. He is the one and only Aiemann Zahabi, my doppelganger. Is he there? There he is. Aiemann, my man. How are you? I have to thank you.
Helwani boxing.
Helwani, look at that Helwani boxing. I mean, it was vibing out there. Just a 1-2, a quick 1-2, Aiemann. That's all it takes. People don't recognize this shit. They don't recognize. I'm sorry for being late. We went a little long there with Izzy, so I hope you understand. But I have to thank you, Aiemann. I have to thank you because every time you fight and win, I mean, the engagement on my Twitter, it just blows up. It's just like 1,000 tweets. I don't even have to watch it. I just have to sit back and wait for the tweets to come in. And everyone's like, congrats, 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 congrats. It's a beautiful thing. So thank you for that. Thank you for the street cred.
No, thank you, man. I appreciate you reposting some videos about my fights and things like that. It really helps me out as well on my Instagram and my Twitter. Thank you.
Of course. Congratulations. Best performance, best night, best win of your career so far?
You know, the best night of my career, 100%. But, you know, personally, coming after 2 losses it's going to be hard to top. You know, like that Draco fight, just because I had to overcome myself, you know, the emotions, everyone betting against me, everyone in the media picking against me except for one guy, you know. And then, like, this fight was great because I feel like now I've earned my place in the UFC. I'm a UFC vet. I just had my 6th fight in the UFC. It was Canadian soil. I had a huge knockout. It just, like, reintroduced me to the world. You know,
what is the difference between this guy and the guy on the 2-fight losing streak? You're like a completely different guy. Like the confidence is different. The fight, obviously, the results are different. But can you even pinpoint what's the difference?
Well, definitely. When I got to the UFC, I was 6-0, and I hadn't lost a full contact fight in like I don't know 10 years or something. And then when I was fighting Ramos, I became too arrogant. You know, almost I kind of lost my confidence, and then I overcorrected by being too passive. And then, you know what? I built my confidence back, and now I'm just as confident as when I fought Ramos, but without the arrogance. Like I just chopped off the arrogance, you know. So when I fought against Draco against Ricky, and GSP was there, and he told me just be myself. I realized that I don't have to try too hard. I don't have to try. Like, you know, I just have to be myself. I can win. I just have to believe in me. Don't try to do anything more than that, you know. So and I really feel like I've honed myself to my center. And now I feel like I can take on most guys, anybody.
You say you chopped off the arrogance. Did you chop it off, or did someone chop it off for you first? Like, were you?
Well, Ricardo Ramos really helped with that.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
I mean, that helped real nice. You know, but I just after round 2, or going into the 3rd, I felt like there's nothing he could do to hurt me. I didn't feel like he hit hard enough to hurt me, and I didn't feel like he could take me down unless I made a mistake. You know, and I just became too cocky, and I just went too hard for the finish. And then I learned a very valuable lesson.
Yes. And so what
do not throw caution to the wind.
That's right. You got to be measured. But I was wondering, like, maybe if it was your brother, if it was if it was someone who's like, yo, man, you need to get back to who you are. Like to have a guy like GSP say, just be yourself. Is he saying that because he feels like you're not being like yourself? Is he saying, like, you know what I mean? Because as you can attest, when you're winning, when you're on top of the world, you think you're untouchable, right? And so how do you get out of that? How do you bring yourself back to that center that you're talking about?
Well, you know, I'm my worst critic for sure. Frost, a heavy critic of mine as well.
Yeah.
He really lets me know what he's thinking.
Okay.
You know?
That's good.
So, yeah, of course. You know, there's a lot of back and forth. Even like now, like I just won this fight. You know, like you said, it lasted 64 seconds. Right away, we're backstage after I do like, you know, obviously right away they rush me. I do some like little interviews and I do a little bit of whatever. But as soon as that's done, we pull out the fight. What went wrong? Like, what did I do with my footwork? Why did I only check 1 out of 4 kicks? You know, like what happened? And we're reviewing it right away. Like there is no perfect performance. You know, there's nothing perfect. And I just like my brother and I, we like to keep it honest, and we always try to reflect as soon as possible because it's fresh in your mind. And we just really gotta, you know, dot our I's and cross our T's type thing.
He found things to critique you on in 64 seconds? For real?
I got hit, bro. I critique myself, man. Listen, there's so many
come on.
good things in there, some bad things in there. I mean, it is what it is. That's the truth, man. No one's perfect. And that's, no more arrogance, man.
Yeah,
no more
that's true.
arrogance.
Okay, that's
It's
fair.
out the window, man.
That's fair. That's fair. That's
It's
fair.
out the window. But I'm feeling really high right now. Like I'm still on the high from Saturday night. Incredible. For me, growing up watching GSP, obviously I know GSP since I'm 16 years old, and the fans in Canada, they always gave him the ole ole. So it was a dream come true. I started it, but they finished it for me.
Yeah.
It was an incredible feeling. Honestly, for me, that was like the top memory of my life right now.
Wow. So I was just about to ask you that because you have fought once in Canada before as far as UFC career is concerned, right? Twice. Was Halifax and Saskatchewan. No, Halifax and Ottawa.
I won and
Yeah.
Ottawa, I lost the decision.
Right.
Yeah.
And that feels like an eternity ago.
Yeah.
Like everything is different now. Right. Everything is different with your career, but also like the sport coming back for the first time in 4 years and all that stuff. To be back and to be treated as like one of the stars on the show and to get that kind of love as someone who you were there for the whole rise of the early days of Canadian MMA led by GSP and all those guys. It has to be somewhat kind of surreal for you, right? That now like you're not training partner, you're not along for the ride. You're the guy in the middle. You're the star right here.
I'm the guy in the middle, man. It's my time, and I'm so happy that the 5 other Canadians on the card won as well. I got to meet them all, got to hang out with them. Some of them I've met before, some of them I hadn't met before. So it was really interesting to interact with them also after we won. And I saw them in the lobby at the hotel. We're all taking pictures with the fans. Really, honestly, the Canadian fans were fantastic. They treated us so well. They're so happy to see us. We took some group pictures too with the other winners. And, it's a surreal moment. And I'm just so happy to be now more accepted by the Canadian fan base. That's my dream. Like, I want to represent Canada on the world stage, born in Montreal. So I just really want to represent.
Could we have a scene like that in Montreal right now? What do you think?
I would love it, man. I don't know if it's in the cards for UFC. I don't know what the relationship is with the Montreal Commission, Quebec Commission in general, or whatever. Like, listen, in Quebec they banned jiu-jitsu. I don't know how many, 5 years, 6 years. I don't even know how long it was. They just started bringing it back this year. So we'll see. I would love it. I would love it if they came here. If not, I think Toronto would be huge. Toronto's massive.
Yeah.
Montreal would be great. Charles Jourdain is from Montreal too.
Right.
I met him as well. I saw him at the show. Actually, when I was taking my last sip of water before going in the cage, I caught him. He was in the front row. I gave him a little one of these. I'm gonna go in there. We're gonna do it. I saw him at the weigh-ins. He came and wished me luck. So I'm just happy to be part of the Canadian team, and like we're really all connecting. There's no bad blood between anyone. Across Canada, we're all looking out for each other on the world stage.
I love that. I love to hear that, especially because, as you know, I don't have to tell you, like there was a feeling maybe a couple of years ago that Canadian MMA was like down here, right? There was a point where it was like super, obviously led by GSP and Rory McDonald. Your brother is a big part of that. What do you think about the state of Canadian MMA now after a night like we saw on Saturday? And not to mention the likes of Olivier Aubin-Mercier doing big things for PFL, Arjun Bullers, the heavyweight champion in one championship. Like there's a lot of Canadians, not just in the UFC. What is your take on the current state of Canadian MMA?
Well, to be honest, like, Quebec at one point banned MMA. There were no professional, no local events. They only let UFC in. And then they banned jiu-jitsu. And then they tried to ban karate. And I know before, for a while, Ontario had a commissioner that didn't love putting on MMA events. So it was very hard for guys in Ontario to put on MMA shows. So it kind of dwindled the reason to go into the sport. We lost, like, we used to have a lot of people in the amateurs climbing up all over Canada. And I feel like the more they discourage people to compete professionally or in jiu-jitsu and in different martial arts, the more they destroyed the sport here. So I think it's really great that UFC came. We put 6 Canadians on the card, and the 6 Canadians won. And then now hopefully people get another boost of confidence. You know what? We should go into MMA. There is a career that can be made, in jiu-jitsu, in MMA, in kickboxing, in Muay Thai. Like, we should get more people involved in fighting sports. It's great. It's beautiful.
I was wondering if there was a period where there weren't a lot of Canadian shows, like regional shows. Remember there was the days of like Maximum Fighting Championship and Score Fighting Series and TKO. Yeah. We need those shows, right?
We need those shows in Ontario, in Quebec, in Western Canada. Actually BFL is doing well. Like in Vancouver, there are some. In Ontario now there's Unified. I think there's also BC. But there was. I'm just saying there were years where they gapped us out.
Yes.
Where Score was gone. All these amazing shows in Ontario and in Quebec were gone, and so it dwindled. The future, like the amateurs that wanted to come up, they probably just walked away. Listen, like me, I know personally some friends of mine, some teammates of mine, they reached the age of 27 and they haven't had the opportunity to fight professionally yet or very much in Canada, and no one's willing to fly them out because they only have a few fights. And by 27, their friends graduated college, university, they've got their careers going, they're making money, they're starting families, and this guy's making a couple grand a fight, can barely fight once every 2 years. You know, it's discouraging. That's why people walk away, right? So
Right.
I really hope now that this gives people some momentum, and the commissioners really embrace giving people an opportunity to put on shows.
By the way, GSP still at the gym?
So I just saw him today. I was at the gym to
Come
go
on.
see everybody for congratulations.
He's at
and
the gym
everything.
working out?
Of course, he trains every day. He trains
What?
at TriStar all the time,
This
man. He
guy's
trains with us.
crazy.
And I was trying to get him to corner me again because he was going to be in town. But man, the timing just never works. He's always promoting something, charity. He's got all kinds of things going on. But when he called me after the fight, I told him, listen, you're my good luck charm now. Twice you're in the city, twice I win big. I'm like, that's it. You have to be in my corner for the next one. Like for the next one, there's no booking something.
Yes.
Okay? We're just doing it. And I saw it, like when I told him today face to face, like, okay, he's like, let me know when the next date is. He's like, we'll try to make it work. Oh, okay, perfect. Thank you, man. So he's on board. He was on board the last two. He's on board for the next one.
But by the way,
he's a busy guy.
maybe
He'll
this
make
is
it.
the best way to do it. He is in town, but he doesn't corner you. It's working out this way. Why do we need to go another
Not
step?
so far.
Yes.
But listen, Faraz doesn't like superstition, so we can't.
Oh,
don't bring
sorry.
up superstition.
Sorry. What? What's wrong with I'm very superstitious, by the way. Maybe we're not
Yeah,
cut from the same cloth.
that's
Why? What's wrong with superstition? He thinks it's weak?
He thinks it's weak. Yeah, he thinks it's like a mental weakness. Like, oh, you need this? No, you need yourself. You gotta be. So it's interesting, but he's great for the mental game for us too, of course. So
How hard is he on you compared to the other guys
he's
in
great.
the gym?
I'll tell you, like when I used to go to I remember like when I used to go to jiu-jitsu tournaments or wrestling tournaments, right? And Faraz used to compete too at the time in amateur jiu-jitsu and wrestling, right? And I used to see everybody older than me put headphones on when they're warming up or getting ready, like to get in the zone type thing. So on my first tournament, I didn't bring any because I didn't know what you're supposed to do. It was my first tournament. I was just super young. I was like 16 or 15. I didn't even know how old I was. And so the next tournament we would go to, I brought like a little headset and like my music, and I was like, okay. So I put it on. Firas walks up to me, pulls off my headset. He's like, what are you doing? I'm like, well, I'm gonna get into like people listen to music, they get like they focus. He's like they're listening to music to escape the fear and the anxiety. He's like, you don't listen to music. You do like me, and you face what's gonna happen. You rehearse in your mind, and you get ready, and you absorb that fear. You absorb those nerves, and you learn to deal with those butterflies.
Wow.
So even till now, like now when we're going to the UFC, there's no music, man. Like I have to do it in here, man.
Do you think he's harder on you than he is the other fighters at the gym?
I think he's hard on everybody, but because we're so close, he can take a little extra. He gets a little extra. How they say, like sometimes you're harder on your family, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes cause you're so close. There's no disbanding us, right? So I really get the real little toughness out of Firas. That little extra toughness.
What about like when you guys are hanging out? Like if you're at a family dinner or a family function, are you talking about MMA? Or are you able to separate
we
it?
talk a lot about we philosophize about all kinds of things. A lot of it is mental. A lot of it is about life. We talk a lot about our kids too, right? Because we all want to raise our kids the best. So we're always like coming up with ideas. Oh yeah, what happened with so and so, and how can we do it, and different things like that. But a lot of fighting too. Like the holidays at my house, it's me, Ahmed, and Faraz, and we're talking about jiu-jitsu situations, wrestling situations. Okay, how can we better this? Oh, did you see that fight? Did you see that solution that guy came up with? Maybe we can add it to our game. So much MMA, like in my mom's living room, like Christmas week. Like we're Muslim, right? We don't do Christmas, but we get together because everyone's off.
Right.
We're grappling in the living room. We're grappling in the kitchen. We're going over technique. When we go on family vacations, like when we went to chalet, we go all the families, like all the brothers and their kids and whatever. We all train. The wives have to train. I train. My brothers train. The kids are training. We're all doing jiu-jitsu. We're all doing fitness and conditioning. Like it doesn't end, man.
Damn. So how many Zahabi boys are there?
So there are 4 boys, 4 girls in terms of like nieces and nephews. We're even.
Wait. So as far as your siblings, how many are there in your immediate family?
Me and my brothers were 4 brothers.
4 brothers. So what do the other 2 do?
So Ahmed is a black belt in BJJ. He owns a school, TriStar Burlington, Ontario. He's also a PhD in microbiology.
Sheesh.
And he's got an MBA in business. He's like the most educated. Okay? He's the brains. He's the leader. He's the firstborn.
Okay.
He's a real pioneer. Born in Lebanon, actually. He's the only one born.
Salam alaikum. Wa alaikum salam.
Brother. And then there's my brother Tarek. He graduated from a school. It's called Herzing, and he got like a computer degree. He did that for a while. Then he went into different careers. Now he drives for the handicap, like a adaptive transport.
Okay.
And then Frost obviously owns the gym, world famous coach of George St. Pierre. And then there's me. I'm a UFC fighter.
Yes, of course. I've heard of you. I was just wondering if the others ever thought about becoming pro fighters.
No, like they were training since they were young. Actually, they started training in karate from like a very young age, which I didn't go through. I went into training mostly at in high school. They did karate and Muay Thai. They trained with my coach, Master Peter, who unfortunately passed away recently. They were training with him in 1989. I was born in 87, man.
Damn.
Which is incredible, you know. So Master Peter was in our lives forever. Before I was born, he was in my family's life. So that's pretty incredible. So they can all fight. They can all fight for sure. They can all fight.
And what's what's the story with Danny Rubenstein? They were talking about it on the broadcast. You needed the great Danny Rubenstein, the great manager.
Well, yeah. Because I was with first. Obviously, I got to the UFC without any management. I got in there with just me and Faraz. Then I managed myself a little bit, and then we hired a management team, which were great, But I think they ended up stopping the working in MMA. So then I had no management, and we left amicably. Obviously, of course, they're great guys, amazing people. And then I did the fight with Ricky Tercios without any management. And then Frost was like, he's like, I would like to string a few fights together. I was like, yeah, of course, me too, man. I want to string some fights together. So so we're just looking for management. We're really, really looking for someone who could maybe help us, fight, more than once a year.
Yeah.
And Frost goes to UFCs all the time and stuff. And he met Danny, and they got along really well. And Frost like, what do you think about Danny? I said, okay, cool. So we set up an interview, like not an interview, sorry. We set up like a phone call, and we spoke, and we talked, and I liked him. And then we ended up signing with Danny.
So far, so good.
So far, so good. We just did our first one with Danny, this fight here with Eric Kilang. And so far, so good, yeah.
And so obviously you're healthy, I would imagine, unless you injured your hand. Yeah.
Great. I didn't feel the kicks much in the fight, but after, like, once you cool down, you start to throw low kicks. But other than that, thank God I didn't get punched in the face at all, which is great.
Yes.
Look at me. Fantastic. We look amazing.
We look fantastic. By the way,
more like you now.
I know. I want to get a picture right here. Guys, stay right here in case people say that we're never in the same room. Here we are in the same room. It might be AI, so you never know. It could just be me talking to myself here. But I wanted to ask you. So because of that, can you return? September. What is your plan, or what is your hope?
My hope is for the fall would be perfect, man. Because I got just like July is a crazy month for me. It's my wife and my two daughters. They'll have the same birthday, July 7th.
Oh my gosh! By the way, my birthday is July 8th. We have another thing in common.
No way.
Yes.
That's crazy. My mom's is July 7th. So
oh my.
6, 7, 8. We're busy. Listen, you're gonna invite me to your birthday party. What's happening?
Yeah. I'm not a big birthday guy, but cancers.
Okay,
we're all kind of the same. Yeah.
Yeah. So I got that big birthday bash to do, and then after that, I'm free, man. So it'd be great. It'd be great to take a couple of months to get ready, just to prepare for the next guy, whoever it's gonna be. Set up a good game plan, and get ready for the fight. So I think September and on would be perfect.
Do you have a preference as to who might be next?
Actually, Frost told me that's my job right now. Is I have to do my homework and see who's not booked. But because they're booking fights all the time.
Yeah.
Right. So I don't look past. I didn't want to look past Eric Kilang, right? He's like once I book the fight, I have to zone in. So like I do watch UFCs, like even though I have fight camp.
Yeah.
But like I'm not paying attention as hard as when I don't have fight camp to remember who beat who and how and every single thing that happened in the fights. But like now my homework is to catch up on what's happened and who's already booked. So like obviously I don't want to send Sean Shelby a name that's already booked.
Right.
I look like an idiot.
And by the way,
so I gotta.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah. So I gotta figure out who's available, what makes sense, whatever.
Did Drake send you a message? Is he going to send you the Rolex?
Listen, I didn't get the $50,000 bonus.
Yeah,
which,
which is messed up. It's fucked up. You didn't get it.
Listen, you don't know. There's no guarantee in life. Okay, there's no guarantee in life, and that's okay. But Drake's gonna come through from you. Am I right?
I would
Listen, we gotta see Drake.
Yeah.
We gotta. One of my clients for a long time. I've been training him since I'm 18 years old. Is his head of security.
Oh God.
Listen, Eddie. Send him a message, man. Send him the video. We gotta get this. A couple of Canadian boys. I came from the bottom just like him. Me and my brothers came up with nothing, man. My immigrant parents came to Montreal with nothing. Actually, my father was telling me a funny story about when he first came to Lebanon. Obviously, they had no money. And he was working at this garage, like at a gas station garage. He was a mechanic from Lebanon, right? So he was working on cars. So he applied for a job here. And when he finally saved his first $100, he bought a car. The car had a hole where the pedals are. You know, like under the pedals,
fuck.
there was no metal there. So he had to take a plywood and drill it in. There was no heating in the car. And he was lucky that like on the weekends, his boss would lend him one of the courtesy cars. So he can take my family around, you know, like on the weekend, do things and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But during the week, man, my dad was driving a car with no heating in it, no floors in it. It was a real nightmare.
Fuck.
So, like, you know, came from nothing. You know, now I'm on a 3-fight win streak. I'm about to make a huge name for myself. I'd love if a fellow Canadian showed me some love.
Yes. And by the way, I am showing you some love.
Yeah, you, of course.
Oh, okay, I thought you were referencing me, the fellow Canadian
No,
showing
Drake,
you. I
Drake.
know. I'm kidding. That's the other guy I get. I get Aiemann Zahabi and I get Drake as far as doppelgangers. We all kind of look alike.
Has Drake done your show?
No.
People always tell me I look like Drake.
Yeah, me too. It's weird. It's a bit of a sore subject. I'm trying to get the man. I would.
The other day, Arnie posted a photo with me, and somebody said, "Oh, it looks like you're with Drake." You see that? We have a trifecta here.
I know. The three of us. We have to go for some shawarma and some hummus, you know?
Yeah, you got his number. FaceTime him right now. Let's get him on.
I would love to. Are you kidding me? I would freaking love that. It will happen. I feel like it will happen for you before it happens for me because you're on a roll. I'm very happy for you, my friend. The energy, the excitement, the happiness is just like radiating off of you right now. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah,
so
I love it, man.
So head over to the Orange Julep tonight. Get a little Orange Julep for me. And I toast you, my friend. Enjoy it. Enjoy the victory. And I look forward to the next one.
Thank you for having me on. Guys, if you ever want to learn from us, you can go on jujiclub.com to learn from Faraz's instructionals.
Love it. Check that out. Thank you, Aiemann. All the best to you. There he is, Aiemann Zahabi. They say we look alike. Not a bad guy to be compared to, if you ask me. What's going on with my chair here? It's like a little bit too high.
What is going on with your chair?
Yeah, there it is. I think it's good. Great stuff from him. And let's move along now to our next guest. I don't want to keep her waiting because, quite frankly, I don't want her to get mad at me because she is on the warpath. She's like, she's Julianna Peña. You know her, Venezuelan vixen herself. She was in attendance in Vancouver. There she is. Oh, hello, Julianna. How are you? Wow. The biggest heel in the business right now. That's what they say. You're the number one heel in the game. Are you comfortable with this statement?
Yes, coming from you, Hilwani, absolutely.
By the way, speaking of that, you know when you were on the show last time, you called us the Parlay Boys, and we've been talking about this ever since. But
I got a bone to pick with you Parlay Boys, okay? I gave you a name, and I gave you a name for a reason. And you guys, okay, have lost 3 weeks in a row being back to the Parlay Pals.
Wow.
When you guys were the Parlay Boys, you were finally in the black, and now you guys are sucking it up. The only one that's worth a damn is that GC. So
Whoa.
literally, I
Who's
think you guys
feeding
need
you
to go
this
back to the
information?
Parlay Boys.
Who's telling you this
What?
stuff? Who's telling you this? I feel like someone's telling. There's no way you know all of this about us.
I watched the show, okay? I'm a fan.
Wow. Well, you are now re-entering our hearts, and I think we have to go back to the Parlay Boys because of this. Because we're just people with egos. We just want the egos to be stroked, and now you just feed the egos.
I'm just saying that you guys were doing great when
I
you
know.
guys are the Parlay Boys. When you go back to the Pals, I mean, come on. You guys need to stay to the boys until you see this happen again, which will be very soon. Keep that in your minds. It's
Okay.
happening.
And by the way, I even changed our text group name to Parlay Boys after you did it, and they made me change it back just for the record. So I was on, your wavelength, but they were partial to the Pals. In any event,
Yes.
Saturday night, Vancouver. We get to this fight week, build up, Saturday. What? Actually, you know what? I don't even want to get to Saturday. I want to get to the fact that the last time we spoke was in April, and you cut a mean promo or two, and then you didn't fight on Saturday. So what happened? What's the reason? Can we just address this?
First off, you need to call me Mystic Peña because I have special powers. I told you back then in April that she was 1 foot out the door and she was going to retire. Yeah. Lo and behold, Mystic Peña strikes again. I got an injury. I'm injured and I am so mad and I'm so sorry and talk about like depression, you know what I mean? Like when you go from training 3 times a day to an injury that like gets no blood flow to that area. So the only thing that you can do is nothing. It's So depressing. But injuries are a part of the sport.
What was the injury, by the way?
My rib. Yeah, I injured my rib. And it's one of those types of injuries, like I said, where you can't squat. It hurts to laugh. It hurts to sneeze. It's one of those things where, like I said, not a lot of blood flow can get to that area. So like the only thing you're allowed to do is play Crash Bandicoot for hours on end. So it sucks, seriously.
How difficult was it to make that call? You get the trilogy, you're ready to go, and now you have to withdraw. How difficult was that?
Well, it was super difficult because at the time I should have waited longer and I didn't. And I think that was one of the things that I regretted the most, because I didn't give my coach who was in the air a chance to give me his opinion before my other coaches and agents had already called the UFC. And so it was one of those things where it was like I spoke too soon, and I put it in my agent's ear right after I came out of the doctor's, and I should have slept on it. I think I was in a frantic position because I had just heard the news. My mom was, freaking out. I was freaking out, and I called my agent, and I just, I'm a kind of like a emotional person and wear my heart on my sleeve, and I'm always like, shoot first, ask questions later kind of gal. And you would think that I would learn from that, but obviously I still haven't learned my lesson. And so I regrettably had to withdraw from that fight.
Wait, so could you have actually stayed in the fight if you waited?
I don't think that I could have stayed in the fight, no.
Okay.
But if I would have waited like 2 weeks or something like that, then Irene and Rocky would have fought, and I would have been able to hold on to that fight, because I doubt that they would have been able to find anybody that was going to step in on short notice to fight Amanda that soon. I mean, no one wants to fight her now except me. And so I don't think that if I would have waited, I think that they wouldn't have had a choice but to move it back. I waited 6 months for her to recover from COVID. So it was just really upsetting that they weren't able to push that back out 6 weeks. So whatever.
Okay, so they booked the fight. They booked Aldana versus Nunes. Did you think that Aldana had a chance? When you heard about it, when you started thinking about it, did you think, okay, she might be able to beat her?
No.
No.
I thought that Irene fought very similarly to the way that she had fought Holly Holm in Abu Dhabi. And I thought that, her only chance would be a lucky punch. And that she wasn't going to be able to handle Amanda Nunes, and that showed. She looked like she didn't want to fight. She looked like she didn't want to be in there, and she didn't show up. And so I was not surprised.
It was a bit of a bizarre showing, no? Like it really seemed like she didn't, I don't know, rise to the occasion. Like she kind of clammed up in there. Is that fair to say? Is that too harsh?
I think that I've never heard Canadians boo, and I heard them booing. And then I know that like the fans were leaving before the fight was over. And I mean, I know that George was sitting next to me, and before her fight started, he was like, sorry, gotta go. I'm like, you're not staying? He's like, no, I came to watch you, and you're not fighting. So I'm at it.
Who, George St. Pierre?
So yeah.
Oh.
And so I just think that when they want passion, when they want fire, they call the right person, and that's the Peña Power. And unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it. So it wasn't one of these fights where I was like, this is the greatest fight I've ever seen. It's if you're going to go out in retirement, that's going to be your retirement fight, like whatever. At the end of the day, I just think that I was sleeping in the stands, and then finally at the end, I had to wake back up and be like, "Oh, is it over? What happened?" Yeah, just as I suspected, And so whatever. But yeah, Irene didn't show up to fight.
When Nunes wins the fight and then starts to call for someone to take off her gloves and all that, and you can kind of tell what's about to happen, what are you thinking?
Well, there was a part of me that really wanted to storm the cage, and I had so many people that were like, yes, we'll do it. We'll throw you over the gate, But then like my coach, Wayne, was like, don't do it, be classy and don't do it. And so I let her have my moment, but it was really difficult for me because there were so many times where my urge was to go, like, now's the time, go, now's the time. But, at the end of the day, she's retired. She's off into the sunset. She's dead to me at this point. And we just gotta, keep the division moving. And now we're stepping into day one of the Peña Power era. I'm the synthetic champ. I've always been champ in my heart and in my head all the time. I wake up every day being like, good morning, champ. You look good. So it's just a matter of time before the belt's around my waist again.
Do you really think she's retiring because she's afraid of you?
I would say that, she has to earn her money the hard way. You know what I mean? Like she knows, what's at risk. A tap.
Wow.
She knows that she's going to be in there for a long night. And when she was at the press conference with Irene, she said, "Oh, I'm so glad that Irene is now in the fight because it's less heavy for me." That's what she said. It was less heavy for her. Now, what does she mean by that? She knows what's at risk. She knows that I'm a threat. She knows that the Peña power is coming for her. And that during that fight of 25 minutes, I came for her the entire time. I was throwing up arm bars. I had her in a deep arm bar in round 4. I never stopped fighting, and I was in her face the entire time, and I ran out of time. And so she knows that it's going to be a hard night. And she lied in the press conference. She literally said that had she fought me, she was still going to fight Irene after me. Do you believe that, Ariel?
Well, implying that she would have beaten you and then moved on to Irene.
Yes. Do you really think that was going to be the case?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not a
No, it's not. I've been telling you from the beginning. She wanting to retire. She was 1 foot out the door the entire time. She even said it herself. She was going to retire after she tapped to me, but she decided she didn't because I'm too good looking and she doesn't want me to have the belt. I mean, seriously, she's got a problem with me. And you know what? It doesn't surprise me. People have been treating me like that my entire life, like anybody but her. I don't know if it's jealousy. I don't know if it's, something that they just, apparently I'm, very unlikable to some. But at the end of the day, Amanda didn't want the fight. The whole time the UFC asked her to make the trilogy, she didn't want to make it. And they made that clear to me and said she doesn't want to fight you. That's why it took so long to book the trilogy. And when I fell out of injury, she said it was less heavy for her. It's less heavy for her because she knows what's at risk. She owes my training partner that win bonus because if I would have shown up on June 10th, there's no way she would have won and she wouldn't have been getting that money at all, period.
Isn't it a weird thing? Like, do you think if you fight on June 10th and you, let's say in your mind, you're very confident you beat her, do you think she still retires? Like on this Monday, June 12th, is she still retired if you would have fought her on Saturday?
She could still retire with knowing that, she is the champ and that she had as many title defenses as she had. But her body, she's saying, is not holding up, that her greatest weapon is taken away from her and that she's not able to physically continue. But look, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. All of this is completely irrelevant, okay? What's relevant now is that she's gone. She's dead to me. I don't want anything to do with this girl now for the foreseeable future.
Do you think she's really gone?
Who cares whether she is or whether she's not? My job is to make everybody forget that she ever existed.
But MMA retirements, they don't usually last like a lot. You know what I mean? Like, you really believe she's done, or do you think she comes back at some point?
Hopefully she comes back. You know what I mean? That would be best case scenario so that we could squash this thing, and finish this trilogy. It was literally the greatest trilogy ever going to be in women's MMA. It's never happened before. And she lost that opportunity to make it happen. I lost that opportunity to make it happen because I got injured. She was losing the opportunity to make it happen because she wants to retire early. I don't know. I say she took the coward's way out. And that's all there is to it. At the end of the day, like I said, the girl's dead to me. We got to keep this division moving. And I am going to do my job and to keep the division exciting.
And just curious, because I just want to get your your thought process down. If Raquel Pennington was next, if Holly Holm was next, do you think she is only retiring because you are next?
No, I don't. I think that she has fought everybody in the division, and she wants to spend some more time with her family. So all the best to her. Personally, congratulations. Professionally, I just think it was too soon, and that she took the coward's way out. So whatever, who cares? Enough about this girl.
Okay. Did you see her in Vancouver?
I did.
Where?
Yeah.
Where?
I saw her at the airport. I was about 5 feet away from her.
On the way there, on the way, like yesterday?
Yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, on the way. Yeah, I was in line to do my bag to drop my bag at the bag drop, and this fan came up to me. I mean, she's 5 feet away from me.
Okay.
And this fan came up and asked me for a picture and an autograph. And when I gave him the autograph, I looked up and she was just sitting right there with the big boot on. And then she was like clutching her daughter in her arms and like, I know that she knows that I was there, but she refused to look up at me. She would not look up. And, as a mother, I respected the fact that she had her daughter in her arms and I wasn't going to start anything with her at that point. And, she was just waiting for her wheelchair to get wheeled through the airport. And, I said, if I see her again, I'll do some sign language to her, like,
yeah.
So I wouldn't have to be verbal with her while she's with her daughter, but I never ran into her again.
So you didn't say like congrats or anything like that from afar?
No.
Right.
I mean, like I said, on a personal level, yeah, congrats. If she watches this, congratulations. I'm happy for you. I hope she has a good time. But professionally, I know that it's going to be the thorn in her side for the rest of her life.
Is your next fight?
I believe submission finish is more dominant than any scorecard that you could put in front of me.
Sure. And just curious, do you think this will be a thorn in your side for the rest of your life, that you aren't able to get the last one, that it ends up being 1-1 if it remains this way? Like, do you think this will eat at you, that you won't be able to, win the series?
No, because as far as I'm concerned, I still have a 1-up on her. Okay. She didn't finish me. I was literally coming at her the entire time. I ran out of time. When it brass tacks, when it all comes down to things, when she was supposed to be, the greatest of all time, she tapped.
Okay.
And she was asking for help to get out of there. So like I said, a finish is better than a scorecard. She couldn't finish me. I'm not going to have a thorn on my side because as far as I'm concerned, I still have a win over her. If we're in the streets, she's dead. She already died. And I just think that, no, and baby, I'm young. I still got years ahead of me. I'm still going to be in the fight game for a long time. I'm not going nowhere.
Is your next fight for the belt?
Absolutely it is. It's not like they have to think what are we going to do? Who's next? Like I'm sitting in the front row. I'm right there. It's not like some, rocket science. I was going to be fighting for the title that night. She retired. I'll be fighting for the title when I'm healed and ready to go.
Who do you think you'll be fighting?
I probably Raquel, I think that I'll fight Raquel. She's done enough, to deserve the title shot and she's very durable. She's very tough. And I definitely think that that's probably more than likely the fight that they'll make, but I can't say for sure. I'm waiting for a call tomorrow.
I was wondering Raquel, or maybe if Holly Holm beats Mayra Buena Silva next month, that they would do you versus Holly. Which do you prefer?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I'm anticipating that it's going to be Raquel, especially since Raquel was supposed to fight Irene. But I mean, you never know what the machine's going to do.
Which, if it was up to you, are you cool with the Raquel fight, or do you have another idea in mind?
Yeah, I'm cool with the Raquel fight. I'm cool with any fight. You pay me and you clear the room, and I'll fight you right now, Ariel. I don't care.
Wow. I want none of that smoke, just for the record. I just want to let you know. You would tap me in 4 seconds.
Anyways, either. Yeah, I don't want to fight men. Every time I fight a man, I get injured. So I'm done fighting dudes.
Oh, you fight men, you mean in training? You only spar with women now, or roll with women?
I need to only spar with women now. That's the problem, is that every time I get hurt is because I'm training with a man. I'm fighting a man.
The ribs? So, ribs was because of a man?
Yeah, I think it was a combination of things. I think a week prior, I was like, man, my abs are really sore. It must just be killing it in strength and conditioning. I didn't realize that it was my ribs. And then the week that Countdown came in, I was training, and I was training with the man, and I did an arm drag and popped right out.
Oh man. And how long until you feel like you'll be ready to fight? How long does that take to heal?
So today is 6 weeks, and in order for it to heal, you need for me to grapple or do jiu-jitsu, they say 8 weeks. Because look at it this way: if it's 6 weeks and I start going and train right now and I pop it out again, that's going to be another 6 weeks time to let it heal. So the important thing with rib injuries is you have to give it that time to heal, because if you don't, then it's just going to always be a reoccurring injury that happens every time. And I'm trying to avoid that.
So maybe back end of the year?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Madison Square Garden, T-Mobile Arena, something in November or December, I'm sure.
Okay. And what do you make of Amanda saying, like, forevermore, it's a fake belt now? It's, what do you...
She's got to say that. She has to say that, And so at the end of the day, like I said, she's dead to me, and my job is to make everybody forget about Amanda Nunes.
What is it like, by the way? Like, on Saturday, everyone's glowing. They're all putting their posts about the greatest of all time and all stuff. On the Monday, everyone's glowing. You're like the one person on the island who's just trying to like rain on the whole parade, poo-poo the whole thing. And this is a lot of the hate that you're getting. I'm sure you're seeing some of it. Well, and I actually don't think it bothers you. I think you actually enjoy it and relish it. But what is that feeling like to be the one person just with a megaphone being like, boo, while everyone is trying to celebrate this woman?
Obviously, they want it. Obviously, there's some sort of like rhetoric behind it, because if there wasn't, they wouldn't be like talking to me to the side and being like, can we please mic you for tonight and put a camera on you the entire time? They want it. They want the drama. They want the spice and the flavor. They called the right person. Okay. The Peña power. I bring the flavor. I bring the spice, and they know it. So that's why they mic me up for this stuff. But no, all I can say is that all of those people's opinions, at the end of the day, they don't like it when I tell the truth and when I speak facts. And these are all things that are current in my life. This is my livelihood. This is how I make my living. I challenge any fighter to call into your show right now and tell me that they wouldn't be irritated too if they stopped the greatest of all time in a submission finish and then, went 25 minutes but was managed to do this to their opponent. And then this person said, no, I'm just going to ride off into the sunset and we're not going to do the trilogy. It's angering. It's upsetting. Anybody would be upset. And any real true fighter can feel how I'm feeling, and they would feel me on that. They'd be upset too. So at the end of the day, what other people say about me and everything like that, none of my business. These people don't pay my bills. I know who I am, and I'm always going to be true to who I am through and through every single day, no matter what. And I could give a crap less if the president of the United States walked through that door right now. I am always going to be me and be my authentic self. And if you don't like it, no problem. If you love it, that's great. I love that. But at the end of the day, I have a job. I have an obligation. I am in the entertainment business, and it's better that they talk about me, whether it's hate or love, than the other 700 fighters that are on the roster that they can't remember their names. Okay?
No, it's a great point, and I honestly understand where you're coming from. You had the fight; it was booked, right? Like, it's not like you're trying to get the fight. You had the date, you had the poster, you had the fight, and now it's not. It's
just disrespectful. Like, I gave you the time to heal from COVID, so why wouldn't you just return the favor?
I don't know if, to me, you may take it that way. I don't know if disrespect is the word that comes to mind, but I can understand why you are very upset today, because I feel like it was right there for you, and especially when she says
if I'm wrong,
she doesn't want you. Yeah.
Ariel,
yeah.
She says what? She doesn't want me to have the belt?
Yes, yes. So it kind of feels very personal, the decision, as opposed to personal in terms of like towards you as opposed to towards her. Do you get what I'm saying?
She's going to do anything and everything that she can to shank me because she knows. But I was going to say, I lost my train of thought. Hot dog it. I forgot what I was going to say. Hot dog it.
No. Hot dog it is a great.
It'll come to me.
I've never heard hot dog it before. That's a good one. By the way, why UFC 200 behind you?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out the things in my office. I won at UFC 200.
Yes, I know.
Actually, this is great. Okay, this is great. When was UFC 200?
July of 2016.
July of 2016, Amanda Nunes won the belt against Miesha Tate. And July 2016, I'm standing on the cage. Once again, they mic'd me up and they asked me, give us your thoughts on this fight. And I said, I'm next. And that night she said, I'm next. And it took 5 years after that for her to give me that fight. It took 5 years for her to give me that fight after I had won against Kat Zingano, and Kat Zingano had just beat Amanda Nunes. So that's the one thing that me and Kat have in common. We beat the greatest of all time. Kat beat her in a stomp out, TKO. I beat her with a submission finish and was the only person to make Amanda tap. So it just happens to be behind me. That was not strategic at all, but it's just a good reminder that, the greatest of all time has been beaten by Kat Zingano and me, and I'm the only one that made her tap.
I thought the reason why you put it up there, I thought you were going to say UFC 200, she became champion. Let's end the story 100 pay-per-views later, UFC 300 coming up next spring. me versus her, and then you ride off. That's pretty good. You see, we should have talked about this beforehand. That's pretty good right there, right?
UFC in the spring, UFC 300. Let's end this, Mandy. Let's do it.
Mandy. By the way, who's more upset, you or the featherweights? Now all the featherweights don't have a champion to gun after.
You want to talk about this? We can talk about it.
Yep.
Let's talk about it, okay? Because at the end of the day, they made that 145-pound division for Chris Cyborg only. When she beat Chris Cyborg, there was nobody else. What, Megan Anderson, who fights at 135 and bumped up to 45 for a shot at a title? And then Felicia Spencer, once again, can't make 135. 145 is where people go that can't make 135. But just do me a favor. Name 10 rostered UFC fighters. Women, featherweights. Excuse me. Name 10 women featherweights.
Doesn't exist. There aren't.
Doesn't exist. Yeah. Okay. There's none. It's a fake belt. It is a fake belt. So with that being said, they said, oh yeah, I'm the champ. I've done it all. And then Dana says, yeah, we're getting rid of that division and we're retiring. And she says, yeah, retire. They know what they're doing. Okay. So you agree. It's fake. There's nobody there to fight. You're the champion of a fake division. Enjoy. I mean, literally, I don't know what you want me to say. It's a fake belt at 145. And it was so real, Ariel, that they're diminishing it completely.
Who's the greatest female fighter of all time, according to you?
The greatest female fighter of all time, according to me, is me. You want to know why? Because I'm not a fighter. I'm a warrior. I am a warrior that lives inside, and there's a difference. Amanda's a fighter. I'm a warrior. I'm the greatest warrior. I'm the greatest fighter of all time. And I believe that with my heart because I never stop coming. You're going to have to put me to sleep or knock me the fuck out to get me to stop coming after you. Bet.
That was a good answer. Well done. That was the answer that I was hoping you would say, because why would you say someone at this point? You know what I mean? So
just singe this in your brain, all you little haters. Singe that into your brain because it's happening again. Mark my words.
I love it. Hogan, Flair, you're hanging with these guys. They're giving you a little heel. You're like Hollywood Julianna Peña. Shout out to the NWO Hollywood Hulk Hogan. I feel like there's some osmosis coming on here. Like it's just like the persona is coming together.
Yes. I love the Flairs. I love Charlotte. I love Rick. I love Hulk, obviously. I think that at the end of the day, especially if you can talk to these people personally, they're amazing, incredible people through it. They're amazing people. And, I think that, if you can take a page out of their book, go for it. I'm obviously being myself, and what I really truly feel is factual and true. A lot of people can't handle it or don't like it, but how quickly they forget. Because when I beat Amanda, I shocked the world. Everyone was saying how amazing she is, and she did exactly what she said she was going to do. And everyone was like, oh, I'm so inspired. That was incredible. Okay, well, I dropped the fight to Amanda in the rematch, and they hated on me. Scorecards, blah, blah, blah. You got fucked up. Okay, well, so did she. And I never stopped, and she didn't finish me like I finished her the first time. So a trilogy is supposed to be what is new and what is coming. And she robbed me of that. And I robbed myself by being injured. I'll say that. But I can't prevent myself. It's not that I can't prevent. You never know what's going to happen in training, and injuries are a part of the sport. So I thought that she was going to do the respectful thing and continue to give me the fight and just push it out later, especially if she's so confident. What better way to end your, terrific career by fighting in a trilogy fight? But, alas, I have talked about this gal way too much.
Yes.
She's dead. She's dead to me. And at the end of the day, it's all about the 135-pound division that I'm going to be carrying moving forward.
Well, I'm sorry it went down this way. When I reached out to you, truth be told, I thought you were going to come on to talk about fighting the winner of this fight. We got a curveball. I know some thought it might happen. I thought maybe we'd see the trilogy and then it would happen. But, that's the fight business. You say you're moving on. Raquel Pennington next. We'll see what happens there. If not, maybe Holly Holm. But I tend to agree. She weighed in. It seems like they're going to give her the shot. So hopefully we see it soon. Thank you as always, Julianna. Appreciate it very much. Get well soon, by the way. I hope you heal up, and we'll see you back out there later this year.
Yes, thank you so much for the time. I really appreciate it, and happy to be on the show as always.
Thank you. There she is, the Venezuelan vixen herself, Julianna Peña, cutting a mean promo, or 2 or 3 or 4 on Amanda Nunes. She is not happy, but she is now moving on. Let us move on as well and say hello to our final guest of the day. What a performance from her on Saturday. One of 6 Canadian fighters to win. We've been talking about this all show long. And I do believe she was the biggest underdog of the bunch. I could be wrong. Am I right about that, GC? I think she was the biggest underdog of the bunch. She had a tough fight against Miranda Maverick. First round was close. Second round was not. And third round was not. I said she was like the Canadian zombie out there. She just kept going and would not be denied. It was very impressive. It was very inspiring. It was a beautiful scene. And she stepped up. We had her on a few months ago. She asked me to come on before the fight. I said, let's do it after the win. I'm a man of my word. I predicted it. Unlike others, she is the product of Niagara Top Team, the pride of Canada and Ontario, the one and only Jasmine Jasudavicius. What do you think?
Great.
What do you think?
Amazing.
Amazing?
Amazing.
I prefer Jasudavicius because I think that's the authentic way, right?
That's even better.
I've come along. I've been working on this. What do you prefer? Jasudavicius? Because they said on the broadcast Jasudavicius, but I prefer Jasudavicius. I could do both now. I'm going like boom, 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 but I just want to know, what do you want me to say?
I like Jasudavicius.
Jasudavicius. Okay, that's what I was saying. I was saying that all week last week, and then I got a little self-conscious because I'm like, I don't want to butcher it again. But I'm nailing it, right? Jasudavicius.
You're killing it, man. Keep it up.
Thank you. So are you. So are you.
Thank you.
Oh my God, what a night. What a week for you. Unbelievable stuff. Are you on a high right now? Like, how are you feeling? Can you even describe?
I'm on cloud 9. I feel like since the fight, I mean, honestly, pretty much since I landed in BC, that like you could feel the buzz in the atmosphere as soon as you got to the hotel. Like you could feel the vibe in the air, and yeah, like it just continued through. I got the win, and now just I feel like finally it's like starting to settle, and I'm like, oh, I'm exhausted.
Well, I appreciate you talking to us about the fight because it was so amazing, and the week was so amazing, and it was so great for Canadian MMA. And I'm just wondering, like, for all of you, like I was talking to Aiemann about this as well. You know, you've watched MMA, you've been a fan. I know you went to an event a few years ago, all that stuff. We spoke about the story. And now, like, for you to be a part of this story, like the resurrection of this is crazy stuff, right? Does this feel real to you? Does this feel like how do you even explain all of this?
It's unbelievable. And the fact that all the Canadians won, we went 6 straight that night. And like having my boy Mikey on the same card with me, like it was literally I felt like the stars were aligning all week, all fight night, everything.
What about the fact that a lot of people were saying you were the biggest underdog of the bunch? She's a tough opponent. How did you feel going into it?
I mean, like anyone who knows me, they know that, you know, that those things don't matter. That doesn't get in my head, nothing like that. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it makes sense why I would be the underdog. She's ranked 15th. I'm just beating a debuter. Like, you know what I mean? I understand why the odds were as they were, but you know, like anyone who knows me or like seen my fight before, they know I'm a dog. So bet on me if I'm an underdog for sure.
The Canadian zombie. That's what it felt like you were fighting like out there. And shout out to the Korean zombie, but it's just like it felt like you would not be broken. You kept coming forward. After the first round, how were you feeling about the fight, and what was your corner telling you? Because to me, rounds 2 and 3 were obviously yours. Round 1 was close, can make the case, but you could also make a strong case for her as well. How are you feeling going into the second following the end of the first?
So after the first, like, you know, I knew that I probably lost that round. You know, like she was doing the submission attempt and I had to, you know, stay defending the whole time. I couldn't get my arm out because I knew if I started moving, that's when it's getting in. I let it get in a little bit too too deep than I should have. So then I was kind of stuck, like stalemating, hoping that she was going to move and that I was going to make this space. But, after that round, I just knew, like, I'm not going to sit here trying to burn my energy, trying to get my arm out. I'm just like, let's be patient. Let's be smart here. And, bide my time. So after the first, I knew that I was going to have to either finish her or win the next two. And so sitting down, my corner said, respect the submissions, all that kind of stuff. But they didn't have too much advice for me. And, after it was like my coach had said, just be you with defense. That's the game plan. Be you with defense. And so I knew coming in for the second and third, like I was going to come in hot. I wanted to put her on her back foot. I wanted to keep the pressure on her. And so that's what I did.
You really did. You kept moving forward. Very impressive stuff. Where would you rank this one in terms of the UFC fights that you've had so far? I feel like it's at the top just because of the setting and all that stuff. But for you and the performance as well, where would you rank it?
Top, for sure. Being able to fight in Canada, and I'm very proud of my performance. I fought the whole time, and it's I'm happy about it.
She posted something on social media afterwards about losing sight in one of her eyes. I think she said her left. Did you read that? And what did you make of it?
Yeah, I heard about that. I mean, we're in a fight. It happens. Probably got some, I'm rubbing her face, like grinding my fist in her face. It's a fight. So maybe something scraped it. I apologize. I hope everything's okay. I'm not, trying to poke an eye or anything like that. But yeah, I hope nothing's like actually wrong with her. No one wants to lose an eye. That's a terrible thing. So
could you tell that she was dealing with something in the fight?
No, I couldn't tell. I didn't really. I was just trying to punch her in the chops.
Yeah. No, I feel you. By the way, did you know that the and shout out to Aaron Bronstetter for this factoid. Did you know that the last time there were 5 Canadian victors on a card, it was the card that you were at back in the day, June 18th, 2016. You were at that card, right, as a fan? That's the last time this happened. Isn't that wild?
That's so wild. He told me that after my fight. Yeah, he told me that. That's so crazy.
What a world. Imagine telling that young woman at that card, 7 years ago, that this would happen. Like, would you have believed that? Like, oh yeah, in 7 years you're going to be fighting at Rogers Arena in Vancouver, all that, like in the UFC. Would you have believed that?
Not a chance. I would have believed that.
Because at that point, were you even training MMA yet?
By that point, because my first one was Ottawa. So by that one, I had been training for a little bit.
Okay. But like, was UFC even on the radar for you? Like, was that even a part of the...
No, I was still an amateur. I hardly even knew how to throw a punch by then.
Wow, crazy how it all how it all comes together. So you fight, but then you still obviously want to see, as you said, your boy Mike Malott, who's going to join us on Wednesday, by the way. I wanted to have him on today, but he's flying today, he told me. Yeah. So for those asking why he's not on, that's the only reason why. What do? You go to the back and watch? You go in the arena? Where did you watch his fight?
So normally they shuffle you out. You got to go back to the hotel. But they were very, very nice, and they let me and my corners stay. Well, Chris, he cornered Mike's, but the other two, D-Marks and Jelly, they let us stay, and we were kind of in the back area where the security stands. And so we got to see the fight, and they let me, when he was walking out, they let me go up and try to get a high five off him. But when he walked out, the stands fell, right? Yes. So he didn't even see me at all because of the commotion.
Were you close to that?
I was. I watched it happen. It was probably 20 feet away from me. Oh my God. Not even.
Was it scary? Did anyone get hurt from what you saw?
I don't think so. They say nobody did, but I know Chris got hit. He got hit in his arm and his leg. You did one of these, but it still kind of got him. But I'm very surprised because a ton of people came down with it. Drinks were spilled, everything,
and very close to Mike as well.
Yeah, he just kind of whoop, and then kept going, man.
those reflexes. What was it like when you saw him win? Because I was a little bit nervous for him and the whole crew, because it was like, man, there's one left, and he's talked about how much this meant to him and UFC 129 and like it just, it would have just been so great. Okay, this is perfect, and so you don't want him to stumble at the finish line because you know how much it will hurt him. What was it like when you saw him get the win, and especially the way in which he got the win?
You know, I didn't really have a doubt, honestly. Like, I see the guy in the room, I see what he's doing, I see how talented he is. I didn't really have a doubt that he was winning, but to be able to see it and see how happy he was, like, you know, to see him after when he was like walking through, we got to hug. They let me like go up there and see him. So it was a night. We keep on saying two weddings, because the last time we fought, that's what it is, like 2 weddings. So, you know, this time 6 weddings.
Yes,
so.
6 weddings. And by the way, speaking of, I think on, was it on Sunday or Saturday? Did he get engaged? Because I saw a photo on his Instagram with a ring or something. Did he also get engaged?
I think he's been engaged for a bit. Maybe this is the first time that he like put it out there.
Okay.
But yeah, he's been engaged. He just bought a place. Actually, he's like moving closer to us, right around the corner from Josh Hill, and so it's going to be sick to be able to see Mikey even more. It's
all coming together. Canadian MMA, is it back? Is it finally back? Is it a thing now?
Oh, it's back and it's going strong.
I love it. We need to get. What do you think? Like, you were there. You were on the ground. Is Ontario going to happen? Is Toronto going to happen? What are they saying? I'm sure you asked.
I think Toronto's happening. That's what they're saying, that they want to go there. They wanted to go there this time, but the whole playoff thing, or NHL, or I don't know any other sports other than this, but some other sports thing was going on there. But yeah, I think Toronto will be next
this year.
I think so. You know, dream, believe, achieve, right? This year for sure.
And what about you? When would you like to return?
You know, I'm going to take probably about 3 days off, rest for a little bit, and then back in the gym. And I want to be active. So ideally, I kind of book something soon, like, you know, book something so that it will be in whatever.
Do you have someone in mind?
I have no one in mind. I mean, my coaches, they want Macy Barber or Casey O'Neill. You know, Casey O'Neill, she talked shit my debut. So, you know, she's always been on my hit list.
What'd she say? What did Casey say?
She just put a yawn face on like a thing that a post of my fight or something that. And I'm like, hey, whatever, man. She started it, so you know that hooks in now.
Wow, I love the fact that even when you're kind of talking trash, you're laughing and smiling. Like, I feel like there's no way that you like. Does anything make you mad?
Yeah, you know, like traffic, someone cuts me off. Oh, you know, people like take my food, that kind of stuff. But no, I'm pretty chill.
Who's taking your food? You mean like at the gym?
Well, you know, if I'm eating something and somebody like comes and eats it before I finish it or something.
Who's doing that? What kind of Neanderthals? Oh yeah, that's not nice. They are Neanderthals. By the way, speaking of which, I saw this footage. You know, I see these people all the time, like GSP. GSP has a cold plunge in his backyard. He goes in there. I see Joe Rogan doing it. I see all the athletes doing it. All the fighters love to do that. I see footage like walking under a bridge, jumping into what appears to be disgusting polluted water. We're watching this right now. And then jumping in to do your cold plunge. Like, you're literally walking under the bridge right now to jump into this water. If I was like driving, I would think, is this person what is this person doing? Putting their like you're walking on this thing. It looks like it's going to collapse. You take off the majority of your clothes. What is going on here? Why can't you just do a normal cold plunge? Why do you have to do it here?
You know, it's a really nice spot. So that's actually a train bridge. Okay. So there's no like cars or anything like that going over top. So, and it's like kind of in a secluded area, so it's like a very zen spot. But yeah, I always like go down there whenever I feel like I'm going like crazy in my head. I'm like, I gotta like, you know, figure my shit out, and I feel like a cold plunge always just like settles everything. And
Wow.
so, yeah, I mean, it's probably polluted, but maybe that's like got such big pipes here.
That's right. So wait, is there a train that goes over your head when you're in there?
The train doesn't use those tracks anymore.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like a band. I don't know. They don't use them.
Jeez. How far is that from where you live?
Like a 4-minute drive, maybe.
Okay. And you ever
Yeah.
like do the whole thing where you're walking and you're getting undressed? Like, does anyone ever stop you and say like, "Yo, what's going on here?" Or is there no one actually around there?
There's a walking path that's like kind of farther out, but where I go in, like to go underneath the bridge, there's no people
Okay.
there.
Do you always go alone or do you bring someone with you?
I sometimes bring people. A lot of time I'll go alone because it's usually when I'm like stressed out, like say I had a bad practice or something like that. Then I go, have my alone time and I just go in the water, and then you always feel better after. But say I brought a lot of girls in for this training camp. So if they ever wanted to do a cold plunge then I take them to that spot. Like, I know a spot. Let me show you.
And what happened? Like they think they're going to some fancy cold plunge spot and they're going under a train bridge. Did anyone ever like, what? If I was with you, I'd be like, you're crazy. I'm going back home. This is nuts.
Yeah, but I mean, by the time that I brought them down, it's too late anyways.
Yeah. By the way, do you go in the winter too?
Most of the time it's in the winter that I go because
my gosh.
then the water will be like that much cold. When I went at that time, it was probably the coldest that the water actually is because it was at the end of the winter. So
Oof.
the water's just like kind of like just thawed out. You could see like farther on, maybe not in that video, but a little bit farther, there was still ice like over in the deeper part of the water.
Sheesh. And how long are you in the water for?
I don't know, until I feel like it was enough.
Okay.
I don't really do, some people time it, everything like that. I just go in and just try to go for as long as I can, either until I, at least very minimum, until I like calm my breath. But then sometimes then if it's like a little bit warmer, then you just kind of chill in there for a little while and like make sure you really open yourself up. But if it's really cold, then I'll just like calm my breath and then shoot back out.
By the way, have you been back to the gym today?
No, I'm still in BC.
Oh, you are?
We decided to stay a couple days. We went to Gross Mountain yesterday. Gonna do some other hiking, like take advantage while we're here.
Yeah, for sure. I was gonna say, it looks like you're in a bedroom right now, and I was like, those are some nice plants in your bedroom behind you, but I guess right behind you over there?
I wish my bedroom was as nice looking as this. There's
Yeah,
like clothes, training gear.
Yeah. I was like, wow, it is very zen over there. I was just wondering, like, what the vibe, like, when you guys go back to the gym, I'm sure it's going to be incredible, right? You guys are doing so well, and feels like the confidence of the team is growing every day.
It's going to be nuts. We've got a bunch of guys fighting coming up soon, so it's like, it's just perpetual. That it's great. We're going to celebrate this win, but right away, once we're back, these guys, these are the most important fights of their lives. So, my fight's done. We did the work for it. Now it's like, it's these guys' time. And, that's why we continue to grow. We're not celebrating the wins for super long. We're in there celebrate, but then we're right back to work.
Well, I must say, when I started my career, I was very, very adamant on being like super, super, super unbiased, right? I have to be Mr. Journalist. I can't ever show any emotion. I can't show any bias of any kind. As I've grown older, I've chilled out in that regard, and I was rooting for you guys. As from one Canadian to another, I was so happy to see you guys succeed. And with every single victory, it just kept growing, and I wanted the 6-0. I wanted the perfect night. And you did your part, and Mike capped it off, and everyone did their part. All great performances. So I'm thrilled for all of you. So happy to see Canadian MMA finally get some love again, because it feels like it's been a really long time, and now you're a big part of that. So keep it going. Much respect, much love, congratulations, and I give you a little cheers with my Stay Vicious cup over here. Jasmine Jasudavicius. Yeah.
Awesome. Perfect.
Thank you so much. All the best. Thank you for coming on, and we'll do it again soon. Appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you. Always the best.
There she is, the one and only, the vicious one. Jasudavicius. I was telling you guys it's Jasudavicius, and you're like, no, it's Jasudavicius. It's like, listen, we could go tomato, but that's what she wants, all right? That is what she wants. What a night for Canadian MMA. 6-0. Unbelievable. It just kept growing. It reminded me a lot of the Ireland card where, first you have Paddy Houlihan in 2014, and then it keeps growing, and then it's Cathal Pendred, and then it's Norman Park, and then it's Gunnar Nelson, although they had 4 Irish-born Northern Ireland as well. Here we had 6. I'm trying. I don't know if there's a way to find out if this has ever happened before, if there's ever been 5+, 4+, 6. And the thing is, like that card in 2016, where they went 5-0. No, sorry, there was 5 wins. There were some losses. Roy McDonald lost in the main event. Patrick Cote lost in the co-main. Has anyone ever gone undefeated 6-0 or more? I don't know. It's hard to find. I need some sort of like stats and info group to help me out here. But what a day, guys. What a day. What a time to be alive. Still plenty of show to go. We're going to check in with the guys in a moment. Because we still have to talk about the weekend and some other things about 289. Usually we go on like a 1-hour dissertation about 289 or about the pay-per-view that was. But of course, we had to talk to Big Izzy, Ash in studio. And I do want to should I announce Wednesday or should I wait for Wednesday?
Do it.
Well, I do want to let you know. I mean, it's a big week. Frank, a lot of people like to say, oh, you don't have enough MMA. Oh, you're slipping. All this bullshit. And sometimes it gets to you, not to the point where you want to say, like, F you, but it's just like, you know what? Go fly a kite, all right? We've been here since all of yous were in your father's nutsacks. But I do want to let you know that on Tuesday's edition, how do we follow up Izzy in studio and Ash in studio? Tuesday's edition of the show, we're going to have the great Tim Simpson in studio, who is now heading up his own management team, representing the likes of Israel Adesanya, representing the likes of Casey O'Neill, who was just discussed, representing the likes of Leon Edwards, who had such a great showing yesterday at the Soccer Aid event, representing the likes of Max Blessed Holloway, who I am very excited to tell you all will also be in studio on Wednesday. So the Blessed Express is coming through the studio. I saw him briefly yesterday at the premiere, and that was great. And I don't think he's ever been in studio before. Obviously, he's been on the program many a time before, but in studio, coming off his big win over Arnold Allen, and also, coming off Charles Oliveira's win. Interesting to get his thoughts on the whole featherweight division, his career, and to just shoot the breeze with Max Holloway. So stay tuned for that. For now, though, a quick word from our good friends over at DraftKings Sportsbook. Stay tuned for Game 5 of the NBA Finals. It goes down tonight, and I said it, and I hope you all paid attention. Nuggets in 5. They're wrapping it up on Monday night, and I'm so happy for all my friends out there who are Nuggets fans. In particular, the man in the hat, Chuck Mindenhall, a lifelong Denver Nugget fan. Oh, so happy for him. They are going to bring this home, and it's going to be a great scene in Denver on Monday evening. Well, if you're not a Nugget fan and you want some skin in the game, join the NBA Finals action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers can place a $5 bet and score $200 in bonus bets instantly. Plus, all customers can take a shot at bigger payouts with DraftKings stepped-up same-game parlays. All you have to do is download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code THEMMAHour. New customers can place a $5 bet and score $200 in bonus bets instantly. Again, that's code THEMMAHour. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook, and there's a lot of MMA to come, by the way, which you can also partake in. We have the UFC back with the Jared Cannonier fight this Saturday. Bellator has a gigantic card on Friday with Patricio Pitbull going down to 135 to try to gain that title. So he's trying to do 55, 45, and 35. He's going to be on the show on Wednesday as well, the big man from Brazil. And you also have Yoel Romero going up against Vadim Nemkov for their 205-pound title. Regis Prograis fighting in boxing. So there's a lot to like as far as combat sports is concerned. And don't forget, the NHL Stanley Cup Finals are in full swing. And in addition to all of that, the PFL is back on Friday as well, going toe-to-toe with Bellator. Friday, June 16th, 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN, with early prelims starting at 6:30 p.m. on ESPN Plus. That's Eastern time. Want to let you know that support for this episode comes from the PFL. It's win or go home for the best fighters on the planet as the PFL enters its push for the playoffs. And what about that shocker? Brendan Loughnane losing on Thursday. First time finished, now out of the playoffs. Jesus Pineda shocking the world with the big finish of last year's featherweight champion. 60 fighters have started the season, only 24 make the postseason. 2022 PFL Heavyweight World Grand Prix champion Ante Deleli, or is it Delela? I think it's Deleli, takes on Maurice the Crochet Boss Green. I once had a great conversation with Maurice Green about his love of crochet. He's a great guy, and he's getting a great opportunity against Ante, the pride of Croatia. Also, 2022 PFL Women's Lightweight World Champion Larissa Pacheco returns to action. Of course, we recall her big win over Kayla Harrison back in November, one of the saddest nights of Mysterious Frank's life. Biagio Ali Walsh looks to continue building on the Ali family legacy against Travell Miller. And Aspen Ladd also returns to action, and she is looking for a big win over Karolina Sobek. All that and more this Friday, June 16th, 10 p.m. Eastern on ESPN, with the early card starting at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, only on ESPN Plus. All right, let's talk to the guys. Hey, guys, how are you? How's everything? Long time.
Yeah, long time.
Yeah, it feels like we haven't spoken ages.
Yeah, what's the vibe back there? I mean, what a day.
Yeah, I mean, it was hectic earlier. It was.
Is my nephew still there?
No, they dipped.
You know, with all the commotion, I realized I never even took a photo with him.
Wow.
Comes to the studio. First time I have a family member come to the studio. Actually, since my mom, you'll recall in New York, Rick. Remember my mom?
I do.
Coming back in the day. And yeah, he's such a big Izzy fan.
Is that possible, David? Or no?
I don't think anyone's ever come.
Wow.
My kids, I was thinking about this. My kids don't have school next week. Maybe they come next week.
Oh,
I
like that.
Maybe a Monday.
Yeah, I mean, we're just checking off the Helwani boxes back here.
I mean, it's big time stuff. We
Wife,
had, the wife yesterday. You met my wife yesterday.
Kids last week at darts.
Kids last week. You met the whole mishpach.
I mean, it's just
wow.
We're really getting the whole family tour.
What'd you guys think of my wife? Did you? I mean, I heard there was
Very lovely.
Yeah, very
Definitely
lovely.
the better half.
Well,
a nice bubbly personality. You know,
you expected otherwise, or what?
The other side, you're kind of the sort of,
Are you mixing drinks there?
Yeah. She counters it well.
Oh, I appreciate that. Yeah, it was nice. We had Tracy in the house. Mysterious. Are we allowed to say Tracy?
Well, you are. You are now.
Tear that one off, right?
Shout out to T.
Shout out to Big T. The crew was there. No, she enjoyed meeting everyone. In fact, I told her you're going to meet Conor, and she got a little nervous beforehand. She thought she was meeting Conor McGregor. Of course, she has a little bit of a beef with Conor McGregor dating back to the comments he made
Yes, of
course,
in, I think it was 2014, where he said that she wasn't invited to the post-fight party. But then I told her it's CONNER.
There it is.
Not
Yep.
CONOR. I was like, oh, that one. Then she, this is how much she actually watches the show, which we joked about. She asked me why I keep referring to Frank as Mysterious Frank. I was like, wow, you've never
He
actually.
doesn't seem so mysterious.
Yeah, she's definitely not a fan.
No. And then I showed her some of the pictures. I actually showed her the photo at the darts, and she thought I was in the photo. That's how good the Photoshop was.
I was a little worried about that when I posted it, man, because everybody, has been telling me how short I am. They're like, damn, you must be like 5'6".
I thought you did that on purpose just to make it a bit funny.
Make it a little bit less believable by making you look huge. I've just been telling everyone you're 6'8".
Yeah, that's cool. I could live with that. But no, it was a great time. I mean, man, I was telling Izzy right over there when he left, like it really stuck with me, the doc. I've been talking about. What did you think, GC?
I loved it, dude. Everything you said, the way it was shot, just everything you get to see about this guy that you normally don't get to see it's really revealing, and I think they did a great job covering the years that is covered in the doc. And yeah, I can't wait for everyone to see it.
Wasn't like I guess maybe I don't know much about. I know about Tribeca, and I've lived in the city before. Obviously, I lived there for 8 years. But I never been to Tribeca Film Festival before, so I didn't realize. Like I thought we were just going to the movies. I didn't realize it was the whole red carpet thing and the buzz, and then the Q&A after. And it was so fun. Like I felt like it was like this, and also like his parents are sitting there, his brother is there, his sister is there, Ash is there, Eugene is there. Didn't it feel like we were given access to this like private friends and family screening?
Yeah, absolutely.
It felt very intimate, right?
It felt like we were at like a posh film festival, which I guess technically we're all. Yeah, Tribeca is sort of a world-renowned film festival. I mean, when I turned the corner to show up, like you couldn't even see the doors to the theater. There were that many people around, and then they had the red carpet. All these flash bombs are going off. I'm like, wow, this is a real big deal here.
I loved it.
It was awesome. Yeah,
Frank, had you ever been to a Tribeca Film Festival showing?
Not Tribeca. No.
He said it's such a like a bourgeois, not Tribeca, but I've been
not
to
Tribeca. I mean, South by Southwest.
I've been to South by Southwest. Oh, Ken, yes. No, it was fantastic. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I can't wait till we can talk like more in depth.
Yeah,
like don't want to give away too much.
I wonder how that goes. So I guess they come to the screening, like the executives, they see it and then they bid on it.
Yeah, that's what he told me behind the scenes. Yeah.
Yeah. So the festivals are for the films to get displayed for the press and for potential buyers. And that's why it's not, like just going to the movie theater. It's a big event because they need to secure funding and things like this for distribution. So yeah.
Now, by the way,
there's going to be
I'm not gonna lie, that makes complete sense now.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I mean, that's what a film festival is.
Yeah,
that's what the festivals are. Yeah.
I'm not a film festival guy. I'm just kind of putting one and two together right now.
No, I love that. By the way, you said you that's what you heard. Like you were talking to Izzy about it.
Yeah.
Oh
wow. So I was just like, because
when was this? When did you have a call? I didn't know you guys were.
I mean, we're strolling over to the studio.
Oh,
I'm just gonna have my hands in my pocket saying nothing. I'm gonna talk up the middleweight champion of the world. Yeah, I was just telling him about the doc, how much I enjoyed it, and yeah, I was just like, are people going to be able to stream it at any point? Because obviously I got home, was telling my roommate about it, and he's asking how he'll be able to watch it. My girlfriend's saying the same thing, and then he told me, people will bid for it, they'll sell it, and that's how it'll go. He's hoping for a more mainstream streaming service so everyone can see it. But yeah, I'm excited for it to get on streaming.
Were
Hopefully
you there?
Rather than later.
So you were the one that introduced my nephew to him?
Oh yeah, me and your nephew were chilling down in the. Yeah, I didn't know. I guess we're just revealing all the names here.
Yeah, well, I mean, what is this? They're not judges, by the way. They don't need their their lives to be so secretive.
Yeah, man. Me and
did
Jared
he freak out?
No, he was calm, dude. We were chilling down in the lobby waiting, and then Izzy pulled up, and I was just like, yeah, this is Helwani's nephew, Jared, and. Then I kind of snuck it in there. I was like, it was his birthday yesterday. They talked a little bit.
That's
it was
awesome.
Izzy's mom's birthday on Saturday, so they had that in common. Yeah, it was nice. And then we went down and we got Evan. Yeah. we were chilling.
I met his sister there. His brother was there. It was like a whole family affair. Max was there. Max Bliss, Megan Anderson, Randy Brown seems to be in good spirits. He's returning in 2 weeks. Jacksonville card. So it felt like a big deal. I enjoyed it.
I'll say it was like pretty trippy, like kind of like it's sort of like a little bit of an inspiring film, like seeing the behind the scenes of this. And like halfway through the film, I was like, oh man, this is kind of crazy that the dude this is about is sitting like 10 rows ahead of us. I kind of just forgot about that as we were watching.
And then he's talking about like real personal shit and then stuff with his parents. And you're like, just like, whoa, wondering if they know how he feels. I guess they do. And then Eugene is, to me, like one of the most fascinating people in the sport. And they've been through some shit, that team. Like if you know about some of the, I mean, a lot of it is news, but just seeing the reaction to the stuff that we don't get to see. Can't say enough good things. Let us talk about 289. We haven't really talked about that. At least you guys haven't. New York Rick, are you surprised? Let's start here, because let's start at the top. Because you know what's funny? I feel like in a way, Irene Aldana is lucky on this Monday because she had one of the worst nights of her life. But because Amanda retired, it's taken all the heat away from her, right? Like no one is really talking about the performance. It's all like, oh, she won. But now it's become, let's celebrate Amanda, as you should when someone retires. But you know what I mean? Like if you talk about the actual fight, I mean, I couldn't have been more wrong. I'll put my hand up. Like I thought Irene was going to win. I thought she was going to shock her. I thought she was going to outbox her. I thought she was going to drop her, et cetera, et cetera. I could not have been more wrong. Were you surprised by the performance?
I wasn't surprised by Amanda's performance. I was surprised by Irene's performance. I will say, though, this is kind of what makes Amanda Nunes great. This is what puts her in that GOAT conversation, is the fact that she is on the brink of retirement and knew she was on the brink of retirement, and that's the performance she puts in, right? Typically, for the reasons I think you were kind of alluding to last week, talking about this fight, it was, where's her motivation? Where's her focus? You know, it wasn't necessarily that you didn't think Amanda Nunes had the skills. That's why you were confident that Irene would show up and take this opportunity, because Amanda has been doing this for so long. Can she continue to do it? Maybe the motivation wanes. But what makes her great is knowing she's going to walk away, she still put on a performance like that. It's very impressive. So I wasn't surprised by her in that regard, but I was surprised by how flat and not good Irene Aldana looked. It was bad. It was a very bad performance.
What about
There's
you?
no other way to say it.
From the jump, man, you knew she didn't have it. I mean, other than that one moment where she stung her pretty bad in the first round on that counter, I felt like she didn't have one single moment for the rest of the fight, and it felt like Amanda Nunes just got better and more comfortable as the fight went on. I mean, it was really, other than getting caught with that counter in the first round, it was a perfect performance, like a 50-43. Like the fifth round just put an exclamation point on it. I think that was a 10-8. It was incredibly impressive. And in my opinion, it's nice to see, if this is her final fight and if that is the real retirement, it's nice to see a champion go out like that on such an incredible performance. She's happy getting the gloves cut off. She's dancing around the octagon with her family and her children, and she's got beers. It's nice to see a champion go out like that.
Okay, so how do you guys feel about her retiring now? There's always another fight, right? Like, you'd always say, oh, John should fight Sergey Pavlovich. There's always another fight. This one, you know, Julianna's upset. There's the trilogy. Does she owe it to Julianna? Does she owe it to the fans? Does she owe it to, or like, F all that noise? She's done enough. God bless. Congrats. Enjoy life after fighting. What do you think, New York Rick?
There's nothing left for her in the UFC. I don't care about the trilogy fight with Julianna. The more interesting fights for Amanda Nunes are outside the UFC, in the form of Cyborg, in the form of Larissa Pacheco, in the form of Kayla Harrison. So
wow.
If there's a world where Amanda Nunes takes a page from other people's book and goes away for a bit and then potentially asks the UFC for her release and does something else, whether it be boxing or fighting some of these names I just listed, I'm more compelled by that, but I'm not interested in any fights in the UFC for Amanda Nunes. And if she's happy to be retired, I'm happy for her.
Does she stay retired, GC?
It feels pretty final. The retirement she had in the octagon and being surrounded by her family like that, which seems like it'll only be getting larger as time goes on. It feels like it's pretty final. And like Rick said, there's not a ton left to prove. Like, really, I guess the only thing left would be to take that Peña fight. And she is coming off a 50-44, 50-43 victory in that one. It feels like it's not going to keep her up at night if she doesn't do that trilogy.
Yeah. I kind of feel, I mean, and even she talked about her leg. I just kind of feel like, these are the two things that we have going against the idea that she's coming back, that this is going to be your typical MMA retirement. Number one, there really isn't anything left for her to prove. Even if you want to bring up Julianna, she could say, well, I beat her. You know, like, I beat her and I beat her convincingly. But then the other thing is, I think she hates Julianna so much that she loves the fact that she's like, I'm going to just take this, I'm going to put it on the ground, and I'm going to peace out, and I'm going to say that the rest of you are fake from now until eternity. Like, that's her last laugh, you know, in Julianna's face. So yeah, I kind of feel like she's done as well.
It would be different to me if there was a young up-and-comer on the horizon, right? If there was somebody there that it looked like, oh, if they put together a nice streak, they could become in the conversation for, you know, one of the best of this division all time. But it's really just the same names fighting for the title over and over. And this is the reason we've kind of gotten into this position where Amanda Nunes has done it all. Like, she's done it all twice. She's lapped everybody. There's really not a point. And also, she said the same thing that Khabib said, which is that her family, her mother, wanted her to stop, and that's a good enough reason for me. Like, I don't want to see Khabib, and I don't want to see her anymore if that's what is gonna make them and their families happy.
Pennington Peña?
Sure.
It's slim pickings at 35 right now, isn't it? What's a bigger fight, Pennington Peña or Holly Holm if she wins Peña?
Holm.
I feel like Holm, right?
I think so too.
But I feel like they'll go with Pennington just because she weighed in and all that nonsense. Holm Peña feels like a bigger fight.
I definitely think Holm Peña is the bigger fight.
If it's not the next one, it'll be the one after that. So I mean, all roads lead to it. It's all the same.
Yeah.
Holly Holm has that name value as well.
This is one of those that is the belt is going to take a while for it to feel like somebody's, much like when John left light heavyweight. This is one of those that it's gonna take some time before somebody is considered the champion in that division.
Shevchenko.
That would be amazing.
Moving up to fight for the title, you're saying?
Shevchenko Grasso is bigger than Shevchenko Peña.
I saw Blanchfield throwing her name out potentially.
Nah,
moving up
stay
to
at 125. Stay at 125.
Is 145's cooked? It seems like everyone's saying that. 145's done.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
it was cooked a while ago.
I mean, I know it's been cooked for a minute. I mean, we all get Jedi Goodman's featherweight ranking updates every single week.
Yeah.
But
great gag.
It was a belt only. It was not a division.
We're certain that this is done. Like,
I mean, there's no one in the pipeline. To your point, there's Cyborg and Katzengano fighting in Bellator. Probably they haven't announced it. At
what do we
some
do with
point,
Josiane Nunez, Norma Dumas? You know,
it might be like they were going to get rid of the 125ers and they were cutting those guys, including Brandon Moreno. So it might be the same thing unless they can make 30.
Bellator has that division.
Just go there.
Go to Bellator
or PFL because at some point
PFL exactly.
Yeah.
There's options. It's just not the UFC. They don't have it. It was one belt and not a division ever. Like, it's just not a thing.
What about Charles Oliveira? What about doing that to Beneil, who had looked so good? What about him speaking English? What about him finally winning in Canada? And I can't say this enough. And I feel like it's just amazing. I feel like such an old man talking about this. But like I remember when Charles was just this like Charles was like an apex fighter today. Do you get what I'm saying? Yes. No one cared. He was and now people talk about it with such love and reverence. It's just unbelievable to me. It's amazing the star that he has become.
He wasn't even just like a winning or dominant apex fighter. He was just a regular dude. He was just a
500 fighter.
Yeah. The turnaround, not only the turnaround, but the way he's kind of spit in the face of the narratives about him in the early part of his career is just incredible. Just a jiu-jitsu guy. Now he's just like standing there starching dudes, doesn't have a chin, doesn't have a heart. He's in the fire with every single guy, tougher than them every single time. He's incredible, man. He's absolutely incredible.
He's must-watch television.
Why do you think people love him so much? Like, how did he become a superstar?
Swag, the way he carries himself.
He's sick. Like that's like if I was going to describe him with one word, like sick. He's just a sick fighter. Like he goes out there, he dresses cool. He acts the part. Even when he's not speaking English, the translations illuminated by God. The champion has a name, everything like that. And then when he gets in the octagon, the fights are you have to be sitting in front of the television when Charles Oliveira fights, and it's always exciting. He always delivers, whether he wins or he loses. And then afterward, he's going to cut a promo, and it's going to be awesome. Like, it's from beginning to end, it's just must-watch TV for me.
I'll say winning heals and cures everything, right? Like, the fact that he's just on the run that he's on, where everybody but Islam has been dispatched, it's the cure-all. Like, the things that he's doing in the cage then allow him to get in front of the mic and say there's, a champion, and his name is Charles Oliveira.
It's great.
Everything.
Winning 12 of 13 and having the belt along the way and a few defenses. Yes, you are right, Rick.
Everything stems from that.
Yeah, that does help.
It also, I think it also stems from this. Like he has, to me, the turnaround starts against Kevin Lee, empty arena.
Yeah.
The last day of sports, pretty much before the pandemic, right? There was nothing going on that Saturday. So it was a big time performance. He gets the win, he gets the finish, and we have a little bit of a break, but like that's the last vision of the UFC that we have and of sports for like 2 months, right? This is March of 2020. Then when he comes back against Tony is still Tony Ferguson, right? Like he's coming off the interim loss. That was just the Gaethje fight. So he's still, to me, like that's revisionist history to roll your eyes, if you ask me. But then he has the string of Chandler Poirier and Gaethje fights that turn him into like, a cyborg, turn him into an all action fun fighter who gets hit and then hits and keeps coming back and keeps coming forward, keeps going. And that just turned him into this superstar. And for that reason, I don't think there's much of a debate here. I mean, Dana said it pretty much. sounds like they're just going to do Islam versus Charles too. And I don't hate it, to be honest. The only other, option would be if Dustin beats Justin Gaethje. That's in July. They could wait, but then you could say Charles has the win over him. I think there's a story here, though, that is a very easy one to sell. It's a year later in the same spot. He comes back. He's a different guy. He's able to right the wrong, blah, blah, blah. Let's see if he can do it one last time. Feels like the obvious choice. Do you guys foresee them going in any other direction?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they did, and then the winner of Gaethje Poirier gets the shot after that. I don't know. I mean, it's not a tough fight to sell, no matter how the first one went. I mean,
right.
Like we said, Charles Oliveira, like he's just a superstar, and can you imagine the scenes if he pulls it off? I mean, then he will rocket even further into superstardom.
The problem for Charles here is the time, right? Because this fight is going to happen in October, so now it gives Dustin or Justin a chance to make them think. So that's his worst enemy right now.
I think they see
how far away.
I think they see the pop, the reaction
for sure.
And even the tweets back and forth, the Islam tweet, his tweet, it's all there.
There's no bad option here, right? Like, let's say Dustin goes out there because Dustin's not an opponent, has not faced Islam. Dustin goes out there and smokes Justin. His happened more recently, right? Now all of a sudden the chatter starts to build back up, and the Charles win feels a little further away. And it starts to have some momentum. I'm not saying that that's going to happen. I'm not saying that that's guaranteed, even if Dustin does go out there and look amazing. But it hurts him. Charles is hurt by the fact that they're not looking to book this fight until October. That's some ways away. There's time for Dustin or Justin to do something.
And by the way, if he peppers, and I don't say this because he has to do it. It's all gravy. But if he peppers a little English in these conversations now that he's having, sky is the limit. I'm telling you, sky. It did. I'm looking for my pencil that I think I've just swallowed somehow. Oh, here it is. I've seen what it did to Khabib in particular. What it did to Triple G back in the day. Just a little bit. Now you don't need it. Look at Messi. Messi's one of the most famous athletes on the planet. He doesn't speak English. Maybe that changes when he comes to Miami. But you see just on the mic what he said on Saturday and the place. Very good friend of mine. His name is Jason Tackman. Shout out to him. Childhood friend. Used to work for the UFC. Went to every single card in Vancouver, and then went to the Montreal card, UFC 186. Also worked for the Canucks. Lives in Vancouver. Has been to concerts there. Says he has never heard that arena louder than when Charles Oliveira won on Saturday. That's Charles Oliveira from a favela in Brazil, and Vancouver is going nuts for the guy. It's crazy.
In February, the scenes from the mall in Australia or something, and he was just getting mobbed. He couldn't go anywhere. Yeah, I mean, he's superstar. And I mean, I know title shots don't always make sense, but he does also have wins over both Dustin and Justin very recently.
No, 100%. It's a great story.
I will, just to be fair, Islam did that pretty easily last time he fought Charles. There's something there that would potentially stick a something in the bicycle tire of this, but at the same time, to get the win that comeback way, I think he's done a lot to erase some of the doubt about that. He's also spoken about I just didn't show up. All I've got to do is show up. And when he has a performance against Beneil Dariush like that, you believe that, right? You start to feel that again of maybe it just wasn't his night, which is a very good skill for somebody who's in high level pay-per-views to have, is to make you kind of believe. It's Connor's best gift. So I believe Charles Oliveira. I believe that he didn't show up his best that night, and I believe the second fight would look different. Maybe Islam wins again, but I believe it will look different. I will say, though, it wasn't close. Islam took him out, and that hurts him, right? Dustin's a guy who never faced him. Now people will be like, oh, he faced Khabib and kind of draw those comparisons, but he never faced him. So there's things that could mess up the formula here, but Charles has done everything he can do. He's done everything he can do because he looked incredible.
I don't think if Gaethje wins, there's any chance. If Poirier goes out and smokes Gaethje, maybe, because like you said, he hasn't fought him, but I think by then they probably announce it, and I think by then
could be.
They just say you're next, right? Or you could be the next guy in line. I don't know if he'd want to be the backup fighter in Abu Dhabi, but certainly the next guy in line. It would feel very much like, I agree with everything you just said. It would feel very much like, I've said this before, Cain Velasquez, Antonio Silva. Cain smoked Antonio Silva, who just retired this weekend, by the way, thankfully. Long overdue.
We'll see.
Yeah, that's true.
He said that December. He said that last December.
But he did smoke him in May of 2012 in the first round, 3 minutes and 36 seconds. And then literally 364 days later, fought him again. And that time he beat him in 81 seconds. And that time it was for the belt. So, and it was only one fight in between. Very similar situation where there just wasn't anyone else at heavyweight. And so he had to run it back, even though there maybe wasn't a great demand. This time I do think there will be a much bigger demand for Makhachev, Oliveira 2, as opposed to Bigfoot Kane 2. By the way, a better chance to beat Islam, Charles Oliveira or Alex Volkanovski?
I think you have to go with Alex just based on the two fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, he was there. Alex was right there on the doorstep of making something incredible happen. So I'd have to side with Alex until proven otherwise.
By the way, biggest takeaway from the Izzy interview? Because I thought, there was a lot discussed, but I thought that he has like something with the DDP thing and then the Robert idea. I fear, honestly, like, when does a guy, unless they just force the winner of that fight to turn around, to fight July 8th and then come back and what is it, September 10th or September 11th? Like, that's just 2 months.
Yeah, that's why Izzy's trying to manifest the first round finish, right? He wants them.
Why did they put themselves in this situation? I don't understand. Why didn't they just keep DDP for September? It's like they made their lives more difficult. It's not like this had to happen. Should have done Whitaker versus Strickland.
Oh, yeah, that would have been great.
Just do that fight. They're fighting like the same month. Just do that fight. I don't understand.
But then what do you do with Rob? The problem is always Rob.
Whitaker Strickland.
No, Rob. But like after that, let's say he beats Strickland. Now what?
Yeah, you do. If he beats Strickland, now he fights the winner of DDP Izzy.
Yeah.
Now you got to. Okay. Here's the thing. What if DDP and Whitaker get into a war? What if there's no one available? Is it going to be? I guess then they do Strickland
they'll call up
versus
Strickland
Izzy.
or somebody.
Could happen. I mean, the way DDP fights, like,
yes,
could end up just
being
being
Hamza a visa and send him.
Sloppy war.
Yeah.
Let's get Hamza on the first plane. Let's solve his visas and get him out there.
Is that a real thing? I don't even know if that's a real thing. Who knows?
Biggest takeaway from me, you asked him about if he had to bet money on whether or not he'd ever fight Alex Pereira again. He said he would not.
Yeah. Feels like there's a better chance of the Jones fight happening than that one.
Yeah.
Too much.
I mean, honestly, I would have
205. Ooh, I need that.
Run Paulo Costa. I'm not mad at that. Let Paulo Costa get the fight.
Costa
We're talking about rematch. Yeah, why not?
The buildup would be
The buildup would be incredible.
Be so much better than the first buildup too.
Yeah, let's do it. Now, here's the problem. Israel Adesanya gets to pick that, right? Like, to an extent, right? He's gonna play ball, but if I'm Izzy, do I want to run Costa back? Like, has he really earned it? But at the same time, if the options are limited, like, you could do worse than Paulo Costa. Be a fun fight itself.
Yeah.
The new version of Costa is a lot different than that first one.
It's annoying for him that he has to keep doing these fights over again. Vittori again, Costa again.
Well, some of it's like he has to fight on that Australia card, right? That's the problem. The timing is the problem. If they could just say, let's punt it, let's push it back, then there's plenty of time for DDP or Whitaker to turn around no matter how that fight goes, and then you have a fight. But he's got to be the headliner in Australia, so that changes things. He's cleaned out the division, and the timing is tough. So limited options here.
Back to 289, Canadian MMA back. Is there
on that note? So Jose Youngs sent me some info on some certain comparable things. You were looking for some comparisons.
Oh yeah. About like countries.
Streaking country.
Yeah.
Canadian fighters went 5-0 on the main card, the UFC Halifax card in 2014. Rory McDonald, Chad Laprise, I think, right?
Yes.
Elias Theodoro, Gagnon,
Mitch,
and Norden. Who's Norden?
Taleb.
Oh, there you go. So, but apparently the prelims didn't go as hot. There were some Canadians who lost there. Damian Maia versus Ryan LaFleur in Brazil. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Brazilians on that card. One lost, but 10 Brazilians on that card. Won. That's pretty. Yeah. That's pretty incredible.
That is incredible.
10-1.
10-1.
Yeah, I knew there was a bunch. I'm sure there's more, right?
Those are the ones he sent, but those are pretty good.
Yeah, the Ireland one comes to mind too. Where I was trying to think of undefeated.
Undefeated's hard, yeah.
Is this the most wins without suffering a defeat?
Right.
It's also an odd one because a Canadian wasn't in the main event, and typically that'd be it, right? Like the local fighter would have the advantage in the main event, but Great night for Canadian.
Is there a
MMA.
champion though in this bunch?
I mean, if you're looking at one, it's probably going to be Mike Malott, right?
Yeah.
He's talented, man.
Yeah, Rick's interested in Malott after that. I mean, it was a great performance.
It was a great performance, but so it is worth saying that like all of them were fighting, I think, unranked opponents, or at the very, like no one in the top.
Yeah,
10,
but
certainly.
it's not as if these were squash matches.
No, not squash matches. And actually, it annoyed me when people were saying, "Oh, but they're no."
Most
that's
of them
the way
were
you should have
underdogs.
booked it. That's the
Maverick's
way.
got to be either ranked or on the
Sure. Yeah.
verge of that, right?
And
I think
Jasmine
will
was
be ranked. Yeah. After this,
I think.
But that's the way they
Maverick
should
was
have booked this. Like, look how we're talking about it. Look how it became a thing. I bet you all those people on Saturday talking about. I bet you the media was talking about how like it's okay sometimes to have these types of nights. You know what I mean? I mean, to a degree, that Ireland night was kind of like that as well. They were favorable matchups for the Irish fighters. To a degree, I know there was the Mike King fight against Cathal Pendray. Blah blah blah. Everyone's going to correct. Blah blah. The point is, I thought they booked it the right way. They weren't biting off more than they can chew. I'm just wondering what the feeling or what the future is or what the ceiling is for these fighters. Can they, is there a Rory McDonald in this bunch? Is there a Mark Hominick in this bunch? Is there a GSP in this bunch? I don't know.
I mean, we see this with the London cards, right?
Yeah.
It's clear what they're trying to do. Like they're building these fan bases up and they're building the enthusiasm, and it worked, right? Everybody was talking about how Canadian MMA was on fire. Their potential is not something we need to worry about on Saturday night. We've got time on that. So it just becomes this thing to what you said, a snowball, right? Now the snowball is rolling. Is it gonna hit something and maybe it disintegrates and they're not future champions? For sure. The likelihood is yes. But for now, it's a magical night and you can kind of keep running this until you have to stop,
Mm-hmm. No, it's an amazing thing, and it was really fun to watch. It was fun to see Canadian MMA just be talked about, just be
100%.
relevant, because it feels like it's
showed out,
so
man.
relevant.
Since GSP, it's just been this like revolving door of or maybe Rory's the last one who it felt like we have the guy. But it was really cool to see. I will admit, I enjoyed it a lot.
This is what I've always said. Don't judge a card before it happens. You can't. I mean,
You've always said that.
I've always said
You've always said
cannot
that.
judge
That's
a
your
card.
saying.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't. You can't do it. A nice comment here from Sean Young on the YouTube. New York Rick should be a promoter. How about that?
Put me in there. Put me in, coach.
before we get off the subject of Canadian MMA, can we talk about the poutine from Saturday?
boy.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy.
Well, first of all, can we talk about your pronunciation? Oh, there it is. Oh,
Poutine.
oh my God. What is it?
Yeah, I mean, like highlights of it. No gravy, sweaty box. The box is sweaty.
Absorbed gravy.
Where's this from? I mean, do we shout them
No,
out?
no,
or is
don't
too
do
many?
that.
Okay.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Here's what I don't understand. For weeks, you were telling me you were going to the Canuck.
Weeks. Yeah. Weeks.
I was actually jealous. I've never even been to this joint.
Oh, I couldn't wait.
By the way, where is it? Because I saw a place. Is it on the east side?
West
side. All right. Anyway, and then all of a sudden you show that picture, and I'm like, what the fuck? And this is a Frank, and it was from a Belgian place? You got poutine from a Belgian
French
place?
fry place. Connor, do you have the picture
What?
Of the poutine?
of the patine?
Poutine.
Patine.
Poutine. Well, do we delve into why we didn't attend?
we
the Canuck?
addressed that on the watch party.
No,
The important thing
I
is,
didn't
Not
hear
that
it.
many people
I
were
didn't hear
watching the
story.
watch party.
Also, different audiences. I mean, you can't just assume.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
Well, we had the plan for weeks. I mean, weeks in advance. And how fitting is it that I'm picking up my Tim Hortons that morning? You know, obviously getting
Nice.
my normal regular coffee from Tim Hortons, some Timbits, breakfast sandwich, everything.
You really go there? Is that your spot?
I have been there before. I do enjoy Tim Hortons. You get the coffee cup, maple leaf on it, maple leaf lid, everything like that. Quick, easy drive from my house. Timbits are great. While I'm waiting for my food to be prepared, I get a text from Mysterious Frank bailing on me.
Wow.
Plans are off.
Why?
He's got to take care of some cats.
Some cat?
Some cats, yeah. Had to take care of a cat.
Like legit cat?
Two
I thought you meant
cats.
like cool
Two
people,
cats.
like a cat. Like,
I mean, however you want to read it. But,
wow.
Princess and Oreo are their names.
Also, side note, he did reveal yesterday that he was close to bailing on you for the movie as well.
Yeah. Wow. I mean,
it's not a
some
good
things
friendship.
are said in confidence.
By the way,
think
it's
you
not a
know
good
that.
friendship when you
think
feel
you know
like
that.
you're always on the verge of getting bailed on, right?
If I remember correctly, you were also like,
yeah, but I
it's
didn't have
Sunday
plans with you
night."
guys. I'm not a part of this
yeah,
plan.
it's a little bit shameless sometimes. I mean, we all know the famous Black Friday. How fitting of a name, Black Friday. He bailed on me for the USA World Cup game.
Oh yeah.
While I was on the way to the event.
Isn't it uneasy knowing that like you could literally be driving to the spot where you're supposed to meet and you can get the text or call? Always. There's never any confidence.
No, there's a chance I could be standing, like checking in with the hostess to get seated at a restaurant.
Yeah.
And get a text and be like, "Hey man, can't make it anymore. Sorry."
It's not cool though, Frank, right? I feel like you need to instill that confidence back in.
I always apologize.
I also say like you still
Never
showed
once
up,
has he apologized for being late to a place. Which
you
is,
still show at least I show up to places, Frank. You still showed up to the watch party, so like this you couldn't have just left an hour.
They were
earlier?
actually not supposed to be fed until 7, and I was trying to squeeze it in.
Who throws taking care of cats on someone at the last second?
Somebody that there's an economy here. So when I leave, I need my cat taken care of. I can't just be like, oh.
Look, so anyway, that's
do cats really need to be taken care of?
Yeah.
What do they
These
need
are
to?
Young ones.
Oh, all right. So that's why you didn't go to the Canuck?
That's why I didn't go to the Canuck. But I, was like, look, I got you. We're gonna have it delivered. Didn't ask for anyone to pay or anything. I was just like, I'm gonna take care of this.
Oh, what a comment! What a comment! Oh, you expensed it. All right.
No, I didn't.
So he didn't even pay for himself.
Connor, show the picture of what I was picking.
All right, here it is.
No.
This is what he wants me to show you. The manicure.
That's what they. I'm like, all right.
Yeah, this is the taken with a professional camera.
Oh, that
this isn't
actually,
even real.
By the way,
that
looks solid.
This
that actually looks better.
Design.
All right, now what did it look like at the Canuck, the place that I had to dodge that bullet?
I don't know if this is dodging
Where
a
are the
bullet. I could have
curds?
had a nice Moosehead lager,
Oh, no.
covered in gravy, smothered in gravy. I mean, Frank, this
That
is
looks
what we
more
ended,
like a.
This is what we
like a
ended up
roux.
with. You'd rather have
Oh,
this?
God.
Please stop showing that one.
Oh my God! It looks
But
so.
it tastes
People were
amazing.
calling
sick.
for federal prosecution of the restaurant.
It actually looks sickly.
It does. I have to admit, the picture is really bad. Versus
The other
what-
picture you just showed. Look, I'm so hungry right now. I could freaking.
That's it,
Like 10 out of 10, I would
when I
order from that
opened
place
it.
again.
No, not that picture. The picture of the previous one that you showed looked fantastic.
Oh yeah. When I opened it, I was like, "Did y'all look like this?" And they were like, "Yep." I was like, "All right."
I'm such a nice guy that out of the 3 boxes, one was on its side, and I took that one, so you guys could have the better
So
opportunity.
yours looked worse than this.
Yeah. So when you were like, did it look like that? I was like, mine looked
Any
like
other
roadkill,
Canadian
so-
delights, or was it just fake poutine?
Maybe some
Poutine.
Smarties,
yeah.
some
Some
Aero.
Smarties.
Yeah. Why are you
Maple
being
cookies.
Are you being
Yeah, we had some
facetious?
maple cream cookies. We've actually
Yeah, I
still
mean
got some
they're
outside.
British.
No,
Some
Smarties
stale
era. We
Timbits.
started it. They
Oh,
freaking
okay.
copied
Got it.
us.
Got it.
Obviously the Timbits, some ketchup chips.
Oh, you had ketchup chips. Love
Oh,
that.
Did we get the
Great.
ketchup chips?
Yeah, I had them.
Thanks for sharing.
I mean,
And we had the maple cashews.
Yeah, maple cashew.
oh my
that
God, I'm
sounds
so
good.
hungry right now.
Yeah.
By the way, no mention of Hawani showing up on the watch party. I thought.
Yeah,
highlight
that
of
was
the
all the
night.
time. That was great stuff.
It was great how you invited yourself and everything.
I totally invited myself. Yep. I said.
No, but we wanted you to.
Well, it
invite
was
him.
weird because I
Perfect.
said, all right, if Marc-Andre Barriot wins and they go 5-0, I'll pop on for the 6. Then I didn't get a reply for like 30 minutes. I was like, ooh, I guess they didn't want me. I mean, it was weird. I was like sitting
Did I not
around being
respond
like, I thought it was going to be
immediately?
like,
And I said,
yes,
the mallet fight.
exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. And I was like, all right, I guess maybe, we're not.
My favorite was, hey, Helani, do you need the link? And you're like, oh, what am I going to teleport in? I'm like, look, man, I'm just trying to help.
Yeah, I know. But I was like, of course I need the link. How else do you
At
want me
this
to get?
point, Joe was like, did you talk to Helani? I'm like, I don't even want to talk to him. It's fine.
You know yourself. No, it was a great time. And yeah, we got to let our hair down a little bit. Overall, fun card, like I said. And I feel like we should recap the weekend now. I feel like this is a proper time to do that.
Just quickly.
Oh,
If MAB wins, I offer my services for the stream. Ariel Helwani.
Yeah.
Connor Burks. 4 minutes later. 48.
felt
For the
like
mallet fight.
honestly,
Yes.
it felt like a lifetime.
Yes, but only if you want me and it adds value. Yes, absolutely. Please.
And
Let's
this
go
is
MAB.
in the middle of the show.
Yeah, I'm texting in the middle of the show. I'm pulling a Helwani.
Like he's texting you while you're trying to keep a watch party alive. He's like, "Hey, put me in."
That's what I'm saying. I was pulling a Helwani for Helwani.
Is he typing something right now?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I'm just playing with my water bottle.
Right.
I was just like, I thought it was going to be a quick reply, and I knew there were 2 other people. I wasn't expecting you to reply. You're on the air, but I know there were some.
That's what I did for you, though.
No, I appreciate that. It was very nice. I felt the love. It was a great time. I liked how Canadianed out the studio looked.
Oh yeah, it was great. I mean,
decked it out.
We still got the hat.
You still got the hat. Shout out to Ajax.
The hat's great. Got the flag. Flag still.
Look at that. Was the flag on the ground? What the fuck, bro? No respect.
No, this is a table.
You actually looked very Canadian. I don't know if it's just because of the hat, but like you just look Canadian.
I mean, it was probably because I started my day with Tim Hortons and then Timbits and then
The
Patine.
shoey that you did with the
Oh
maple
yeah, the
syrup.
shoe was great.
Why do you have an Ajax jersey?
Oh, it's just a cool jersey, sick jersey.
Oh, you're just. But are you a fan or?
No, not at all. It's just a cool jersey.
Yeah.
Thought I'd support.
No, I just was wondering why today. Was there like a Dutch fighter?
No. It's just a cool jersey.
All right.
I only have so many.
plaid, man.
I only have so many T-shirts. I'm starting to cycle through them. I don't want to, wear repeats.
I was hoping that you'd break out the Lukaku jersey. It's been a good stretch for him.
No love for Lukaku, man. Yeah, I thought about wearing my Joker shirt. My Novak Djokovic.
You have a Joker? By the way, you have like just an unlimited amount of merch. Like, who has a Joker shirt?
A Novak Djokovic shirt.
Oh, I thought
not Nikola Jokic.
Oh, there's only one Joker in my world.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, 23 Grand Slams. Go, no big deal. Yeah, I mean, it's a big time for Serbia as well. Jokic
is he from Serbia too?
Yeah, him and Djokovic and Jokic are tight.
They're buds?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I didn't even know that.
They're
the two most famous. Yes,
Serbian
I know.
athletes
But
right now.
I didn't know that he was, they were actually friends.
Yeah.
All right, let's recap the weekend.
Yeah, let's do it. We'll start with the Parlay Pals.
Oh, yeah. I fucked this up from the jump.
Yeah.
I mean, shocking, but I probably should.
No, it was pretty shocking.
It was shocking. What was he? A plus? What was he? A minus?
Minus 600.
And what was Pineda?
Like a plus 450. I know some people that cashed on the knockout at like plus 1200 or something.
Yeah. And you know what? How we didn't do a Canadian parlay,
it's one of the biggest disappointments of my life. I'm honestly embarrassed. I had a hard time getting out of bed yesterday morning because I was so embarrassed that I didn't take the Canadian parlay.
Disappointed, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely had to get a couple extra cups of old Timmy Hortons, but hopefully we'll bounce back. Parlay Boys, I've said it should have always been the name. We shouldn't have disrespected
Time out
like that.
Time out. That was me.
I mean, she knows. She understands what's going on here. I mean, we got red, and then look at old CB.
Do you think she's really a fan like that, like referencing you, or do you think someone's feeding her this?
Maybe whoever's feeding them is feeding them good information.
Yeah.
Probably your biggest fan.
Yeah.
She could just be.
Thank
I
God
mean, I
we're
love
back
it.
to Parlay Boys. That's what I've been saying.
Are we back?
Yes.
All right, fine.
Yeah.
Are you going to disrespect her
I don't
again?
know. I don't know.
Two times in a row?
I thought we were saying that we were only going to do if she fought again or won again.
You said that.
I
I never said that.
You
I never
always
wanted
made
to
this
leave.
push for Parlay Pals. It's always been.
I
Parlay
was the
Boys
one
ever
that
since she gave us the name.
I never wanted to get off Parlay
The champion
Boys.
has a name, and it's Julianna Peña.
All right.
I mean, that could actually be true shortly.
All right, moving on. Singles do well here. I mean, we cashed some dog tickets. Aiemann Zahabi, underdog. Jasmine Jasudavicius, underdog. And then I'm honestly, another thing I'm a little bit embarrassed about. I should have put more on the under in the Oliveira fight. I mean, it's just an auto bet. The Irene Aldana bet, never had a chance. Never had a chance. I did my own parlay on PFL. I had Brendan Loughnane too. That busted it. Went 3 for 3. I was like, this is going to cash. This is great. Nope. First round knockout of Brendan Loughnane. Overall, though, nice little bounce back week.
Oh, yeah.
3.5 units. Trying to put that 11 unit week behind us. This is vintage GC right here. Plus 3.5 units. Slow and steady, unit by unit. Claw our way back to green. Then we have our Draft King. It's our friend Elijah Dream. Gets it done.
Oh.
On the Canadian card. How fitting. He goes Jasmine Jasudavicius, Diana Belbita, Dan Ige, Mike Malott,
Elijah Dream, great guy. Never met him, but constantly in the chat. Always
Constantly
positive.
in the chat, always positive. I had to show love. I haven't been calling out the DraftKings as much, things get busy around here. I had to do it for Elijah Dream. Also, a side one. Izzy's camera guy, Jeff, talk about the DraftKings. He entered a league and won $50K over the weekend.
Wow.
On the Canadian card. So shout out to him. That's an incredible winning night for him. And then I do have a couple people that had incredible winning nights. The big hitters. Let's shout them out.
50K for Jeff on the same card as Dan Ige. Still can't believe Aiemann Zahabi didn't get a bonus. Guy wins in, what was it? 64 seconds or something crazy like that?
Yeah, it didn't take him long, huh?
Man, I'm seeing these scenes from the Man City Parade today. Crazy. You see this? Jack Grealish hasn't gone to bed.
Yeah. Has he even changed out of his kit yet?
Yeah, that's right. Him and Izzy don't take showers for days.
Yeah. All right, we start. Number 1, MMA Jesus 316. All 11 fights. He didn't just do the Canadian parlay. He said, I'm going to do every single fight parlayed, plus 80,320. He turns $10 into over $8,000. That's just absolutely incredible. Gets every single fight right. He threw in some over-unders as well. Just fantastic parlay. Plus 80,000. Can't even imagine. We keep it rolling. I received a lot of these. I'm sorry if you are not the one that made it. A lot of people took the Canada parlay. A lot of people were much smarter than us. I had to shout out the man who put almost the most on it, but he also did it in Canadian dollars. That earns you the shout out right there. Diana Belbita, Kyle Nelson, Aiemann Zahabi, Jasmine Jasudavicius, Marc-Andre Barriault, Mike Malott. 20 Canadian dollars into 1,900 Canadian dollars. Benny is booking. Shout out to him. And then I just thought this one was cool. Scar Bacon, had to give him a quick shout out because whatever book he uses had a special, though they didn't count Diana Belbita, unfortunately. All 5 Canadians to win UFC 289 special plus 5,500. He turned $5 into 275. And then last but not least, Big Z Omega. Shout out to Big Z, plus 9,200. Jasmine Jasudavicius to win on points. Mike Malott to win by submission. Charles Oliveira to win by knockout. $25 into 2,320. Not a bad night for him. So shout out to all of them.
Jasudavicius you're going with.
Jasudavicius.
No, she said Jasudavicius. Jasudavicius. We went through this.
Vicious.
Or vicious. Just go hashtag
vicious.
I'll just go with, hashtag stay vicious. Frank did point out every time we have her on, the first few minutes, you're always kind of just hashing out the last name.
First of all, it's not every time. She's only been on twice. Okay.
So two for two. Respect the confidence of the control.
No, there's no confidence. 2 for 2. And second of all, I just wanted to show her that I have been working on it. That's all. Yeah. Last time I couldn't do it. Now I got it on the first try.
Jasmine
Jasudavicius.
Vicious.
What vicious?
Jasudavicius.
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 Why do you keep saying vicious when I say
yes? It throws a wrench in your bag.
By the way, shout out to Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah,
looking great. And announcing on social media, and then earlier today also announcing to Max Kellerman that he is retiring. Now, Nunes, I could get behind. I could get behind the Nunes retirement. I can't get behind Lopez
I hope Teofimo Lopez is all right.
Yeah. You think he's your subscriber? I saw a lot of people saying on Twitter before, he shouldn't be fighting. He shouldn't be fighting. I'm like, oh,
I don't know if he shouldn't be fighting or anything like that, but I'm just like, it doesn't.
There's some alarming. Did you see the sit down with Mark Kriegel? Yeah, that was weird.
His team going back and forth.
Dad.
It's just not a great look.
But by the way, I mean, he's been saying similar stuff. It's not like that. The Kriegel interview is the first time he's been saying.
But now he's like openly arguing with his dad.
I mean, he came here and some of the stuff that he said was thought provoking.
John,
I hope he's not retired.
Yeah, he's not retired. He's
so good.
He's 25.
He's so good.
He did that to Josh Taylor.
Yeah.
Now you've got potential fights against Devin Haney. Tank Davis one day, like that 140 division, like there's all those guys.
But if that's what's gonna make him happy, vaya con Dios. You know, like what? Like I hope what he's doing, whatever makes him happy.
Yeah.
But it'd be a shame to lose a guy as talented as that.
I just wish that he could get like the chip off his shoulder because it feels like he has a chip on his shoulder. You know, ESPN, he's talking about Top Rank. Speaking of boxing,
It didn't affect his performance though. He looked amazing.
no,
Like,
he looked incredible. Way better than anyone
To
thought.
your point, everybody was, the outrage, the feigning outrage. I mean, maybe not feigned because there was some stuff in there that is concerning, but, everybody was like, I hope he doesn't fight. And then he looked amazing. Like it's, it's a very interesting situation, but I hope that somebody as talented as him is not done with the sport of boxing at 25.
John Gotti III, Floyd Mayweather, work or shoot?
Shoot.
This is a shoot?
Yeah.
What is going on here? How is this?
I don't
Is
know.
at any point are we reaching a point where this is hurting Floyd's legacy as a fighter? No, none. This will all be forgotten.
How many people would have known it was going on had it not broken out
It's weird. It's
into
like
a
on
mob
Sunday?
scene?
But okay. Then my other question is: at any point, can we possibly reach a point where he gets caught? Like, imagine John Gotti knocks him down.
No,
He can't. Impossible.
we cannot. Look at the people he's fighting. Come on.
I know.
Also,
I
he
just
seems
can't
to have.
believe you keep booking these fights.
It's so weird. I'd
It's
love to
the
know how much
greatest
he gets
grift.
paid.
It's the
I'd
greatest
love to
grift.
know how much he gets paid
a
for this.
lot.
But he's involved in it, so he makes so much money. I mean, I don't know how much money these things are generating, but he's making enough of it. He's not just a fighter showing up and collecting a check.
That dude is not leaving the house for less than a lot of money.
The problem is he's not going to get caught because he's not stopping training. He's still Floyd Mayweather. It's not like he's just sitting on the couch. He's
Sure.
still Floyd Mayweather. He's obsessive, and now he's getting paid to be obsessive and train that hard and beat up guys that he can play around in there against. He used to have to train that hard and would fight against actual, legit top level competition. So there's no chance he loses any of these. Not even 1% chance.
Real quick,
Yes.
Rick with a pop of color looks
Yeah.
amazing.
Thank you.
The red
Oh yeah. What is that? Tell us what that is.
Shout out specifically to Carl of St. Patrick Athletic Football Club, who sent us some gear after your visit to Ireland. Shout out, Carl.
Carl,
Shout out
great
St.
name.
Pat's. Tremendous.
Should we do a little unboxing here? They sent us all
Yeah,
kinds
check it
of
out.
stuff.
please, because there's
People loved it. The St. Patrick's Athletic Football Club, Dublin, 1929. Look at all this stuff. They gave us a season ticket. Like, is this an actual season ticket? I don't know.
Mine had my name on it with a barcode and said
Oh.
that I could just scan
I
it
think
into
you
any
can
name.
scan in.
It says the Ari Helwani the MMA hour here. Season
Yeah.
tickets are valid for league
Don't
games.
show it's a cam because in case somebody scans that,
Oh, my
you know what I mean? Digital age.
Ninert,
Always on the.
securely shell. This beautiful thing. Wait, there's more. There's more. There's an actual jersey that they sent.
Oh yeah, name on the back.
Look at that.
Look at
Look
that.
at
You got the
that.
You know
10.
yourself.
Oh, yeah. I got the
nice
10.
use of that, Frankie.
Oh my god,
You know yourself.
Frankie. What else we getting here? Ooh, we got this. Like you. Did you get one with your name on the back, Frank?
Yeah,
He did.
You did too.
I did.
Well, how many people got this? Ooh, look at
All
this.
of us.
Seems to the whole squad,
The whole
man.
squad got some swag.
Corporate Alex too.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Andy,
Corporate Alex too.
Well, Andy's not here.
Joe,
Yes.
Crypto Joe got one too.
Everyone.
Yes, everyone
And
got one.
It said Crypto Sloppy Joe on the back of his
Ah, you know yourself.
jersey. Yes.
Oh, this is great. Well, thank
But
you very
obviously,
much.
shout out St. Pat's and
Yes,
Carl.
that's our
Yes.
team.
I mean, yeah, of course they're our team. Are you kidding me? I mean, imagine a day where we go Black Forge in pregame, then we head out to a St. Pat's game over at Richmond
A
Park.
match.
Yes, a match.
Yes, a match over at Richmond Park. The Rich.
Oh,
as we
yeah.
call it.
Thank you to them. Very, very kind. That was awesome. A nice surprise today. Speaking of the Black Forge Inn, Conor McGregor versus Bernie, worker shoot.
Yeah.
I mean, what do you mean worker shoot?
I feel like
Started as a
I
shoot.
feel like it's a work.
Let's play the
What?
video.
It
Let's
is a.
play the
What do you
video.
mean? How is it not a work?
I feel like the whole thing is a work. Even the aftermath.
Oh, you mean the injury
All right,
part?
This is fake. Watch the reaction. The reaction when he gets the follow-up shot feels real.
Okay,
Like,
so what do you
think he's? Do you think he's in the mascot suit? He's like, oh god, that
Look at
hurt.
his
and they're
legs.
just
Like his
dragging
nerves are
him
all
off.
messed up.
Ah, this poor guy. Now
They had to drag him.
The giant
shades of Deontay Wilder, who broke the jaw, I believe it was, of the Sports
Yeah.
Nation guy.
I think that's rumored. I don't know if it's 100%, but yeah,
All right.
he hit him pretty hard. Now you're saying the injury part is worse.
Feels like so many people have sent me this, like, oh, what's wrong? Like, I just feel like the way it was reported on, and in this like social media cycle where it starts to become a quote graphic and all this stuff, people are like, Conor killed Bernie, the mascot. They're like,
No, nobody said that.
yes, that's what I'm getting.
Has
Okay.
anyone shown any like hospital pics?
Oh my God. Here's
No, because they can't reveal the identity of the mascot.
Man. So this is a perfect person to hit.
I have to log into the Athletic. I do pay for the Athletic, actually. I want to read the actual report, because if you read the report,
I mean, I can tell you.
it just basically
roughly.
says like the guy went to the hospital, he got checked out, they gave him a couple of Tylenol, and he went on his way home.
He went to the ER. He got medical attention. He's treated. He's home and fine.
He still did go to the hospital though.
By the way, if they win tonight and they come back for Game 6, you know Bernie's showing up with a neck brace or something, right?
And
Yeah.
crutches.
That would
sure.
be So was it the first punch or the second punch?
Watch
Second.
the second punch. Well,
I kind of feel like the way he
No.
fell. I feel
Watch, watch this reaction when this second
That-
punch lands.
the-
Look
Right,
at the
the
follow up.
bounce.
Look at the follow up.
Then
That
the
reaction
legs start
seems
curling.
seems legit.
okay. So he didn't. He
Yeah.
wasn't expecting that.
I
It
think
started
he hit
as a
him
work,
right on the button.
became a shoot.
See,
Yes.
see.
And then he follows it up with the title spray all over him.
So you're saying Conor worked himself into a shoot?
Yeah.
I don't
Mark,
think.
yeah.
I think he
Once
forgot
work
where he
yourself
was.
into
I
the
don't
shoot,
think
you
Conor
mark.
McGregor was properly briefed. Is how I'll say it.
He
Right.
thought it was pillows inside there.
Or this is not me making excuses at all, because if he really did punch him, that's kind of messed up.
He
I mean,
absolutely punched.
He absolutely really punched.
No. I mean, like punched him to the point where he hurt him. Obviously, it's
Yes,
very hard
that's
for
what
these
happened.
guys. Also, Floyd talked about this in wrestling. It's hard for these guys to pull their punches.
Yes.
Right.
They're so actually, 1,000% agree with Dana on this. It's like you got to make sure, and who knows if he was drinking or not? Like who knows what he was doing at the game? It's very hard to get them to unprogram their brains to pull their punches. And
He
maybe
did not pull the punch.
yeah, he didn't pull the punch.
But I also think that's not his responsibility. Somebody needs to tell him that. Hey, Conor, I'm sure on the set, right? On the set of Roadhouse.
Yeah.
Hey, Conor, you're not going to really punch Jake Gyllenhaal. Here's how it's going to go, right? Miami Heat. Hey, Conor, don't really punch the mascot. Do that. If I was looking at that mascot, I'd be like, yeah, that guy's safe in there. It's a big puffy suit. I'm going to punch him. And then he gets hurt. I don't think Conor McGregor's to blame is my
Well, also
stance.
maybe he doesn't know how much padding there is on that thing.
I don't know what's in there.
Yeah, I mean, like Deontay Wilder absolutely blasted
Yes.
the guy that he punched in the burrito costume.
This one didn't feel as bad.
Yeah, but your head gets rattled in there, right?
I
Like,
actually
this
thought
is
it
the
was
thing, I don't know.
I thought it was when he fell on the ground. It was his head
Could have been.
bouncing off. That to me
Could have
is,
been, yeah.
is the most plausible.
Crisis averted. He's fine.
Is he fine? I mean, everyone's
He
very
went
concerned.
home.
Report.
Yeah.
The report says he's home
I
and
mean,
fine.
but post-concussion syndrome. I don't know what's going on with Bernie. People,
See, well, now
We'll
you're
see
doing
if
the.
they-
no, everyone's hitting me
you're-
up.
And
Everyone's
if
surprised
they,
he's
they
not on
make
the
it
show
to a
today,
game
to be
6, then
honest.
we'll
We'll
see.
find out. Get an exclusive. Who's getting? Which one of the Heat media are getting the exclusive with Bernie?
Are they going to do like the mysterious Frank like blur and
Yeah.
the voice
Just have-
changer?
It's all black.
I did reach out to Conor's team about this, and they didn't.
Hung up.
No, I didn't get a response. Or maybe I did. And my phone's been in my pocket this whole
Can
time.
you imagine having to apologize to everyone? I'm
It
sorry
feels
that I
like
punched Bernie.
I must say, it feels like you're getting involved in the conversation about this, but trying to also say like, I don't want to be in the conversation about this.
What are you talking about? I've had to field more questions about this incident than anything related to UFC 289.
It's news.
And then I go into the report, and it's like, yeah, we gave him half a Tylenol because we didn't think it was such a bad headache, and we sent him on his way with a fucking Happy Meal.
McGregor can't even go to an NBA playoff game without breaking news.
Team Conor here. I don't think he was to blame in this situation.
All right, guys. I think we're good here.
Yeah, I'd say we're good here.
I mean, should we follow it up with a Max Blessed studio visit?
Sounds good to me.
Love that.
You know, it's tough because like I have Izzy here. I'm watching the clock. I know we have him for an hour. If I would have ended it at 2:50 and done the darts,
I'm glad you didn't.
yeah, right, mistake.
I got a sense as we were pushing the end, I was like, he's going to bail on the darts. I think that's a good call.
Don't
Izzy was gonna
handcuff
say no.
yourself.
yeah, no.
Don't
It has
handcuff
to
yourself.
feel.
with
It
the
has
darts
to
thing.
feel right. It has to
He
feel
did.
right.
He had somewhere that he had to be.
Yeah.
They did tell you 45.
Oh,
went
did
a
they?
little bit longer or an hour.
Who said 45?
I could have sworn you said 45.
You said 45.
Yeah, just putting that out there, bro.
Did you peep those
Maybe he
pearls
was
that had?
allocating for the darts ahead of time.
Yo,
and
the
then-
amount of jewelry on him is.
Do you think those were freshwater
fucking great.
pearls?
Icy.
Or?
I don't know what they were, but the whole thing, the bracelet, the watch, the this. I mean,
The sweater?
It's great.
so much ice you can skate on him.
Mhm.
That's what they say.
It's my favorite line. But no, it was very nice. And whenever that doc comes out, go check it out. For now, though, we're out of time. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's time to go home. Great to see all the people there yesterday. Thanks to all the nice folks that came up to us. My wife was like, wow, people are actually fans of your work? She had no idea. I was like, yeah, some people, I guess. She had no idea. I got to meet Andrew Schultz's wife. That was very nice. Saw a lot of people there. Got some popcorn. Did you guys have the popcorn?
No.
I think we were one of the few that actually bought popcorn, to be honest.
Didn't you try to shame her for
A
getting
little bit.
popcorn?
Well, then we were like, are we going to walk on the red carpet holding popcorn and a soda?
You know what we did have? Some Sour Patch Kids.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah.
Love a good
GC
Sour
and I
Patch Kids.
Tore into a box of those.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have to have something to nosh on, right?
Yeah, the other problem is I spent all the time talking to you. I should have gone to the bathroom.
Oh.
So the entire movie I had to go to the bathroom, and I'm like,
Oh, no.
do you remember how stuck the queue got to get down the steps?
Oh, yeah.
That's when it got dangerous.
It's actually become sort of a thing at Spider-Man. Me and Frank shared a box of Sour Patch Kids there as well.
Oh, Spider-Verse.
Oh, 10 out of 10.
Best.
10 out of 10.
11
Can't get
11
into
out
it.
of 10?
Go see it. 11 out of 10. I'm going to see it again this week. It's unbelievable.
Again?
I'm going to see it again, yeah.
Man, the reviews for this
I'm gonna go
thing.
see
I loved it.
Transformers.
I
Wow.
loved it. The animation is magical. The story is great. Can't wait till the third one.
Soundtrack.
The
11 out of
soundtrack's
10.
unbelievable. I keep running through it.
Sounds like it's just as good as today's program. What a
Yes.
show it was. Ash Belcastro, Israel Adesanya, Aiemann Zahabi, Julianna Peña, and Jasmine Jasudavicius. Thank you so much to them. Thanks to all of you. Back on Wednesday, same time and place. Until this time.